Good afternoon, everyone. In the early hours of June 24th, as you will all remember, Miami-Dade fire rescue teams arrived at the Champlain Tower South to respond to the site of an unthinkable tragedy and what would become the largest non-hurricane related emergency response in the history of our state. And in the 33 days since, first responders from across Miami-Dade, the state, the country, and the world have worked tirelessly to recover victims from the collapse and to bring closure to the families and the loved ones of those we lost. Today, I can report that because of these sustained heroic efforts, the last remaining missing person has now been accounted for and identified, and the family notified. 98 victims have now been identified, including 97 victims who were recovered from the collapse and one person who passed away in the hospital. 98 families have been notified. All 97 people for whom we had missing persons reports have been recovered, and a total of 242 people are accounted for. Although we have identified all of the victims that were reported missing, the Miami-Dade Police Department continues the ongoing search and recovery effort on the evidentiary pile to ensure that all identifiable human remains are recovered. Nothing we can say or do will bring back these 98 angels who left behind grieving families, beloved friends, loved ones across this community and across the world. But we have done everything possible to bring closure to the families, and I am especially proud that through these tireless efforts, we were able at last to bring closure to all those who reported missing loved ones. Our community and the world are deeply grateful to the first responders, especially the men and women of the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Department, Miami-Dade Police Department, and all the local fire departments who were an integral part of this operation, and also our national and international partners. And for the past 33 days, they have searched the rubble as if they were searching for one of their own. Even now, teams from Miami-Dade Police Department are continuing to sift through millions of pounds of debris, carefully and meticulously searching for remains and for any personal items that will help bring closure to the families. I also want to thank the incredible leadership that has helped drive this operation since the beginning. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Director Alan Kaminsky, Assistant Director Ray Jadala, and Miami-Dade Police Director Freddie Ramirez. Chief Public Safety Officer J.D. Patterson and Emergency Management Director Frank Rollison and Division Director Charles Cyril. And the entire community, the county, the state, and federal leaders who stood with us from the very beginning. This tragedy at Surfside will be something that lives with all of us forever. And Surfside, a tragedy that befell one small, close-knit community, but that knit together all of us, so many lives, and offers a powerful and lasting reminder of how deeply connected we truly are in the best of times and in the worst of times. It's also my hope that through this tragedy, the bonds we've built will grow stronger, just as the stories of all of those whose lives were taken too soon will never be forgotten. Through this disaster, this community showed the world who we are. We showed through the countless private businesses that sprang into action to donate meals and more week after week, and through the actions of young children who brought food and cards of thanks to the first responders, and especially through the ceaseless efforts of those first responders and every public servant who stepped up to support the families that were impacted with great care and compassion. We saw an overwhelming outpouring of generosity and of love from people around the world who shared their time, their treasure, and prayers with us for this last month. We've seen the very best of our collective humanity in the worst of times. So please, once again, join me in praying for all of the families mourning loved ones and for our community of Surfside. Together, I pray we can begin the long process of healing and begin to find light in the darkness. God bless. En la madrugada del día 24 de junio, los equipos de bomberos de Miami-Dade llegaron a Champlain Towers South para responder.
And while she does give some remarks in Spanish, some of our viewers are going to be going off into a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Durante 33 días, los socorristas de Miami-Dade, la Florida, el país, el mundo han trabajado sin descanso para recuperar a las víctimas del colapso y brindar un cierre a sus familias y seres queridos. Hoy les informo que hemos identificado y contado a la última persona desaparecida y hemos informado a su familia. Al día de hoy hemos identificado 98 víctimas, incluidas 97 víctimas recuperadas del colapso y una persona que falleció en el hospital, y se notificó a 98 familias. Las 97 personas de las que teníamos informes de personas desaparecidas han sido recuperados. El Departamento de Policía de Miami-Dade continúa el esfuerzo de búsqueda y recuperación en la pila para garantizar que se recuperan todos los restos humanos identificables. Nada de lo que podamos decir o hacer puede traer de vuelta a estos.
And for our viewers here with us, just want to remind you once again, unfortunately, this tragedy did take the lives, as we just heard, from 98 people. And that means those families are also grieving, as we just heard the Miami-Dade mayor say that they do still have some fire rescue remained on site since that June 24th collapse. They had been assisting efforts for that search and rescue to have found all those remains, but we'll continue to search through piles of items to make sure they do have everything returned to those family members. So once again, thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. And we do continue to listen in as police and forensic specialists are still on site. And so we're getting this update on where things are with the cleanup and investigation.
Olvidaremos las vidas que fueron tomadas demasiado pronto. Oremos por todas las familias que están de luto, por sus seres queridos y por nuestra comunidad de Surfside. Juntos oremos para que podamos comenzar a sanar y encontrar luz en la oscuridad. Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I welcome to the podium translator, Haitian translator, Leonel Letterboard.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonne en journée 24 juin, pompiers Miami-Dade.
And as they give another translation of this latest update, we do want to just remind all of our viewers that Florida firefighters have wrapped up their month-long search for those individuals in that wreckage of the Surfside condo collapse. Again, they were trying to recover victims. At first, it started as that search and rescue efforts that went on for 24 hours straight for days in a row, as they had some hope that they could possibly find victims alive in this collapse pile. But as you recall, no one had been pulled from that collapse site alive. So they did have, unfortunately, all 98 people die. And again, this is a 12-story building that did get all cleaned up. And Miami-Dade Assistant Fire Chief said the department's role in recovering these remains has finished as of Friday. So that means over the weekend they did have those firefighters returning home. And again, there was a convoy of fire engineers and other vehicles that drove slowly to the headquarters to mark the end of this. So family members and officials did welcome back Florida's Task Force 1 team back at their headquarters as their final sign that their deployment was over. And that rescue team had worked tirelessly during that time. Again, that collapse killing 98 people, and police and forensic specialists on site to help identify these remains of the victims. And now the site stands otherwise empty, but they do have engineers who are starting to examine this site and figure out what may have caused this collapse in the first place. They have structural engineers who've been hired to figure out exactly why this building collapsed, and also to make sure that the site that they're still on does remain safe. So Miami-Dade is bringing in crews to help shore up that remaining underground walls. And the county's communications director had told that to the Miami Herald. So we do continue to have you covered here on this tragedy that happened back on June 24th. We're listening in live. We're on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Larrabord. We're going to open it up for questions and answers. And again, please raise your hand and then identify who your question is to. Sir.
Joel Waldman, CBS 4 for the mayor. Just want to know, personally, having been at the site for all those days and now getting word, I spoke to Ike Daya Friday night. His family was very grateful to you and first responders. Personally, what it means to you to be able to put a name to that last person.
It really means the world to be able to have closure for all of those who were seeking their loved ones. I'm so very grateful for the tremendous work here that was done to make sure that every family could have that closure.
Anyone who could speak to the process ahead as far as the personal items that are being recovered, as the investigation continues, will the families be able to receive these items shortly after they're found or not? How long will they have to wait?
Yes, that's. First, I'd like to commend not only the fire department, but the officers that are out there right now on the evidence site, who are searching by hand, our rabbis as well, for the religious items that we're finding. Currently, we're now cataloging and impounding all the belongings, those from where the collapse actually happened, and then the secondary one, which was the surviving building that was later taken down. There'll be a process in place, obviously, for the surviving, for the deceased. There will be a legal process for that for the families. And on the site where the where the building was taken down, that'll be worked out also as well in returning the items that we get. We're still looking, and we hope to return as much items as we can to bring closure to the families. And we feel that that's very important, and our officers on the scene are taking it very serious. Yes, and forms are being filled out, and we have a database for the families that they're putting in, and our rabbis here and other clergy are assisting as well with some of the religious, items that are there that have names and things like that. We're collating them, and hopefully as soon as possible we'll be able to start that process.
I would just like to add that I had the opportunity to visit the site where the items are now being searched, and the men and women who are doing that work volunteered to do that work. They are working hours upon hours in the sun, in the rain, and when they find something, it's a treasure. They are doing this with tremendous care and real hope that they can bring things to the family members. It's a very moving sight.
If the rabbi could just talk for a second about for the Jewish families about the process. I understand that all the remains have to be collected. In the case of Ike Daya's sister, what if other remains are found a few days from now, let's say?
So that's a very common question that most people have, biblically and halachically speaking. Once the family makes a decision to go on with the funeral and the burial and the shiva process, it is up to the family to make that decision. Mark Rosenberg, and chaplain with Miami-Dade Police Department and director of CSC, Chesed Shalamas. Thank you.
Director Ramirez? Yes. So you found the 98 victims, you had 98 missing persons reported.
97, 98, yeah, yes.
So what can we say about this concludes the search for victims?
No, not at all. We're still doing secondary searches at the evidence recovery site, and we're going to keep going until we're done. We're not stopping. We're still looking. We have several piles that we're going through, and like I said, a lot of the work is being done by hand.
About 2 weeks ago, you said that there were 5 or 6 people that were unaccounted for but did not open missing persons cases for.
Right.
Because they didn't have the family didn't report missing. What happened to those people? Have they been eliminated?
Yes, they've been ruled out. Our detectives did background. We weren't able to identify them as a credible cause of missing person. We focused on the 97 families that called in, identifying their family member as missing, plus the one that passed away in the hospital.
So Miami-Dade County is no longer searching for anything.
We're not ruling anything out. As we're recovering human remains, our ME will continue to process them. But as what we know that has been documented and reported, we've reached the 98, but that does not mean that we're not done. We're still working the evidence piles, and we'll continue until we deem that we've done everything we can.
Mayor? I just wanted to hear what your greatest takeaways from this tragedy, this being one of your greatest obstacles at the beginning of your career as mayor.
Well, certainly the biggest takeaway is that buildings should not fall down. So that is obviously something quite unacceptable, and we are going to do everything in our power to make sure it does not happen. But the other takeaway is that communities can really come together and do everything in their power to address the needs of the people affected, and to do it with just selflessness and tremendous dedication, really no barriers. Everything that could have been done has been done locally and across the world.
I'm not sure if I might be able to answer the question, but on the last victim, was it a DNA sample issue, or was something found on the secondary search site? Is there any more that you can explain on that?
Yes, on July 20th, that a human remain was found at the secondary site, which lends to our point why we're continuing to search. And from July 20th till today, the ME's office has been analyzing that human remain, and they were able to identify our final victim and bring closure. But just because we identified her and we were able to do that, we're still not done. We're doing a secondary sweep of the evidence site for hopes that if we find anything else, until we deem that we can do no more.
Did you find any other remains at the secondary site?
Yes. No, we found human remains in the secondary site.
We're good. Thank you, folks. I appreciate your help.
I'll finish one.
So once again, we were getting this unfortunate update from our Surfside officials as they continue to search through that pile just to go through each and every single piece of evidence that they can. I'm going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break, then we're going to get into some stories coming to us from across the country after that. All right, guys, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to head into a couple health stories from some of the stations across our country. First, going to go into a story down in Texas about the rise of those COVID-19 cases. Then we're going to also be talking about some other items that are also on the uprise. It's all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back. While COVID cases continue to trend higher in our area, Tarrant and Collin counties reported 774 new cases and 1 death yesterday. Dallas and Denton counties do not report data on the weekends. The 7-day rolling average of local new cases is up 292% from a month ago, averaging more than 1,000 cases a day. And we return to a voice of reason, Dr. Joseph Chang, Chief Medical Officer at Parkland Health. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. Good to be with you all again.
All right, so what worries you most about this new spike in cases?
Listen, this is crazy, right? Here we go. It's like Groundhog Day again. It's really unbelievable, I'll tell you. It's something that we really, really hate to see. You know, just this weekend, we have doubled in volume here at Parkland Hospital. A month ago, we were at 7 patients, and today I'm looking at over 70 patients. And guys, this is a fully preventable situation. Vaccination is the way out of this mess. We just got to get going on that.
All right, so we've talked about this before. You're a parent, and I know we've talked about kind of the school situation and how you feel about that. How concerned are you now about the combination of these spiking cases and then the start of school?
Oh, I'm very concerned. I mean, all of us in public health and all of the medical leaders of Dallas County are very concerned about what might happen in the fall. I mean, right now we know that the biggest demographic of unvaccinated individuals is our 30 to 40-year-olds and some into our 50-year-olds. I mean, we see that reflected in our hospitalizations right now. We virtually have no older individuals admitted to the hospital with COVID. It's all this younger set. And as kids go back to school, I mean, they're going to mix with each other. They're going to pass it around. They're going to bring it home to exactly this demographic of 30 and 40-year-olds who are our parents. And that is just going to get passed around, perpetuated. I mean, we see that playing out already. I can only imagine what September is going to look like.
All right, Dr. Chang, we've talked about these 3 groups before. You have those who are vaccinated. You have those who are unvaccinated but have had a case of COVID, so they've got a certain degree of immunity. Right. And then you have everyone else. So which group is representing the recent spike?
Oh, right now, I'll tell you, it's interesting. It's really both of the second 2 groups that you talked about. Obviously, the unvaccinated, that's going to be a big group. But I'll tell you right now, we know that the natural immunity from the first coronavirus variant is not quite as good. In fact, not good at all versus this Delta variant that is the predominant variant now in North Texas. So what used to be considered a good immunity from having COVID-19 in the past no longer is, which is why we're seeing such a big spike in cases. What this tells us is now only the fully vaccinated are really protected against Delta variant.
And is this, you mentioned Groundhog Day at the top of this interview. I mean, are we going to keep seeing that with these, different variants popping up?
Well, again, here's the science behind it, guys. And this is not up for dispute, okay? This is the science behind it. The reason these variants come up is because of mutations in the virus itself. The virus can only mutate when it's actually inside infected individuals. So what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is we are the cause of our own problem. If we simply got enough with a population vaccinated, we would decrease the number of infections to almost 0, which means there will be no more mutations, which means we would have no more trouble with variants.
So it sounds like you're recommending, if folks are going to go out, even if you're vaccinated, I know we've heard a lot about that, wear masks.
Now, listen, I'm not a big fan of having vaccinated people wear masks simply because we know vaccinated folks are so well protected. Certainly, if you do not have a vaccination, please, 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 for all of us, in fact, for all of my healthcare workers here who work for me, please wear a mask because the unvaccinated is where this disease is propagating. I will tell you that right now in my hospital, out of the 70 so patients, none of them have been vaccinated.
All right, Dr. Joseph Chang with Parkland Hospital. We appreciate your time and expertise this morning. Thanks.
Absolutely.
With the recent spike in COVID-19 infections across the country, people are questioning, will vaccinations soon be mandatory? This, as many Americans are still experiencing vaccine hesitancy. So Emory University's Dr. Neil Winnower joins us live. Good morning, Dr. Winnower. Thanks for taking some time to speak with us. We want to get into a couple of these questions. So first and foremost, as cases of COVID-19 soar due to the Delta variant, is there any likelihood that vaccines could become mandatory?
I think we're headed in that direction. I think it will take some time, though, in a few months, once full FDA authorization is granted. Then I think you'll see the government mandated in the military, and more healthcare institutions will mandate it for its healthcare employees. Right now, it's still emergency use authorization. Also, when it's mandated or when it's granted full authorization in school kids, we're going to see probably it mandated as well. Because let's be realistic right now, which is a bigger threat to our kids: measles, mumps, rubella, pertussis, diphtheria, or COVID-19. And it's certainly COVID-19. So I think you'll see that in schools eventually. It will be slower, but I think you'll see that as well.
Okay, thanks for that. I know a lot of people have been questioning it. We also know that COVID-19 vaccination rates have lagged. Right now, only half of the United States population is fully vaccinated, and those rates also lag among those on the front lines. As many as 30% of healthcare workers still aren't vaccinated. Why is that?
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about this, and I really want to stress a very, very important point. 96% of the physicians are vaccinated, and that means a large majority of the nurses and the nurses' aides, they're not vaccinated, maybe 50, 60%, and that's a big concern to me. They are the true healthcare heroes, quite honestly, because they spend the most time in the patient's rooms, and they're at the most risk. And I've been giving this a lot of thought, and I really think the biggest reason is that physicians are very familiar with the science. We go to medical school and train for at least 3 years. That's about 7+ years after college. And infectious disease experts, 10+ years. So we're very familiar with virology and the physiology of vaccination, more so than anybody else in the hospital. And I think that's why when you're more familiar with the science and you understand how vaccines work, you're less hesitant. So I think that's the big thing. And once again, if you have any doubt whether or not you should receive this vaccine, just know that almost 100% of the physicians in the United States have taken the vaccine, and we can't agree on anything. So if we agree that to this degree, you should really strongly consider taking it.
Interesting perspective. You mentioned vaccine hesitancy, so in an attempt to inform our viewers, let's address some of the reasons for that hesitancy. First of all, here's a popular question, and we'll rapid fire do these, but people are concerned about the vaccine affecting fertility. What do you make of that?
Yeah, there's no evidence that this is true. The vaccine doesn't last long in the body, so it really would be hard to physiologically also ascribe that to the vaccine, but no evidence of that.
What about critics who say that it was rushed and there wasn't enough research done?
It was expedited, but big difference between rushed and expedited, and the science of mRNA technology has been around decades. So I think Operation Warp Speed was an amazing success, and it was expedited, like I said, but the science, it wasn't shortchanged. So it was expedited but not rushed.
What about concerns that the vaccine can make people sick?
There's no active virus in the vaccine, so you're not going to get COVID-19. It's just going to allow you to make antibodies to help protect you against COVID, but no way you can get COVID-19 from the vaccine.
Now, here's when I often hear people say, I already had COVID, so I'm immune. What do you make of that one?
Yes, you are immune to some degree, and your antibodies will wane over time. When you get vaccinated after you've had COVID infection, you become super immune. You become your response is robust. So there's definitely important reasons to take it even if you've had COVID.
Now, there has been some concern that people who are vaccinated are still getting those breakthrough infections. What's your response to that?
No, that's right. You can get a breakthrough infection, but those patients aren't hospitalized. Over 97 to 98% of the people we see in the hospital are those who are unvaccinated, and 99+% of the people who have died or who are dying right now are unvaccinated. So breakthrough infections can happen, yes, but it's not going to put you in the hospital.
And for that person who says they just don't want the government telling them what to do.
Yeah, well, the government regulates a lot of things in our lives, right? They tell us about seat belts. They tell us about speed limits. They tell us of how fast we can go. They regulate what vaccines we can already get in school. And I think this is no different. I think the government has an obligation to protect the health. We cannot go into another third wave like we had in January. The cases have quadrupled already. And in some areas, they're even thinking not just masking, about possibly shutdown. And we cannot, for the economy and many, many reasons, do that when we have a preventable reason. So I would say to those people, I would say you got to get over that. If the FDA grants full authorization and it's been shown safe and effective, the government in certain cases, and this is, I think, an important one, does have an obligation to keep its citizens safe.
And last question, Dr. Winower. Some people have said that their chances of getting sick from COVID now in this new stage are low.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest, like I always am. Yes, they are pretty low, particularly if you're a healthy individual. The chances of you winding up in the hospital and really sick are low. 1 in 100, really pretty low. But the thing is, you're not just doing it to prevent yourself from getting sick. You're doing it to prevent transmitting the infection to other people who may be immunosuppressed, who may be young and may not be able to have an opportunity to get the vaccine. Those are important things to keep others safe. And then lastly, even though you may not get really, really sick, if you get the infection, the virus is multiplying in your body. And every time the virus multiplies in your body, it's an opportunity for another variant that could look different than the Delta variant that these vaccines are not going to work against. So even if you don't get sick, don't be a variant factory for this virus. Get the vaccine, let transmission end, and we won't have these other variants that are going to keep this going. Because my concern is if we don't have enough people vaccinated, if we don't reach herd immunity, we're going to get another virus variant that's even worse than Delta. So all these reasons are reasons to go out there and get vaccinated. And if anyone has any questions from what I said, always you can reach me on my Instagram at Neil Winower and fire away. I'd be happy to answer any and all of your questions.
Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Winower. We really appreciate it. Hopefully that cleared up some of your questions at home. And of course, we're going to stay on top of this. You can count on Fox 5 to keep you in the know with all things.
And thank you to our Fox 5 team for that interview. What we want to do is continue with some of these health stories. Going to take us down to Chicago. They're talking about an uptick in RSV. We'll be listening into a little bit more on that right here on Live Now from Fox.
There has been an uptick in something called respiratory syncytial virus. These are cases that are being found in infants, and health authorities are saying that COVID could be partly to blame. It's an illness that can be very serious for infants and in some cases result in hospitalizations with severe symptoms. So joining us now to tell us more about what's causing this is Dr. Hansa Bhargava. She is a pediatrician and senior medical director at WebMD. Good morning to you. Nice to see you this morning. Before we get into causes for this, let's just start with what exactly is RSV?
Yeah, absolutely. So RSV is actually a common virus that surges generally in the fall and winter time. And for most adults and kids, it looks like a cold. But for babies and younger infants, it can actually cause serious infections like pneumonia, and actually can cause death and hospitalization.
Well, which is very frightening to hear for parents. What are the signs and symptoms? What should they be looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. So for younger kids, it can look like a cold, it can be a cough, and it can result in wheezing. In infants and younger toddlers even, you could actually have wheezing that leads to respiratory distress, and then they can't really breathe very well. Now, the thing I would absolutely point out is for adults and older kids, it can just look like a cold. So unfortunately, that means you would come back home with a cold, or a child may come back from camp with a cold, and the could infect a younger infant in the household. So I would just remember that.
Okay, so then the question is, what can you do to prevent it? Is there a vaccine for this? What can you do to make sure that is not brought home to your infant?
Yeah, absolutely. So the reason we're seeing the surges right now is because during the winter time, we had masks on, social distancing. So normally it spreads in the winter, and now it's spreading now. So that makes logical sense. What we can do as parents is actually make sure the older kids have good hand washing. If you or an older kid in the household actually has a cold, make sure that you don't get near younger infants. And if you do, wear a mask like we're all used to doing. And lastly, just be very careful. If there is a cold in the house and the infant's having symptoms, if it's getting worse or it lasts for more than a few days, reach out to your pediatrician because it could be much more serious for the infant and also older adults.
Yeah, so don't mess around. You know, it's interesting, as I said, alluded to at the top here, that COVID could be partially to blame. Explain this, because I think a lot of people are seeing that they're coming down with different things right now that they hadn't been because of the fact that we were wearing masks all the time.
Absolutely. And so generally speaking, RSV surges in the fall and in the winter, as does the flu. And so for RSV, it can be responsible for over 58,000 hospitalizations in kids and even several hundred deaths. But right now, because over the fall and winter this year, we had masks, we were social distancing. So the spread generally happens from cough or wiping your nose and touching other objects like older kids or younger kids often do. And we didn't see that this time because we didn't have the schools and we didn't have anything in session really. But now that we're seeing those activities and camps and lots of crowded events, and if you've been to an airport recently, you see how crowded they are. Now we're seeing that spread. So it makes sense that it's spreading. We just have to be really careful about exposure to the vulnerable population like younger kids or older than 65 adults.
You know, I have to ask you this too, because as we talk about this and kids are going back to school in the fall and the big question to mask or not to mask, what is your recommendation to parents because of those children going back, not only for their safety, but maybe they have an infant sibling at home? It's a very confusing time right now. What's a parent to do?
Absolutely, and it's a great question. We all, as parents, we all have anxiety about going back to school, about that, and also just school stress in addition, so it's a lot. I would strongly suggest that kids over 12 get vaccinated. That is the best way to protect. In fact, the surges we're seeing with the Delta variant right now are mostly in the unvaccinated, as are the hospitalizations and deaths. So the vaccine really does protect you. So for under 12, absolutely have the kids wear masks indoors or in groups where you have a lot of people. It's really, really important to stop that spread of COVID, influenza, and even RSV. So the masks and social distancing are still important in our unvaccinated kids. And lastly, the AAP has recommended masks for every child, vaccinated or not, and that's because it makes sense to do that because the teachers cannot be, the administration, school administration can't be having that burden of policing who's vaccinated and not. So the safest way to get our kids back to school is to have everyone vaccinated, and the AAP and myself as a pediatrician and parent feel like the schools are so important for the kids, right? Not only for the learning, but also the mental and emotional wellness for them.
Absolutely. Dr. Hansa Bargava with WebMD, thank you so much for your advice this morning. We appreciate your time. Have a great day.
Great.
And we will be getting a live update here very shortly on the rise of COVID-19 cases as we continue to bring you some health stories from across our country. Let's go out to Fox 6 where they're investigating rare diseases.
The call to test newborns for rare but treatable diseases is growing tonight, but the process for approving those tests is long and cumbersome. Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson shows you how a bureaucratic marathon could result in fatal delays.
By the time Gwendolyn Clubb was born,
she's number 6.
Her parents had 5 other healthy children.
Good job, look at that belly.
So the big family from the tiny village of Millador was not prepared for the call.
And we're like, you must have the wrong person.
That Gwen had Pompe disease.
I don't know what the heck that is, so you Google it, right? So you Google it, I couldn't make it past the first paragraph.
Pompe is a genetic disorder that robs cells of the ability to recycle complex sugars. The resulting buildup of waste causes weak muscles, labored breathing, and eventually heart failure.
Called and, told to go home and love her baby.
For the most severely affected infants, it can be a death sentence.
It was devastating to think that she wasn't going to make it till 2. Devastating.
In the summer of 2017, the state of Wisconsin started testing all newborns for Pompe as part of a pilot study. Over a 2-year period, they screened more than 108,000 children. 13 tested positive.
Be careful.
Including Gwen.
We're so blessed to know and to be able to monitor her.
You're a good climber.
Fortunately, hers is a less severe form of the disease that may not surface for years. And because she was tested at birth, her parents now know to watch for symptoms so they can immediately start enzyme replacement therapy.
A treatment to have them be healthy as long as possible.
Okay, can we push back up?
Not every child with Pompe
Push. Push. You can do it.
has been so lucky.
Look at you.
Atlas Foucher was born in Oshkosh in 2016,
Okay, meet you at your table.
before the state's Pompe study began.
That early identification makes such a world of difference.
At 3 months old, his heart began to fail, and he was rushed to Children's Hospital of Wisconsin.
It was a very scary time.
Only then did doctors discover Pompe disease had nearly killed him.
The fact that he had to wait to be so symptomatic did have a very detrimental effect on him. What do you think?
Genevieve is grateful for the enzyme treatments that are keeping her son alive.
Yeah. Her motorcycle?
But fully aware newborn screening could have made his life much easier.
Ultimately, damage that's done is damage that's done, and there's no reversing that.
5-year-old Atlas.
His quality of life could have totally been the opposite.
And 3-year-old Gwen.
This is kind of stuff.
Are living proof.
The early identification is that make a difference.
Dr. May Baker is co-director of Wisconsin's newborn screening laboratory, which takes blood cards collected at the hospital and screens them for nearly 50 disorders from cystic fibrosis to sickle cell anemia.
And I think the beauty of a newborn screening is a prevention emphasized. And this is a future medicine to go from reactive to preactive to prevent disease.
She says Pompe is the perfect example of the type of disorder they should be testing for. There's just one problem. The state stopped testing for Pompe when the pilot study ended in 2019.
Okay, we need to do something about it.
So Stephanie and Michael Clubb nominated Pompe for permanent inclusion in the newborn screening program. They even secured the support of the Department of Health Services and Governor Evers. But 2 years later, their proposal is still winding its way through the state's long and convoluted rulemaking process.
We're kind of stuck on the back burner.
A life-saving test buried in red tape.
Like, okay, when is this going to come, to help other families?
This process was definitely eye-opening.
We've tried going through the normal process.
State Senator Patrick Teston says he tried to follow that same process for another genetic disorder known as Krabbe disease.
Unfortunately, that process has failed.
Like Pompe, Krabbe is fatal in its most severe form if not detected early. And according to Dr. Baker, the two diseases are so similar, if they start testing for one, they could test for the other for free.
Adding on one disorder would not have additional cost.
So basically, we're getting a 2-for-1 deal here.
In June, he introduced legislation that would link Krabbe and Pompe testing together.
That can piggyback onto what we're doing.
It's an idea the clubs wholeheartedly support.
Power in numbers, absolutely.
They now have 7 children, and because of Gwen's diagnosis, they decided to test them all. 3 have Pompe.
7 beautiful kids, and what are the chances?
You want to pump your legs?
But Stephanie says newborn screening is no longer about them.
It's so much bigger than us and our family.
After all, when lives are at stake, there's no time for red tape. Brian Polson, Fox 6 Investigators.
The Wisconsin Department of Health Services declining a request for an on-camera interview, but in written answers to a series of questions from Brian, the department says every effort is being made to begin universal statewide screening for Pompe disease as soon as possible. However, The department cannot estimate how long that will take. And you can read our full Q&A with the Division of Public Health at fox6now.com. As for Krabbe disease, DHS says it still needs more information. A public hearing on Senator Teston's bill is scheduled for this Thursday in Madison.
And thank you again to our Fox 6 Milwaukee team as they did that great investigation piece. What we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. We're going to continue these health topics, including the surge in that COVID-19 Delta variant. More on that when we return again after a quick 2-minute break. All right, guys, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. COVID-19 cases continue to surge when it comes to the Delta variant. It's spreading across the country, and medical officials are sounding the alarm as those vaccinations continue to slow. So we do have Fox's Robert Sherman, who is joining us live from Orlando. So good afternoon, Robert, and I'm sure there's a lot of words of advice being given out at this time.
There are, Christy, with such a great concern being placed on the Delta variant. Over 80% of new infections this month can be chalked up to that variant, which is much more contagious than the original strain of COVID-19. The 3 states that we're seeing with the largest surges in COVID cases, Florida, Texas, and Missouri. Between the 3 states collectively, they make up about 40% of all new cases. In addition to that, the White House says that 97% of hospitalizations and deaths are among the unvaccinated. Here's what White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki had to say earlier today.
We're seeing a significant rise in cases in certain parts of the country and among certain populations, and they're concentrated primarily and overwhelmingly among the unvaccinated.
Dr. Anthony Fauci says fully vaccinated people may want to consider wearing masks indoors as a precaution against the Delta variant. Meanwhile, the city of New York has announced today that all city employees must be vaccinated or will be required to submit to weekly testing. The same can be said for California state employees and some healthcare professionals. So the main message from officials is to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible. To this point, according to the CDC, 69% of adult Americans have received at least one shot, and 60% of adult Americans are now fully vaccinated. Christy?
Yeah, it seems like, President Biden had set some big goals back in January, didn't reach them here by the 4th of July, but still continuing to push that message to get vaccinated. So Fox's Robert Sherman joining us live from Orlando. Thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
And don't forget, we continue to have, whenever it comes to story topics, including COVID-19 or even press conferences all across the country. I'm sending some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll switch gears, get out of those health topics, get back into some of those press conferences we had coming into our news desk earlier this morning. So again, some of you going out to a quick 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're jumping into a presser. This is with biotech as it's talking about the deployment of the first mRNA-based vaccine for malaria. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
So since we anyway are flexible here, and I am seeing that Dr. Hoyer is already buttoned up and looks forward to speaking, I would like to hand over to the president of the European Investment Bank. EIB is actually the largest multilateral bank in the world by balance sheet size. Not many people know this. And wherever in the world we are traveling, in Africa and beyond, you find an extremely buttoned up and well-organized EIB organization that is very impactful in its proceedings. Without EIB, the malaria programs of the European Commission wouldn't have been executed in the way they are, and we won't have the project we are speaking about today. Dr. Hoyer, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for these very, very kind words. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today at an event that could potentially mark an historical turning point in the long journey of humanity to fight malaria. It still constitutes a major health threat today, and as it has for millennia. It still takes too many lives each year, in particular those of children. The current pandemic should serve as a reminder that global cooperation and investment in innovation are key in the fight against other infectious diseases. As a multilateral institution, it is the duty of the European Investment Bank to be active part of I have somebody knocking on my ears.
Yeah, Dr. Hoyer, give the technicians in Geneva 1 second and accept our apologies.
No problem.
Yeah, this probably has to do with the hiccup we had a moment ago. Can I get a go from Chris? Yes, Dr. Hoyer, sorry for interrupting you.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to say that the current pandemic should serve as a reminder that global cooperation and investment in innovation are key in the fight against other infectious diseases. As a multilateral institution, it is our duty to be an active part of a coordinated global response. And this is why we seek to cooperate very closely with our colleagues from the European Commission, WHO, the UN, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This is also why we aim to tap into and enhance the innovation potential of private companies. In the current crisis, biotech companies are and will continue to be the heroes. They manage to accelerate vaccine development and production across the world at an incredible speed. The scientific achievements of the recent months have been truly mind-boggling, and we are in your debt, Dr. Saina, Dr. Tureci, and all the BioNTech team. The current pandemic also shows us that we need to better prepare for future outbreaks. As a contribution to this, we at the EU Bank, in partnership with the European Commission, have adopted tailored approaches to meet pressing needs in the health sector. Indeed, over the past years, the EIB has supported activities in the health sector, both in Africa and in other continents, in particular in Africa and, of course, in Europe anyway. Since 2015, a close to 2 billion euros combined support has targeted 70 biotech and medtech projects in various areas of life sciences, ranging from new drug discovery for rare diseases, treatments in immuno-oncology, the development of more accurate surgical implants, or more sophisticated diagnostic tools. More recently, we also invested in the upscaling of manufacturing capacities and in technology transfers in Europe, as well as in developing countries. One specific area of focus is infectious diseases. Even beyond COVID-19, they affect millions of people across the world, most the most vulnerable living in low-income countries. So to support innovative solutions, the EIB and the European Commission have developed infectious diseases finance facility. This facility was set up in 2014 in the middle of the Ebola crisis. We needed an instrument that could mobilize funding for a sector that struggles to attract sufficient financial support despite the huge societal impact. Since its inception, this facility has supported more than 20 impactful and innovative projects with a total financing of more than €500 million. With these resources, companies have been developing vaccines, treatments, and diagnostic solutions against various diseases, including malaria, through the EU Malaria Fund. It is thanks to the combination of the IDFF under Innofin and the European Fund for Strategic Investments that the EIB was able to support BioNTech's vaccine development and manufacturing in 2020. As was said before, as an anecdote, as the EIB and BioNTech have already worked together in 2018 and 19 in relation to mRNA-based cancer treatments, both teams were in a very good position to quickly enter into discussions on COVID-19 from the very start of 2020, when the virus was still mainly limited to China. And this saved precious time. I'm proud that BioNTech trusted us, I'm proud that they could count on us and on our incredible life science team here in Luxembourg at this critical time. As we speak, EIB teams are focusing their attention on vaccine production facilities, active pharmaceutical ingredients production, and fill and finish capacities globally. Besides these direct efforts in R&D and production capacity upscaling, the European Commission and the EIB have ensured support to COVAX, aiming at fair and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines worldwide and direct support to countries for vaccine acquisition. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, the main ingredients for good pandemic preparedness are adequate production infrastructures, free circulation of essential goods, and qualified personnel. Keeping these lessons in mind, I'm proud to announce the EIB's full support to the scientific and business communities, in particular to BioNTech, of course, in tackling one of the most widespread and deadly infectious diseases affecting developing countries, malaria. mRNA technology, developed by our BioNTech specialists, has shown itself to be a game changer in the fight against COVID-19. The EU Bank will continue to focus on overcoming long-standing threats to public health and to support initiatives like the one proposed by BioNTech today. If mRNA can revolutionize the malaria vaccine technologies, we stand ready to provide the necessary support for its development and subsequently for its production on the African continent. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heuer. So since we are now already trying to track down two distinguished participants, some were one in Kuwait and one in Tanzania, let me bridge by saying that with the advancement of the BioNTech malaria vaccine candidate on this proven technology platform, the EU Malaria Fund, which has been a cooperation between EIB and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and others, has successfully accomplished its mission earlier than expected. Therefore, on June 30 this year, its investment period has ended. With final disbursements occurring until September 30th, the fund has successfully initiated more than 2 dozens of novel scientific approaches to the fight against malaria, like the project we are talking about today, and financed many innovative companies under this scheme. Moving on is really closing a circle and going all the way to Seattle. Mark Sussman, Dr. Mark Sussman is the CEO of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who has been a restless warrior in the fight of malaria for many decades. Mark, please be so kind to take the stage.
Great. Well, thank you, Holm, and thank you to all the partners here today. It's actually an amazing moment to see how many different partners we have that we've been working together for so long, from the European Investment Bank to the European Commission, of course, AFRO, the Africa CDC, the WHO, and BioNTech, all coming together around this new shared goal and commitment around the potential for an mRNA vaccine for malaria that can also be manufactured and scaled up in Africa. And I think this really is a historic moment. We may look back at this moment and see it as a transformative pivot point in the fight against malaria. At the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we've obviously been deeply involved for many, many years in this, and it's wonderful to be able to be at an event where people are talking openly about the possibility of eradication of malaria. This is an issue that has been debated furiously about whether it is the right word to use, the right term to use, the right context. We've always been very cautious about explaining what we mean, but our ambition has been eradication, but it's been underpinned by a view and a need that what we need are transformative tools in therapeutics, in diagnostics, in new forms of bed nets, and absolutely a different kind of more effective vaccine. Those are the things that we will need if we are going to meet that ambitious goal in the decades to come. And now with the promise and prospect of mRNA, which we've seen operate so successfully in the fight against COVID, and which we've already been BioNTech to think about its potential for HIV and tuberculosis, we can see the real possibility of that lying ahead. And so you can be assured of our continued strong commitment to work in partnership with everyone on this event, with the European Commission, with BioNTech, with the EIB, with the WHO, with the Africa CDC, both on the mRNA vaccine potential and in the wider efforts to continue to tackle malaria. But more broadly, I also wanted to say a couple of words about the importance of developing that counterpart of manufacturing capacity in Africa, because we've seen it in the historic announcement last week that BioNTech made in partnership with BioVac and others in South Africa around a potential mRNA vaccine production for COVID. And we know and we've seen the challenges that we've had, that Africa does need stronger self-sufficiency in vaccine manufacturing. And Dr. Moeti and Dr. Nkenasong and others have been pioneering strong voices and leaders around that. At the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we have spent many, many years trying to invest in supporting the developing country vaccine manufacturing capacity. We've worked across India, Indonesia, South Africa, Senegal, Bangladesh, and it's given us both, I think, strong expertise and understanding that this is absolutely possible and necessary, but also that we need to think through the entire ecosystem of thinking about demand generation, about the importance of the capital provision, about the strong regulatory framework we need to put in place. And we will need all of these coming together around this current initiative in order to make sure that it is successful. And again, I think you can count on our commitment on this, both as a malaria platform, but also hopefully as a platform that shows the potential for acting together against other deadly diseases like TB and HIV for Africa and beyond. So in conclusion, let me again just thank all the other participants for today's event, reassert the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's full support and commitment to today's historic announcement and to all the work that will be need to go on at the country level, at the company level, on the scientific side, on the regulatory side going forward. And with thanks home to you for putting together today's event and pulling together such a distinguished group of participants that we hope we can indeed look back at today and say we were part of a historical turning point in the fight against malaria, one of the oldest and greatest scourges against humanity.
So you've been listening in to this virtual press conference again with BioNTech as they're talking about the development of the first mRNA-based vaccine for the malaria prevention with the initiation of a clinical trial by the end of 2022. More to come on that press conference, but I want to break in there. I'm Daytona Everett. A little after 3 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to go out live to Tampa, Florida, as we're going to be speaking with Fox 13's Aaron Messmer. He spoke with a woman who was absolutely against vaccines, but instead had a change of mind after she was diagnosed with COVID-19 and it almost killed her. Fox 13's, again, Aaron Messmer live for us in Tampa. Aaron, tell us a little bit about her story.
Yeah, Daytona, you just hit it right there, and that is why she wants to tell her story. Janine Starling says that she was so scared of getting this COVID-19 vaccine, but in reality, when she looks back, she says she really should have been much more scared of COVID-19 itself. It's hard to hear Janine Starling through the loud hissing of her oxygen machine, but she was asking for prayers as she lay in a hospital bed suffering from COVID-19.
Nobody deserves to feel like they're slowly being suffocated to death.
Doctors gave her a 20 to 30% chance of survival.
It's a terrible feeling to know that you're probably going to die by yourself in a hospital room.
That was July 9th. More than 2 weeks later, Janine is out of the hospital with a new lease on life and a message.
I'm telling you, I was so against this vaccine, and I am begging people to get it now.
Janine, a mother of 8, was hesitant to get the COVID-19 vaccine, concerned there may be unknown long-term side effects. She looks back at that fear now with some newfound clarity.
You also have to think about the long-term effects of what COVID could do. And you might not be as lucky as I was. You might die.
Doctors worry COVID-19 will take the lives of thousands of unvaccinated patients in the coming weeks as the Delta variant surges through the country, especially Florida.
We're probably going to equal or pass the peak that we saw back in January, which was the worst that we'd seen.
USF Health Dr. Thomas Unash believes that'll happen by next week. The state's weekly COVID report released Friday showed more than 73,000 new cases, more than 3 times greater than the previous week. The positivity rate is over 15%. Dr. Unash says the state will likely get to herd immunity by September. That's 80 to 85% protected. But it'll be unnecessarily painful for a lot of people.
It's going to be reaching herd immunity the hard way rather than the easy way. The easy way would have been through vaccination.
A vaccination Janine wishes she would have gotten a long time ago. She'll now be on oxygen for a few months. But as hard as it is for her to breathe, even during this interview,
And, sorry, I'm out of breath.
she'll use every bit of air she can to try to reach out to those who are unvaccinated before it's too late.
Who knows what type of damage this is going to leave my body in. And the vaccine could have prevented that.
Yeah, and we've heard a lot about pre-existing conditions. We've heard about comorbidities. Well, Janine has neither. So this affected her so incredibly, and it almost killed her despite that. She says, Daytona, that she also knows a lot of people who have had this similar experience where they were unvaccinated, ended up getting COVID-19, and in some of those cases, they have passed away just in the last few weeks. And I also want to point out that she does say that this, according to her doctors, is the Delta variant that she had earlier this month.
Yeah, very strong, powerful message. I'm curious what the numbers are looking like as far as vaccinations go in Tampa specifically.
Well, between Tampa and the overall state of Florida, we're hovering around 45 to 50% fully vaccinated. And at this point, you heard that one doctor in the story there say that there's little hope at this point. I think that we're going to get to herd immunity, especially in Florida, through vaccinations. And as he put it, we could have gotten there the easy way, but it appears as though we're going to get there the hard way, or at least 50% or so of the population will here in Florida.
Yeah, such a great story right there, Aaron. Thank you so much for bringing it to us. And of course, we heard some of the symptoms that she was still having, trouble breathing. She was still getting air supplied to her. So I'm sure you'll be following up later on, seeing how she's doing with any of those symptoms. Aaron Messmer reporting live for us out in Tampa. We appreciate you. And we're going to go out to a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. In 2 minutes, we'll be coming back with the latest on the Tampa Police Chief, who is stepping down and retiring from his duties there in Florida. So more to come out of Florida in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, 3:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going out to Tampa, Florida now, as Police Chief Brian Dugan is announcing his retirement. That's after 31 years with the agency. Here's that press conference and announcement earlier today.
Good morning. Thank all of you for being here today. I wanted to share some news that I shared with my dedicated team here at the Tampa Police Department just a few hours ago. Today I am announcing my retirement from my role as Chief of Police for the Tampa Police Department. My retirement will be effective September 10th. While I have more to say about retiring from TPD in the coming weeks and days, I hope you will indulge me for a few minutes now to begin to share with you what this career has meant to me and what a great community we live in. For 31 years, and the last 4 of them as your Chief of Police, I have been proud to serve this city. It has been an honor of a lifetime to help lead this department and to serve and protect our great community. I am so proud to wear the uniform of a Tampa police officer. I have learned 3 simple truths during my time as a police officer. 1, the men and women of the Tampa Police Department are among the finest, most dedicated people I have ever met. 2, no matter the headlines, social media posts, or sound bites, these police officers are dedicated to doing right by this community, and this community is dedicated to supporting its police department. The role of Chief of Police is a stewardship role. It is the role of the Chief to preserve the great history of the department and connect the community to its officers, and to provide leadership during successful and even challenging times. I have been proud of what we have accomplished here together. During my time at Tampa Police Department, we've celebrated Super Bowls, Stanley Cups, implemented body-worn cameras, cultivated community relationships, delivered effective communication. We've balanced free speech with public safety, and relentlessly and successfully pursued a serial killer. And we have mourned officers who have given their lives to protect our communities. I know, and we all know, that the demands of public safety require the community and law enforcement to work together to improve our quality of life. I am proud of the steps that we have taken to bring our community and our police department together during these challenging times. We have built partnerships and helped this community during the recent health crisis, which is still impacting us today. Have we done everything right? Of course not. No one ever does. What we have done is dedicate ourselves to doing things the right way, always improving and always protecting this wonderful community. I want to thank Mayor Bob Buckhorn and Mayor Jane Castor for allowing me to serve as your Chief of Police. I thank the other law enforcement leaders who have served alongside me in our very connected community. I would like to thank Sheriff Bob Gualtieri. Bob has been a good friend, a trusted confidant, and an advisor, as we have both lost officers within the line of duty within 2 weeks of each other. I'd like to give a special mention to Chief Tony Holloway of the St. Petersburg Police Department and Chief Dan Slaughter of Clearwater PD. They understand the challenges of running a police department and have been there for me since day one, and it's very much appreciated. From our local sheriffs, police departments, state and federal partners, I can say without hesitation that the Tampa Bay area is one of the finest law enforcement communities than anywhere in this country. I also want to take a minute to thank my wife Diana, my 2 children, Ashlyn and Justin, for their unconditional love and support. You cannot operate successfully in this line of work without the understanding and dedication of your family. The sacrifices that they have made over the years does not go unnoticed. The next days and few weeks, I will find more ways to say thank you to the men and women of the Tampa Police Department and to the people of this community. So I thank you for indulging me for a few minutes. Mayor Castor will come up and she will discuss how we will move forward as an agency.
Thank you, Chief Dugan. You know, when I became mayor, Chief Dugan provided a great deal of assurance and comfort knowing that the best police department in the United States was led by the best police chief. Now, I certainly have to respect his decision to retire. I've been in that position before, and there's something about it. They say when you know it's time to retire, it's time to retire. And I know that he has given his heart and soul to this organization. There aren't many police chiefs I know in the Tampa Bay area, and I would submit nationwide, that have had to lead through some of the incidents that Chief Dugan has led through. And I'll go through a couple in descending order. To deal with a serial killer, You know, to have to deal with that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, not knowing when the next strike is going to occur is probably more than any one individual could endure. Having a hurricane, having to deal with the pandemic, the civil unrest, the increase in violent crime that we have seen around the nation, any one of those incidents would try the abilities of a chief of police. And then lastly, the loss of an officer. When I became the chief of police, Steve Hogue, my predecessor, said that there was one thing he wished for me, and that was that I would never have to walk through those doors and tell a family that their loved one was not coming home. And Chief Dugan has had to do that as well. And not only deal with his own grief and loss, but to have to hold up the men and women of the Tampa Police Department and our entire community during that time. So he certainly has earned a well-deserved retirement. Now I see this retirement, for me personally, as being bittersweet. I have joy, I feel a great deal of joy for Brian, because he is going to have this stress, this incredible weight that he carries with him every day is going to be lifted. I also have great joy that his wife Diana is going to get him back as a husband, and his kids are going to get their father back as well, because as he said, this is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week commitment. I also have joy that he's going to move to the next chapter in his life that hopefully won't be as stressful as the current one. I applaud him for the career that he has had. There are very few individuals involved in law enforcement that rise to the position of chief of police, and there are very, very few that when they ascend to that position, they do the job that Brian Dugan has done over the last 4 years. Our entire community owes him a debt of gratitude for the way that he has led. He's displayed courage, leadership, incredible vision, collaboration with the citizens and other entities in our city, and compassion for our community during his tenure. If I was to review the positive initiatives that he has implemented, we would be here all day long, because they are so numerous. He has lifted this department up to a new level. He is always focused on keeping our community safe and keeping the men and women of the Tampa Police Department safe as well. And he has been laser focused on collaboration, making sure that the residents work with the police department to make this one of the safest communities in the United States. So I owe him a debt of gratitude. I respect his decision to retire, and I will be eternally grateful, not only for your service to our community, but for your friendship as well. Brian and I have been friends for decades, and I also can't wait until the retirement event where I told him I get to say all the things I couldn't say when he's the chief of police, and he reminded me that he gets to say all the things he couldn't say because I'm the mayor. So I said we'll compare scripts before we give our speeches. But again, this is a bittersweet day, but I do thank Brian for his service and commitment to our community. Now, as far as our steps from here, I'm going to put Assistant Chief Rubin, everyone knows him as Butch Delgado, in as the acting chief, and then we are going to do a search. I believe that we owe it to our community to look around the nation to ensure that we have the next best leader for the best police department in the United States. And with that said, we will open it up to questions.
Chief, what's the next step for you then after this?
You know, the difficult part when you're the chief of police, you can't really look for a job. Rumors were to get out that I was looking for a job. It would become a distraction. And, you know, I'm one of those people, I'm all in or I'm all out. And So I don't have a job. So if anybody's looking, I'm on Twitter at Chief Dugan. I have a LinkedIn account. I'm sure there's a way for someone to find me.
Would you consider running for office?
I've been approached by a few people for things, but I can tell you I will not run for mayor. I don't know why she did that, but I'm sure there's times when she asked herself that. So,
Chief, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I slept perfect last night, which told me that I was making the right decision. There's nothing that happened for this. It's just time for me to go. At 31 years and 4 years as chief, I think it's time. I'm very concerned about the pandemic we're in. It just seems like there's always a challenge around the horizon as chief, and it's just time for me to go. All right.
What qualities do you think are important in the next chief?
Well, you have to be flexible, you have to be willing to change, and you have to be a good listener. And I think that's where we as a society right now, we don't tend to listen to people. We all want to yell, we all want to shout, but we're not good at listening. And communication is a two-way process. You have to speak and you have to listen. So I think that's the biggest thing, is that whoever is the next person to be in charge, they have to be able to be flexible, open to change, and listen to people.
Is there one thing that you're most proud of, that your favorite moment that you're most proud of?
It's been a rough 18 months. I'm really proud of the fact that we have improved our transparency. We have a very good relationship with the community, but like the mayor used to say when she was the chief, your relationship with the community is an ongoing thing. And the fact that we were able to capture a serial killer, that was a bond with that community that I developed from day one. And I'm very proud of the men and women of the police department. When I go out to restaurants, when I go out to places, so many people will come up and thank me for everything that we do.
Last question.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So we'll be watching out of Tampa, Florida to see who replaces Police Chief Dugan there. More to come out of Florida throughout the night here on Live Now from Fox. But when we come back, we're talking specifically Western wildfires. They are not going away. We'll be getting the latest out of Los Angeles as California is really being attacked at this time. Millions of acres scorched by Western wildfires. More to come here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Extremely dry conditions and higher than average temperatures are fueling dozens of wildfires in the western United States. Nearly 3 million acres have been scorched so far in 2021, and those fires out west are showing no signs of slowing down. Fox News national correspondent William Lajeunesse has more from Los Angeles.
More than 80 large fires currently burn in 11 western states, fueled by high temperatures and extreme drought. California's largest, the Dixie Fire, burns north of Sacramento, consuming cars, engulfing homes, and threatening more than 10,000 structures. The blaze has already scorched roughly 200,000 acres and merged over the weekend with another fire, creating its own weather.
The winds are the true factor of where the fire is going to go.
Another hurdle in the fight, bone-dry conditions.
We're expecting hot, dry weather to continue. Relative humidities are going to be down in single digits, which means that it heats the fuel up, it dries the fuel out, and then the fuels burn much faster.
Meanwhile, Oregon's bootleg fire is 53% contained after burning more than 400,000 acres, third largest in state history. 2,000 firefighters on scene, and evacuation orders remain fluid. Some residents returned to their neighborhood only to find much of it was gone.
I came back thinking that I still had something to come home to, and when I got here I was actually kind of gut shot, you know. It was knots in the stomach, and I mean, there's nothing left.
So conditions are improving in some areas. Arizona had some flooding over the weekend. Southern California saw some rain, but the national forecast still calls for high temperatures across the Northwest and Northern Rockies. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
And he's so right. Out here in Phoenix, Arizona, we have seen so much rainfall just over the past weekend, through the past week, monsoon weather with lightning and thunder, flooding. We'll be getting more information about that from our local affiliate out here, Fox 10 in Phoenix, as there was even a search underway for a 4-year-old girl. More to come on all of that a little bit later. But we want to go out to Houston, Texas, where Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner joined residents of Pleasantville, Sagemont, and other communities to discuss what they say are disparities in how some neighborhoods, including historic communities of color, are being treated by the post-Harvey home rebuilding program through the Texas General Land Office. Here's the Houston mayor right now.
The Sagemont area on the southeast side. Councilmember David Robinson, who is the vice chair of the Housing Committee. Councilmember Tiffany Thomas is the chair. Councilmember Robinson is the vice chair, and highly familiar with it. Councilmember Mike Knox is present this morning. Good to see him. And of course, Judson Robinson, who is over the Houston Area Urban League. And then Marie Flickinger, who lives and is a powerhouse down in that Sagemont area. Good to be with her this morning. We have Mary Fontenot, representing the Pleasantville area, and then also Miss Barbara Locke, who is with the Studewood. Where's Barbara? Over here, Mayor. Barbara, come and get a little bit closer. Is here, and then Billy Burge is also present, who is a longtime business person, strong support, and here also to provide encouragement to Marie, other Marie, you know, she can stand on her own. Councilmember Tasha Jackson, Councilmember, why don't you come and get close in here, as well with District B. And look, and this is in reference to the housing repair and reconstruction program. It is now under the auspices of GLO, but it does not mean that the City of Houston do not continue to advocate on behalf of the people and the residents and homeowners who live inside the City of Houston. And we are highlighting 3 communities today. Pleasantville, you know, the Studewood area, Sagemont, but in many ways they are examples of what's taking place across the city. We're here to talk about the disparities and how certain neighborhoods, especially neighborhoods in our city, are being treated by the Texas General Land Office through its Harvey home rebuilding program. For example, Pleasantville is one of Houston's historic neighborhoods, and people living here take a great deal of pride in their homes, as well as residents in the Sagemont area, as Studewood as well. Pleasantville was established in 1948. Pleasantville is one of the first historically black neighborhoods in the country, protected by deed restrictions. But over the past several months, many residents have raised concerns with the GLO about the rebuilding process, concerned about their desire to be treated with basic respect and fairness, and unfortunately those concerns have been ignored by the GLO. In certain neighborhoods, like Pleasantville, like Sagemont, like Studewood, the GLO has repeatedly refused to rebuild the type of home for residents that they had before Harvey, despite the presence of deed restrictions or other requirements. For example, the GLO has refused to ensure families receive at least a 3-bedroom home if they owned at least a 3-bedroom home prior to Harvey. And I want to underscore that. If at the time of Harvey, in August of 2017, if residents, for example, had a 3-bedroom home and their home was seriously damaged or destroyed, what these persons, homeowners, are simply asking for is that they get that same 3-bedroom home after the fact. Prior to GLO taking over completely of this program, that is what the city of Houston was doing. We wanted to make sure that a person whose home was damaged, or was 3 bedrooms, 4, that they got back what they had. Since then, however, people like Miss Lark in Studewood, who had a 3-bedroom home for years, and she can speak for herself and will, is being given a 2-bedroom home. And the same thing is happening in Sagemont. I don't think it's unreasonable to request that they get back at least what they had, because when they fail to do that, it diminishes the value of their home, and in return, it also diminishes the value of their community. And the reason provided by the GLO and Commissioner George Bush for downsizing seniors in neighborhoods like Cashmere Gardens, Acres Homes, Sunnyside, Sagemont, Pleasantville, and others, Studewood, is to save money. However, this same fiscal concern did not apply when the GLO upgraded a 4-bedroom home to a 7-bedroom home. When the city managed these funds, I authorized city funding to ensure equitable treatment of all Houstonians by rebuilding to a 3-bedroom standard or giving them back what they had. Now that the GLO wholly controls the rebuilding process, that same treatment is not extended to other similarly situated families. I'm asking that HUD and the other federal officials responsible for overseeing the GLO take note that this decision to downsize homes for mostly senior homeowners in many communities, many of them predominantly minority communities, is a decision that disproportionately impacts individuals protected under the Fair Housing Act. And in some cases, it's not just about reducing the number of bedrooms. It may be about building a home, but without garages attached that are called for by deed restrictions like in Pleasantville. Or it may be a situation, for example, where the homes are being downsized and then they're also being built on pier and beams, like in Barbara Lark's case. And it doesn't have to be that way. The requirement, you can build them higher, you can just raise the base, but they don't necessarily have to be put in pier and beams. In some cases, like I know in talking to Marie Flickinger, the homes are being rebuilt, but they don't even fit in to those homes that are currently on that street, in that neighborhood. So it totally kind of reconfigures how that community looks, and it changes the disposition of those communities. HUD has been absent for too long in this process in overseeing this program. After a hiatus of nearly 4 years, We're asking HUD to step up and properly oversee the GLO disaster recovery program so that Houston's most vulnerable citizens, our senior citizens and others, are not left behind, and so that protected classes under the Fair Housing Act are not disproportionately disadvantaged.
So you've been listening in to Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner right there talking about that home building program following Hurricane Harvey. We'll get back to that in a moment, but I want to take you out to a story that is affecting several different states right now. Know anybody who got a pet during the lockdown? I know I do. Maybe a pandemic puppy or a COVID kitten. Well, a lot of people are now trying to give those animals back. Fox's Rebecca Castor is live in New Orleans with how this is causing problems at pet shelters as we speak right now. Thank you, Rebecca, for joining us here on Live Now.
Yes, hi Daytona. Like many shelters during the pandemic, the rescue behind me struggled to keep up with the demand for pets. But now they're overflowing as more people are bringing those animals back, some even being left just right on their doorstep. This is Kaleidoscope. She's 7 months old and currently lives at Zeus Animal Rescue in New Orleans. But she's not a stray. She's one of dozens of pets families are returning to this shelter.
She was just, had people playing with her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, had all their attention, and now they're back at work, and she was very much like, oh, well, you used to play with me all day, now what am I going to do? So some undesirable behaviors came out, and therefore she got returned to us.
Rescue Director Michelle Ingram says it's happening more frequently.
I've never seen numbers this high.
While pet adoptions increased during the pandemic, now Ingram says she's turning away 10 to 15 animals daily.
At the end of the day, when the rescues are full and the people aren't adopting because they're finally going out on vacation or they're being returned to us, you have pet overpopulation, and then the unfortunate consequence to that is euthanasia of highly adoptable pets.
Even though many shelters from Georgia to Arizona are reaching capacity, the ASPCA says this is not yet a national crisis, but they're watching the intakes closely.
We partner with hundreds of shelters across the country who are facing overpopulation, and we move those animals to places in the country where they have an increased chance of being adopted.
The ASPCA says so far this year, they've relocated nearly 17,000 pets.
We just stay at capacity all day, every day.
Now, before deciding to return your pet, the ASPCA says people should call their local shelter for help. Daytona, many shelters can often help struggling pet owners by providing free bags of kibble and puppy shots. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, back to you.
All right, great information to know. Also, for all of our viewers here on Live Now, this is Rebecca. She's going to be joining us. She's one of our new reporters, so you'll be seeing a lot more of her face. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday. Good way to kick off the week.
Thanks, Daytona.
And we're going to go out to a quick break here on Live Now. When we come back, we're going back out to Houston for the latest from Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner talking about that home rebuilding program as so many residents are still devastated by Hurricane Harvey. More to come in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now 345 in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to go back into that press conference with the Houston mayor talking about that rebuilding program. But first, I want to take you to a different story out of Houston. A pregnant woman shot and killed in an attack at a soccer field in Texas. Fox's Natalie He has that story.
There were at least 100 people up here at the soccer field at the time that the shooting occurred.
Just after 10:15 Sunday morning, as families gathered at the Matias Almeida Training Center in Northwest Harris County for a soccer tournament, gunshots rang out. The targets, a pregnant mother and her boyfriend, shot and killed in front of her 2 children.
When the deputies arrived on the scene, they had a 35-year-old Hispanic male deceased at the scene, a 28-year-old Hispanic female who was pregnant, was transported from the soccer field to Houston Northwest Medical Center, where her and her child, her unborn fetus, were pronounced deceased.
The gunman fled, and less than 2 hours later, Harris County Sheriff's deputies were informed by family members that he was planning to kill himself. Authorities later discovered his body 10 miles away, shot dead inside a home. The man now believed to be the woman's ex-husband or boyfriend.
About 12 noon, Precinct 1 deputies were referred to the 7700 block of Bio Forest in the Inwood subdivision, reference to a Hispanic male, early to mid-30s, who had shot himself. He has a gunshot wound to the head, and the pistol laying next to him matches the description of the pistol that we had over here.
Investigators say the identities of the 2 victims and the suspect will be released pending the autopsy results from the medical examiner's office.
Again, that was Fox's Natalie He reporting. We'll keep following any of those developments out of Houston. We'll take you now, though, to a live look as we're seeing some homeless encampments on the beach in the Los Angeles area. Sky Fox overhead. We always like to bring you anything that's alive here. So the chopper not headed to any breaking news at this point in time, but we do know that the homelessness problem is definitely an issue out there out of LA. I wish I could tell you the exact location where they're hovering, but we know that our team out in Los Angeles is following this homelessness crisis alongside us. So we're going to go out, though, back to that Houston, Texas press conference. Mayor Turner is speaking about what he calls inequalities in this post-Harvey home rebuilding program, as many residents are still dealing with the wreckage out of Houston now.
They are physically attached to the home, and HUD does not prevent slab-on-grade homes as long as they are properly elevated above a base flood elevation. Because there is no HUD prohibition, a GLO cannot blame HUD for the bad decisions made by the GLO under their management. And one of the residents standing with me today, Ms. Barbara Johnson-Lark, received a letter from the Texas General Land Office stating that if she withdrew from the program because of the GLO's refusal to provide a garage and build on grade, that she would not be eligible to receive further assistance and not be allowed to reactivate her application. And that's one of the reasons why this press conference is being held, because Ms. Lark, for example, is being told that if you don't sign and allow us to downgrade your home and put it on pier and beams, and quite frankly, it doesn't even fall in line with the other homes on her street, that you're out of the program. Even though the city is not overseeing this program, the city does not abandon Miss Barbara Lark. We are still here for her, and she should not have to battle or fight GLO alone. And when I talked to her on the phone over a week ago, I could tell that she was under a great deal of stress. She wanted her home rebuilt, but she did not want a home that was less than what she had. And so we're standing with her. The same thing with Marie Flickinger. We were out at a vaccination program, and Marie approached me in terms of residents out in Sagemont, and similar things were happening there. Those residents should not feel as though they have to battle it alone. And then with respect to Mary and Fontenot and the other residents, with respect to what they are being told and the conditions that have been in place, doesn't mean that they should be advocating by themselves. And so these scenarios are being played out all across our city. All these residents deserve better. These neighborhoods deserve better. They deserve to be treated equally and with respect. Their concerns should be heard by the GLO and by HUD. And these residents are not asking for the moon. In fact, they simply want what the original residents of Pleasantville, Studewood, Saymont want: fair treatment by the state and federal officials as it relates to their homes and the communities where they live. Lastly, if you will allow me to make this editorial comment, when the city had this program, people were very critical. But what I will say, we were rebuilding people's homes back to the way they were. We weren't reducing their value or diminishing their neighborhood. So we're all in this together, and it's important for us to work together on behalf of these individuals. Now let me yield now, and let me first bring up Mary Fontenot.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Turner, for calling this press conference to really bring to light what's happening in our communities and our communities of color. Thank you, Judson Robinson with the Houston Area Urban League, with helping to bring this story to a head, which is where it needed to be. Can you imagine owning a home for 30 or 40 years? Life happens. You need to have your home rebuilt. But then the GLO comes in, or an entity comes in, and they say, guess what? We're going to reduce the size of your home. We're going to give you a home. We're going to reduce the size, give you substantially less square footage. You had a 3-bedroom, you're going to get a 2-bedroom. Then you start thinking about, what about the equity that I had in my home? What happens to that? I think you guys can figure out what happens to it, right? Can you imagine having your home rebuilt? It's demolished now. But because you're going to the GLO and you're saying, wait a minute, what about my garage? What about the 3-bedroom or all of these things that I thought I'd have? And they're saying, guess what? If you back out, we're going to sue you. We're going to sue you. The general contractors are going to sue you. And you're repeatedly getting letters from them saying, we're going to sue you if you don't let us move forward right now, if you don't go against, in our case, your deed restrictions. I didn't think that an entity could come in, that being the state, the GLO, or whomever, and systematically take apart the fabric of a community's deed restrictions. You're ripping apart our community, and the best you can come up with is, but we don't have to. You're not an HOA. They seem to forget that in our case, our deed restrictions run with the land. And then their only response is, well, we're self-appointing ourselves to decide what is acceptable in your community. Can you imagine having a home built on pier and beam, and for an entire day from 7 until after 10 p.m., pounding is happening because they're doing a pile driving technique to put pier and beam on a lot. But get this, they don't even care about the damage that they've done to the homes surrounding it, which is why the city of Houston doesn't even encourage that. So because of what the GLO has been forcing upon so many communities, and in our case in Pleasantville, we have several residents that have had sewer damages to their home, foundation damage, structural damage, and the best they can say is, yeah, but you signed a contract and we still want to build it, because we can't. So we need you guys to help us get this word out to stop what they're doing. It's not right. Think about it. It might be in your neighborhood tomorrow. So we've got to stop it and do the right thing. And that's all we're asking.
Ms. Barbara Lark.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak as being a concerned senior citizen. We most senior citizens like myself throughout life have always tried to up our grade of living and our homes for our neighborhood and our families. So when I got into GLOW, I got in to get my home repaired. I felt it was very demeaning for them to tell me I couldn't have my 3-bedroom home. I only could get 2. And yes, I don't have children that I have dependent upon, but I'm a grandmother and a great-grandmother. And most people know when you have what? Family's always there. So I need my space. And the other reason was I didn't want to continue was it's going to be demeaning to my neighborhood. I will feel very bad if my neighbor had a house like that next to me. And not only that, I didn't tell the mayor also, it's going to be an incomplete house. When they put this house on those beams, it's not going to be closed in, which means you can get, animals up under your house. They're not going to put a skirt on it. And the driveway, if your house sits back, the driveway is not going to come all the way to the house. They're not going to replace the grass completely. You only get like 2 pallets of grass. Not only that, the amount of money they allow you to have for living expense, storage, only exceeds, it does not exceed the $6,000, which means if you're there longer, you have to pay for your storage. You have to pay for your food. And you have to pay for be moved out and put back in. So if I estimated, and I'm not a great mathematician, but if I'm looking at $6,000 to $8,000 just to do that, to get a lesser house, I could put that in my house that I have and try to fix it up. So the whole thing was very demeaning as a person. So thank you for your time for letting me explain what I went through with GLOW. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Locke. Ms. Locke is in the Stewart area. Marie Flickerch in the Sagemont area.
First of all, I want to thank the mayor and the city council for bringing attention to this. My house was not flooded, but I own the local newspaper in the community there. We've got about 25 subdivisions. We've been told that we've got 127 homes out there. We cannot even find out which subdivisions they're in. Our experience has been that GLO really doesn't seem to know what they're doing on this. One good example is they sent a letter to Mayor Pro Tem Dave Martin saying that they'd been trying since December to work with Sagemont subdivision. They have never ever gotten in touch with Sagemont subdivision HOA Civic Club, basically. And yet they're bad-mouthing them, saying they won't work with them. They sent a letter initially to Sage Meadow that was for the entire group, and we know we have many, many subdivisions out there, and they don't seem to know which is which. When I asked them particularly about the 2-bedroom house for somebody that had about an 1,800 square foot house, they said that, well, because the regulations say they should build it in the similar footprint. What they told me the footprint meant was that if it was initially on the front of the lot, it would stay on the front of the lot. If it was on the back of the lot, it would stay on the back of the lot. If you look up the definition for footprint, it has nothing to do with that. It has more to do with similar size and shape. They told us they could not build garages, yet in Edgebrook we see where they built garages. They told us they couldn't do brick, yet in Scarsdale, which is not too far from us, they've got brick. They don't seem to really know what they're doing. One person from GLO doesn't know what the other one's doing. We've been trying to get meetings with GLO. They had told us initially they were going to meet with us. Then they basically sent us a letter that just really was in poor taste, saying we didn't know what we were talking about and they weren't going to meet with us. How strange, though, when they got word about the mayor's press conference today, they called us Friday and they want to meet. Okay? I hope the media will put good attention on this because people throughout Harris County and Houston are really suffering for this, and we need your help.
And let me just say, the only thing that we're asking is that just restore people's home back to the way they were. and operate with the same consistency. That's the only request. You know, if they had a 3-bedroom home, restore their 3-bedroom home. If they had the garage, restore the garage to their home. Don't decrease their value and therefore decrease the value of people in the neighborhood. That's the only ask. And we're good. But I think it would be unfair just to allow these individuals to deal with GLO by themselves without any support. So nobody's trying to be adversarial contentious. You know, just give them back what they had. And if there are people who qualify for more, okay, fine. But don't take what they had and give them less. And then just destroy the whole makeup and look of their neighborhood. Justin Robinson from the Urban League. And I also want to recognize Europa Harris representing Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. I know she had to catch a plane and go back this morning. Thanks, Europa. Justin.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of here in the dual capacity today as president of the Urban League, of course, one of our major programs is fair and affordable housing, making sure that people know what their rights are, what their opportunities are, and to ensure that the opportunity to build wealth is established. Your home is the most valuable thing that most people own, and especially for people of color or people of moderate means. This is the tool, this is the vehicle that allows them to pass on wealth to the next generation. I'm here today with my first cousin and my aunt, Ms. Fontenot. You know, we played together as children in Pleasantville. We saw the value of family. We experienced that. We have fond memories of a neighborhood that worked, and it can work again. But if you take away the tenets of what it takes to have a successful neighborhood, you suck the value out of it. You diminish the property. You create an environment that does not encourage families to move into it again. Then you're doing a disservice to the community. And tax dollars should not be used in a manner that creates disservice. So I want to thank the leaders that are up here today who are standing up for all the rest of us to ensure that right is right, and when we get a chance to avoid wrong, we do it, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership in this. Thank you, council members, and all the leaders that are here. This is all of us that are being impacted. Thank you, Mayor.
I also want to acknowledge Erica McCrutchen, who is the president of the Kirkwood Civic Club. So as you can see, these are a number of neighborhoods that are involved. They are part of this request. And again, the request is very direct and very simple. If a person had a 3-bedroom home at the time of Harvey return, you don't have to put the homes on pier and beam. You can just simply raise the base and achieve and mitigate the risk of flooding. If there was a garage with those homes, rebuild the garage. If there was brick, just have the consistency. And then visit with the individuals, the homeowners, work with them. And then at the same time, don't say to Ms. Lark, as well as others, especially to our seniors, either you move forward with this contract or you're out of the program at all, and your home will not be repaired. Don't do that because that doesn't work. And I think if these things occur, then we can all move forward. And then people don't have to go through the additional stress. That's the request. That's why we're here today. And I believe that's why the city council members and others who are here saying, just work with these homeowners and the people in these respective communities. Having said that, that's it. Any questions or comments?
I just want to remind everybody, if you have a question about this program first, please use the microphone.
This high school is considered Cottonwood, right?
And Mayor, I'm Derek Lewis with the Black News Channel. If you just had to guess, what would you say is a reason for the state going into
All right, guys, going to take a turn away from the mayor down there in Houston as we want to continue to bring you some more news stories that are happening all across the country. We had quite a bit of rain that happened over the weekend here in Arizona, which means there was a flash flood warnings going across many counties. I'm bringing in Fox 10's Danielle Miller because there is currently a search underway for a 16-year-old girl who unfortunately got swept away with some of those flood waters. So Danielle, just kind of explain what's been going on here with today's search efforts.
Hey, good evening. Yes, so we're in Cottonwood right now. So we're right about an hour and 30 minutes away from the Phoenix Valley. It's just north of the Phoenix Valley. All of this happened on Saturday night. We're talking about a 16-year-old girl. Her name is Faith Moore. She was swept away by floodwaters just before 10 o'clock on Saturday night, and searches continuing for her at this time. We're here at Mingus Union High School right here in Cottonwood. This is basically the command post, and this is where all of the people helping with the search effort, volunteers, everybody's coming here to basically get a job, and it is very dangerous still on the Verde River. That's where they're searching right now. That's because floodwaters were so bad. It is still very high, very dangerous. So we're told today that searchers are basically only able to search by air as well as by boat. So they're trying to keep all the volunteers kind of here. There are a few people searching on the ground. They do have some cadaver dogs out here, but definitely keeping a close eye on all of these searchers just because of the conditions. And it is not raining right now, but definitely a lot of clouds, a lot of humidity in the air. So some possible precipitation. That's something they're keeping a very close eye on to make sure things stay safe out here. But as I mentioned, we're here at Mingus Union High School. This search has been going on since 6 o'clock this morning. She did get swept away right around 10 o'clock on Saturday night. So crews continuing this search out here, hoping to get some answers. We're also told that there's going to be a prayer vigil that's going to be held tonight here at the high school starting at 7 o'clock. So just a lot of emotions, a lot of people out here. For those who do not know, Arizona, extremely dangerous for these flash floods. It's so dry out here, you know, so when this rain comes down, it comes down extremely hard. It has nowhere to go, so it just washes away. We were also talking to one of the officials out here today, and he was saying where her vehicle was, it was about 3 inches of water, and within a matter of minutes when this initially happened, it got up to about 8 feet of water during the height of that search. So just goes to show you just how dangerous and quick something like this can happen. Christy?
Yeah, and Danielle, I'm sure that officials have been kind of singing the same tune time and time again, especially during monsoon season, of if you're seeing a little bit of that water, as you just mentioned, going from 3 inches to over 8 feet, they say don't drive through it. Don't even attempt to do it, because then something like this incident could happen.
Absolutely. You know, the motto here in Arizona, if you are from here in Arizona, you live here in Arizona, it is turn around, don't drown. Just so many things happening here, especially within the last 2 weeks. Our monsoon season has been incredible this year, opposed to last year where we were calling it the non-soon. There was no moisture. There were no monsoon storms. So this year, things are just so dry out here. Our conditions, you know, so when this rain hits the valley, as I mentioned, it comes very fast. And it just, it floods. And so it's extremely dangerous. People even say, you know, experts, officials with the sheriff's department, they say even just a few inches, you know, even if you guess it, if you think, you know, maybe I shouldn't go through those waters, it's definitely never a good idea to do so. And as fast as this water comes in, it actually goes away pretty quickly as well. So even if you sit there, wait it out for, say, 30 minutes or just try to find a different route, that's what they recommend.
Yeah, a lot of great warnings, and hopefully those search efforts do come to some conclusions here tonight. So thanks again to Fox 10's Danielle Miller joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And don't forget, we continue to follow more stories happening all across our country. And again, flood season, it really is a time that we need to be extra diligent when we're out there on the roads. It's something we've been hearing not only here in the Arizona region, where we've been seeing some of these flash floods happen over the weekend, but also all across the country whenever we do hit some of those severe storms. And so what I want to do is just bring in here quick our weather map, because we do have X-Rat here giving us a look at just some of those storm systems moving across the country. Going to be zooming in specifically first in the upper Midwest area. You can see here we do have just a little bit of formation that's rotating, and so that means that they're concerned about a possible tornado warning. This is going to be up in that northern counties. So if you're from the Minnesota area, this is up past Duluth. You can see it's west of Duluth, northeast of that Fargo-Moorhead community up there. So some severe storms, definitely getting some rotation that's being picked up by our X-Red here. That is going to be putting some people in some warning areas of some possible tornadoes. And of course, it's going to be storms that you want to, even if it doesn't bring a tornado, you want to make sure you're staying indoors. Sometimes those winds and heavy rains can cause problems. Going to shift gears over a little bit, because you can see we do also have some more rotating storms giving us some other warnings over here in the Carolinas. So this one coming to us saying that it is a warning just for severe thunderstorm watch, but those can also bring a big impact. So wind gusts looking like they could be up to 70 miles per hour. And so we definitely have to be aware of the weather whenever you do see those storms coming. So what we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, we're going to be going into more stories happening across our country. Of course, we'll keep an eye on weather, see if these storms do produce anything. If so, then we'll, of course, try to get some video footage and reporters on the ground in those areas just to give some information, pass it along to all of our viewers. So once again, some of you going off into a quick 2-minute break. We'll have more coming your way after that. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at Capitol Hill. Don't forget, tomorrow we are expecting to hear from that January 6th committee, so we will have you fully covered right here on Live Now from Fox as we are getting, again, that first House January 6th Select Committee hearing kicking off tomorrow. Join us here on Live Now from Fox as we have Adam Schiff plus other representatives and congressmen who are going to be joining in on that hearing. So we'll have that. But speaking of D.C., this seems to be a story that continues to trend across the country. So we've had an increase and surge in violent crimes. This includes a lot of gun violence, not only in major cities, but also right in our nation's capital. Just at the end of last week, we had talked to you about how there was those two men who were outside of that restaurant and gunfires started going off. One man hit in the arm, the other hit in the chest. Both didn't have life-threatening injuries, but there's certainly been a surge of crime across America when it does come to violence and crime. So let's first head out to a story with our Fox 5 DC team as they talk with Mayor Bowser on the rising of crime in her city.
The biggest headlines in the district is the rise in gun violence.
From the shooting death of a 6-year-old girl to the shooting near Nats Park to last week's shooting near Logan Circle and more, Maureen Ume is back now with questions for D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Good morning to you. So we are waiting for the mayor to come outside. She's on her way out. So we'll ask her a couple of these questions. But as you know, crime a very big concern in the district. A lot of people talking about wanting more policing, asking city leaders, what are they doing to address this very serious problem? And so we've heard from Chief Robert Conti, who has talked about the crime in very passionate terms. We've also heard from the mayor in the past talking about crime and the fact that there needs to be something done about it. Mayor Bowser is now joining me with more on what city leaders are wanting to do. Mayor, good morning. We thank you so much for being with us. We've been talking all morning long about crime in the district. A lot of people upset about it. They're saying city leaders are not doing enough. Police are not doing enough. What do you say to that?
Well, certainly we share their concern. We want every D.C. resident to feel safe in their home, every business and visitor to feel safe. And I can assure you that not only with policing, but with all the services of our government, we are laser focused on how to get to the bottom of it.
And yet police retention is an issue. Chief Conti talking about the shrinking force. This is an issue that Fox 5 has been following for years. The number of police officers dwindling, and there seeming to be not enough to really combat crime. Right now, how many officers are on the streets? Are you concerned about these shrinking numbers?
I am concerned about the shrinking numbers, and it's been a hallmark certainly of my tenure to get the number of police officers up. We've been focused on a retirement bubble for many years, and we were finally bending the curve on that bubble. And we have to make sure we continue to make the case with members of the council to ensure that there is funding for the number of officers that we need.
Did the issues last year with the protests and all of that, did it play a role in the officer retention or officer attrition as well?
Well, our big issue with last year was that my budget wasn't approved to hire the number of officers that we need. So we had a year of no police hiring.
People are hearing this, and I think, you'd agree. They don't care about all that. They're just saying, I want to live in my neighborhood. I want to feel safe. Bottom line at first, Mayor, are there going to be more officers on the streets to help address this? I know that Chief Conti wants to sort of have a roving force. What do you say to that?
Well, Maureen, what I would say is last week I notified the council that we would use whatever overtime dollars that we needed to make sure that we have officers out on the street and present in neighborhoods. There is a limit to that, however. We want our officers to be fresh and make good decisions. So the chief has to make decisions about how to best deploy them and use that overtime. The council is considering my budget right now, where I have proposed hires for 100 new officers and police cadets. And so we want to make sure that my full proposal is funded by the council.
Mayor, I know we are unfortunately out of time, but we want to keep you around and ask you some more questions after I toss back a very important issue that people are concerned about. Thank you for taking the time this morning. And for you there at home, I know a lot of you are still weighing in our live Insta polls and letting us know how you feel about what's happening. If you do have questions for the mayor, please send it in to us. In the meantime, again, you see that the police force is looking at sort of reassigning officers to different areas, not keeping them in static places to sort of get a handle on this crime in D.C. But it's a huge problem, not just here in D.C., nationwide. And the mayor wanting some funds made available. We'll see how that plays out. But in the meantime, Steve and Marissa, I'll toss it back to you. If there's anything you'd like to add on your end, I'd be sure.
All right, guys, just getting that update as, again, they had the D.C. mayor on their morning show there answering some questions and really emphasizing, of course, the budget, which does restrict them from conducting some of their police work. But speaking of police officers, there's an interesting story about one person is claiming during a traffic stop, a police officer planted evidence in the car. Well, let's go out to that with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team.
Hey, bro, what's that?
What?
That you just threw in here.
What word?
I got you on camera, bro.
I got you on camera. We're all good.
Two cameras recording at the same time, but those involved are telling two very different stories about what you just saw. Good evening. That's our big story tonight at 9. A Caledonia traffic stop goes viral after a passenger claims an officer planted evidence in the vehicle.
Caledonia police say that's not what happened. Fox 6's Ashley Sears is live with videos from both perspectives.
Caledonia police released body camera footage after that passenger said evidence was planted. They say their videos tell a different story.
I don't want to hold on.
Hey, bro, what's that?
What's what?
That you just threw in here.
It's an encounter
I got you on camera, bro.
I got you on camera. We're all good.
that's gone viral.
Hey, bro, you just threw that in here.
A passenger posting this Caledonia traffic stop to Facebook, claiming the officer planted evidence after he's seen throwing a small bag in the back seat.
Your hands where I can see them on the way out, okay, bud?
Caledonia police say the vehicle was pulled over last Wednesday after the driver was going 63 miles per hour in a 45 zone.
All right, you got any weapons on you or anything like that? Mind if I patch you out for weapons?
The driver and rear passenger were removed from the vehicle.
All right, put your hands behind your back for me.
The officer's body camera is rolling as he searches the back passenger.
All right.
Reaching in his pockets, pulling out a small plastic bag and phone charger.
What's this?
He hands them off to another officer, who handed the bag off to someone else.
Corner cut?
That officer throws the bag in the back seat as the front passenger questions why.
Hey, bro, you just threw that in here.
Yeah, because it was in his pocket and I don't want to hold on to it. That's on their body cam that they took it off of him, so.
The Caledonia officer tells the person in the front seat police are not trying to hide anything.
It's an empty baggie at the moment, too, so.
The two go back and forth, with the officer saying he did nothing wrong.
I got you on camera, bro.
Videos showing two perspectives of a now viral traffic stop.
Hey, bro, you just threw that in here.
Now, Caledonia police say no drugs were found and no one was arrested. The driver was given a speeding ticket. We are told 4 officers were on scene, and there's a total of 6 hours worth of body camera and squad video that police are going through. It is expected to be released soon. We reached out to police and to the person who posted that video requesting an on-camera interview, but did not hear back. Reporting live in Caledonia, Ashley Sears, Fox 6 News.
Ashley, thank you.
And thank you, Fox 6, for that story. Very interesting to see if we do get more developments. Of course, we'll be bringing them to you here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go into a quick 2-minute break. Then we'll be jumping out to the White House. We never got to play the full White House press briefing. So for some of our folks, that's what you're going to be joining us with when you return from that quick 2-minute commercial break.
Today, I wanted to start by providing a brief note on where we are with our battle against the pandemic at home. First, taking a step back, in December, the percentage of Americans willing to get a shot was in the 30s. We now have 70% of almost 70%, I should say, of adult Americans who have been vaccinated. That is a positive step forward, and it is an encouraging sign to us that we can still get more people vaccinated. Where we are today signals we've made pretty incredible progress with our vaccination effort. 60% of adult Americans are fully vaccinated, including 80% of seniors. Nearly 90% of teachers have gotten a shot. 95% plus of physicians have been fully vaccinated. For the second week in a row, last week the 5 states with the highest case rates, Arkansas, Florida, Louisiana, Texas, and California, had a higher rate of people getting newly vaccinated compared to the national average. Again, this is a positive trend. And just one more recent proof point, in the reporting period from yesterday, nearly 500,000 Americans made the decision to get their first shot. Numbers like this signal to us people are understanding the urgency and importance of getting vaccinated, and rightfully so. So as you've heard me say in here a number of times, 162 plus million Americans are fully vaccinated. They have a very strong degree of protection against the variants. They are overwhelmingly avoiding severe illness, hospitalization, and critically important death. Unvaccinated individuals account for virtually all of the hospitalizations and deaths in the United States, and data out from the United Kingdom, which is experiencing its own surge in cases driven by Delta, showed hospitalization rates down 73% compared to December, when there were nearly identical case rates but almost no vaccinations. And what that means is the vaccinations are protecting people from hospitalizations in the United Kingdom, which is a positive sign. And deaths are down 93%. Further proof that getting fully vaccinated is the best thing anyone can do to protect themselves and those around them. At the same time, we are seeing a significant rise in cases in certain parts of the country and among certain populations, and they're concentrated primarily and overwhelmingly among the unvaccinated. We're hearing, and you all are reporting on stories on those not getting vaccinated. Some of those, like a radio host in Tennessee, are saying from their hospital bed that they plan to be a strong advocate for the vaccine after recovering from severe illness because of COVID. We don't want it to we don't want that to be the breaking point for anyone, but we are seeing that across the country. And so again, the reality is it's preventable. We welcome people's questions around the country about vaccines and their efficacy. We'll be here for people, whatever they want to talk about, as will people in local communities. But I just wanted to provide a quick update with all of your good questions. Amr, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci said yesterday that recommending that the vaccinated wear masks is under active consideration. I was wondering, where do things stand with that conversation? And then also COVID related, considering that administration is not moving at the moment to lift the restrictions on travel because of the Delta variant, is the administration wearing broader recommendations on telling Americans, and I know there are some places like the UK, but don't go?
Well, first, I would say for any of these recommendations, we are always going to be guided by our North Star, and that is the CDC and our health and medical experts. So, as I said last week, having an active, it would be actually surprising and odd if our health and medical experts were not having an active discussion about how to best protect the American people. And there, of course, is an active discussion about a range of steps that can be taken, as there has been from the first day of this administration. Certainly, the surge in cases among unvaccinated because of the Delta variant prompts even more discussion about what actions can be taken. But we are going to, the CDC looks at data. They look at data across the country in a range of regions across the country. And if they make an assessment, we will, of course, be here to follow their guidance.
If I may, just one more on tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow's visit to the ODNI.
Yeah.
What is the president going there to say, do? Is there any major announcements expected? And how much of this is about also sending a different or contrasting message with the previous president, who sometimes had some comments that were less than flattering about the intelligence community?
Sure. Let me just go back to your last question about the travel restrictions, if you don't mind, because I just want to confirm it for those of you. So given where we are today, and I think you've seen this, and those of you who have asked, we've confirmed this with the Delta variant, we will maintain existing travel restrictions at this point for a few reasons. The more transmissible Delta variant is spreading both here and around the world. Driven by the Delta variant, cases are rising here at home, particularly among those who are unvaccinated, and appear likely to continue in the weeks ahead. And to get to the other part of your question, the CDC just advised Americans against travel to the United Kingdom this past Monday, given the surge in cases. They will evaluate and make recommendations based on health data. To your question about the president's visit to ODNI tomorrow to see the Director of National Intelligence, first woman to lead the intelligence community in history, I'll just note, yes, I think the president, he will go there to receive an update on their work, but also to thank them for their work during what has been, no doubt, a challenging time for members of the intelligence community over the last several years. He's someone who believes in the role of the intelligence community of civil servants. He believes they're the backbone of our government, and certainly he'll make that clear. But I think you can all make the inherent contrast. I don't think that will be a central part of his message tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. To follow up on masks, Dr. Fauci confirmed yesterday he was obviously part of the discussions. Is President Biden part of the discussions as well regarding whether to bring back the recommendations and or any of his economic advisors? Just trying to understand who's making the decision.
Well, the president receives regular updates from his COVID team, but the guidance or the discussions are primarily between the health and medical experts about how we should proceed from here to address the rising cases from the Delta variant among unvaccinated and protect the American public.
Is there anything you can share about what they are considering? What are the pros and the cons for re-recommending masks for vaccinated people?
We don't look at it through that prism, and they don't make these decisions or recommendations based on politics. They make them based on data. So it's quite simple. They look at data across the country. They make a determination about what steps they could recommend to protect more people and save more lives. And then if they make a recommendation, as you've seen over the past several months, we will work to implement it. But it is not more complicated than that.
question, and one on Afghanistan. In recent days, there have been several U.S. airstrikes against the Taliban. After the deadline for troop withdrawal on August 31st, will the U.S. continue to support Afghan forces in airstrikes?
Well, we've said we would maintain over-the-horizon capacity. Beyond that, I don't have any other updates.
Go ahead, Kelly. A group of healthcare professionals are saying that there should be mandates for all who work in the healthcare system because of what they say is an ethical need to do so, to be vaccinated. We see that there are local communities that are bringing mask mandates or recommendations. And so are we at a point where Americans should be looking to professional organizations, businesses, and local officials for guidance on what to do more than the federal government at this point?
Well, first, I would say we would hope that the guidance is aligned with. There are going to be localities that have higher rates of outbreaks that they may make additional recommendations. They may take steps to keep their communities safe. We certainly have seen, as you noted, that there are institutions, including across the health industry, as many of you may have seen today, 57 leading healthcare groups, including the American Medical Association, the American College of Physicians, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Public Health Association, all called for all healthcare and long-term care employees to mandate employees be vaccinated against COVID. Now, that is the healthcare industry where they are very much on the front lines, and these actions, in our view, are meant to keep patients and employees safe. And in fact, I expect our own federal healthcare providers may look at similar requirements as they do with other vaccines. As it relates to what the American people should look to, look, the CDC is looking at data across the country. They provide broad public health guidance, not based on politics, driven by science and data. And they make updates when they feel it is necessary to make updates, and then localities will apply that.
Are you suggesting perhaps the VA would be making a similar recommendation or requirement? Is that what you're hinting at there?
Well, I think there'll be more to say in the coming days on that, Kelly. But I will tell you that we certainly believe that that health officials are on the front lines of being vulnerable to getting COVID, and we certainly support these actions by these hospital associations.
Does the White House view it as a benefit if employers as varied as the NFL to hospitals are trying to push vaccination? Would that close the gap, in your view, with some of those who have not yet done so for a variety of reasons? I mean, do you see this as another lever that might actually be helpful to the president's goals?
It may. And beyond the president's goals, it may save lives, and that's the most important factor in our view. And so we're seeing institutions, healthcare providers, colleges and universities, the NFL implement different approaches and steps to incentivize and increase vaccination rates. The more people are vaccinated, the more the country will be safe.
One last one. Do you expect that for air travelers domestically in the United States who've been required to wear masks by FAA regulation for a long time, that's set to expire in September? Should we anticipate that that would likely stay in place given the Delta variant?
I don't want to get ahead of any guidance by our CDC, but certainly they will continue to provide guidance on masks that keeps more people safe. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On COVID, Dr. Fauci says we're going in the wrong direction. Whose fault is that?
Well, I would say first what he was referring to is the fact that because there is still a large population of people in this country who are unvaccinated, and we have the most transmissible variant that we've seen since the beginning of the pandemic, that more people are getting sick with COVID. And those numbers are not moving in the right direction. I think that's accurate, and you can see it by data.
Okay, and then on crime, it has been more than a month since the president announced his comprehensive strategy to prevent and respond to gun crime and ensure public safety. This weekend in Chicago, 73 people were shot, 11 of them were killed. Does the president think his strategy is working?
Well, I think you and I both know that when there's been rising crime rates across the country, including Chicago, for 18 months or more, that unfortunately it's not going to turn on a dime. And that we are working with Chicago. It's one of the cities, one of the 5 cities we're working with. The Department of Justice has a group in there to help address the transmitting of, or the selling of guns that are getting into the hands of people who shouldn't have them. We're working closely with the mayor and local elected officials. They have benefited a huge amount from the federal assistance and funding that the president fought to include in the American Rescue Plan. And what our hope is that we can work in partnership to bring crime down, save more people. In cities like Chicago, we know gun violence is a big driver of that.
And after a couple shootings here in D.C. last week, the chief of police blamed some of the crime on marijuana dealers. He said he knows the people know that marijuana laws have loosened up. Does the White House think that it may be time to get tougher on marijuana?
I think as we look to the crime that has been happening in D.C., again, one of the cities where we've seen rising violence over the past year and a half, one where we're working in close partnership through both the DOJ gun trafficking strike forces and as well as our community violence intervention collaborative. We're looking to address a range of causes, but working in close partnership with the mayor and police, local police, to bring crime down in our city. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Quick question on tomorrow.
Sure.
January 6th Selects Committee.
Yeah.
First meeting takes place tomorrow. Hearing takes place tomorrow.
Yep.
Do you know if the president plans to watch any of it, and what are his expectations for the outcome?
Well, I think first the president has called for, as you know, a full and independent investigation into the events of January 6th, and he continues to support Speaker Pelosi's leadership of that work, including her decision to appoint Republican members who are similarly committed to this objective. So in his view, in our view, tomorrow's hearing will be an opportunity to hear firsthand from the men and women in the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Department who bravely protected our Capitol on that day. His goal is the same goal that Speaker Pelosi has, which is to get to the bottom of what happened and prevent it from happening in the future. And he trusts her leadership to do exactly that.
Will he be watching any of the hearings?
Well, as you know, he typically has quite a packed schedule. He does catch news clips. Sometimes all of you are featured in them, and I'm sure he will be kept abreast of the hearings and the work that's happening on the Hill tomorrow.
And then a follow-up on COVID. We're hearing from health experts who are increasingly voicing their concern for the FDA having yet to grant full approval to COVID vaccines. Folks are using phrases like grave mistake, puzzling as to why they haven't yet. What is your understanding as to why we have not seen full approval yet from the FDA, and do you have any kind of expectation for when we might?
Well, the FDA is the gold standard in our view, and they move at the speed of science. They look at a range of data, and they make sure that when they make conclusions and when they give full approval, they have confidence in the science and the data that backs that up. It wouldn't be responsible to expedite that process at a faster speed than the science and data allows. Certainly everyone is eager. As the mother of 2 children under 12 myself, I would love to have vaccines approved so I can get my kids vaccinated. We understand that completely and understand the desire to have full approval, of course, as well. We're hopeful to see that in the coming months, as I was going to call him Secretary Fauci, as Dr. Fauci has said. But again, we rely on them to determine their own timeline.
Coming months, does the White House believe that we could be losing valuable time in waiting for full approval if this is what's keeping so many folks from getting vaccinated at this point?
Well, again, I think what's most important is that the FDA maintains itself as the gold standard in approving use of vaccines for approval. And the fact that they are always going to be driven by the speed of science. They're going to have extensive data they look into. They're going to have the best health and medical experts making that conclusion. That will maintain confidence over the long term. Of course, we all want to see vaccines fully approved, vaccines for kids under 12. I think most Americans would say that, but it's important they move at their own speed and the speed of the scientists. Go ahead.
On an international issue, I wanted to ask you about Tunisia.
Sure.
The president has dismissed the parliament, most of the government, and it's been denounced by multiple parties as a coup. Does the White House see that as a coup and have any reaction to what's happening there?
Sure. Well, first, we're concerned about the developments in Tunisia, which come as the Tunisian authorities are seeking to stabilize their economy, confront a resurgence in the COVID-19 pandemic, and improve living standards for all Tunisians. We are in touch at a senior level from both the White House and the State Department with Tunisian leaders to learn more about the situation, urge calm, and support Tunisian efforts to move forward in line with democratic principles. As you know, and as you just asked about, there have been a lot of developments even over the last 24 hours. a legal determination about a coup. A determination about a coup is a legal determination, and we would look to the State Department to conduct a legal analysis before making a determination. So there hasn't been a conclusion on that front.
Okay, and then I just wanted to ask about the embassy in Tunis, which handles a lot of business for the region, including Libya, et cetera. Any changes as far as operations there?
I've not been made aware of changes, but again, that would be a decision made by the State Department based on their diplomatic security advice on the ground. But so I would send you to them for any.
Okay, and then just on a different issue, with people talking about COVID and what some of the impacts of this new surge that we're seeing are going to be, there might be some economic impacts. We've seen some Wall Street banks bring down their forecast for what GDP growth is going to look like for this year. If that continues to be an issue, would the White House consider more stimulus of the type that we saw earlier this year, $1,400 checks, et cetera?
Well, I think an important piece to note for all of you is that the way the American Rescue Plan was designed was for it to have lasting effects that would go over the series of several months, far beyond the initial months of implementation. So there are components of the American Rescue Plan that are still being implemented that will still be implemented for months to come. That's a lesson we've learned from the past about how people will need assistance for a longer period of time than just a short window. I'd also note that there are areas, we've seen obviously data on the housing market, right, where there are there's an impact, an economic impact is on people being able to stay in rental properties or in their homes. There are areas of continued implementation. I think you're familiar with these, but I'll just note them, including on the forbearance program that we have implemented in recent months, where people will be able to apply. I'm just using this as an example because I think housing and being able to stay in your house is a big impact of the economy. People can still apply through the end of September and still benefit from forbearance for 6 months following, and then even longer. So point is, there are a number of programs, the child tax credit, which, as you know, we started implementing in monthly checks, but there's still going to be a benefit through to next year, that are part of the American Rescue Plan that we will continue to implement. I would also say that when it comes to the economy, there's no significant signs, according to our economists at this point, that the Delta variant impact across the country. We'd expect that much of any economic impact would be felt in the communities with lower vaccination rates. That's why we're doubling down on our efforts to ensure we're reaching Americans with the vaccine where they are. And that's one of the notes that I think our Secretary of Commerce made last week as well. One of the biggest, most important steps people can take is to get vaccinated.
One very quick one about the meetings that Wendy Sherman has been having in China. I know that both sides basically came out of those meetings saying that there were disagreements. What does that tell us about the possibility for some kind of talks between Xi and Biden? I mean, you kind of set this template that, with Russia, that even if you have disagreements, you're going to still have meetings at the highest level. So where does that stand, and do you still see that as possible or likely?
Well, first let me say, broadly speaking, as it relates to diplomacy, that is how we feel. And it was important for Deputy Secretary Sherman to go to Beijing and have these meetings because we think it's important for us to say directly to the Chinese officials in private what we say in public. It's in our interest to be very clear to Beijing about where we stand and explain our concerns in detail. And our philosophy is that we should not avoid hard topics, and they are certainly a part of any discussion we have diplomatically. There are areas where we have concern we're very straightforward about, whether it's the crackdown on Hong Kong, ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, abuses in Tibet, curtailing of media access. There are also areas where we might align: the climate crisis, counter-narcotics, non-proliferation, regional concerns including DPRK, Iran, Afghanistan, and Burma. The topic of, the president continues to believe in face-to-face diplomacy. That is something he has long been an advocate for, and we expect there will be some opportunity to engage at some point, but it did not come up in the context of these meetings, and that was not the purpose of these meetings. Go ahead, Caitlin, and I'll go to you, Mike, next, and then we'll go around.
And just a heads up, some of our viewers are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break as we continue to listen in to this White House press briefing. It happened earlier here this morning. So once again, thanks for being here with us. And some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
No, he doesn't think that there should be restrictions on unvaccinated people like some other countries have
He believes that we should be guided by the science and by the data. And so he will look to his health and medical team to advise on what steps we should take.
And on Iraq, what will the number of U.S. forces be by the end of this year, given the drawdown that you're going to confirm today?
Well, I think, one, it's important to note that this is one in a series of strategic dialogues, or this has been an ongoing strategic dialogue. And at the early part of the strategic dialogue, we had about 9,000 troops. We are now at about 2,500 U.S. forces in Iraq. We are there, of course, at Iraq's invitation to improve the capacity of Iraq's security forces and help them in the fight against ISIS. So, but the real announcement today, or real news today, I should say, is about a change of mission. And the numbers will be driven by what is needed for the mission over time. So it is more about moving to a more advising and training capacity from what we have had over the last several years.
Right, but regardless of the title and what their mission is, what's the number that we expect to be there by December, given it's by the end of the year?
Well, I would just say the most important part is that it is a change in mission, and that the mission is changing in Iraq, and that it will be driven by what is needed for the mission. So I'm not going to give you operational, nor will I have operational details. I would point you to the Department of Defense on that. But the first step is the change in mission, the end of combat, of a combat role in Iraq, and moving to more of a train, advise, and assist role. That is what the Iraqi leadership has conveyed they want to see on the ground. Go ahead.
Two COVID-related questions. One on mandates, which we're seeing, obviously, as folks have said already here, more kinds of places embraced, whether they be local authorities or businesses or colleges and universities. How much does the president and do the people around the president fear that his weighing in more heavily to embrace mandates by these other institutions, or even mandates that the federal government could impose on the military or federal workers or what have you? How much do you fear that actually inflames the culture war and is counterproductive, and that people will harden their opposition to the idea of taking a vaccination because the president is the president and is part, and sort of the more he weighs in, that it actually is counterproductive?
Well, I think that's an important point, in that we do not want to look at our objective of getting more people vaccinated through a political prism. We don't. And the president certainly recognizes that he is not always the right voice to every community about the benefits of getting vaccinated, which is why we have invested as much as we have in local voices and empowering local trusted voices. I would say, though, that mandates, as is evidenced by the hospital associations, those are meant to keep people safe across the country. We're not going to judge our success here by whether we score political points. We're going to judge it by whether we are able to save more lives. And if the health and medical experts suggest that's the right way to go, then we will support that.
Okay. And then on the travel, the extension of the travel bans, is it an indefinite extension at this point? Is there an end date? And given the concern about Delta that is leading the United States to keep those in place for now, does that suggest that Title 42 and the use of Title 42 at the southern border is equally likely to be extended, at least for now, given the same concerns with the Delta virus, both here and abroad?
Well, nothing is indefinite, because obviously our objective is to defeat the virus. So no, but I don't have a timeline to predict for you, because it's all about what success we have at getting more people vaccinated, getting more vaccines out to the world, and fighting the virus. We have never conveyed or announced a timeline for Title 42, so nothing has changed in that regard. It remains in place, and it will remain in place as long as that is the guidance from our health and medical experts. Go ahead.
I have two questions. On infrastructure, there's a pretty robust blame game already going on this morning over the...
'Tis the season.
over the negotiations going awry. So I'm wondering if the White House is concerned that the negotiators will not finalize a deal soon, and how much time is President Biden willing to give these negotiators, considering we're on a pretty tight timetable?
Well, as is normal in the end stages of big negotiations, there are some outstanding issues. Democrats made an offer that was designed to resolve each of these outstanding issues, which involve proposed compromises. On our part, and theirs. As we always are at this point in the negotiations, we're in close touch with Republicans and Democrats on the Hill about this, and we remain confident, I should say, about reaching an agreement. And we're also interested in any Republican counteroffers. So I would say this is to be expected. We always know that there is some wrangling at the end of a process. I would tell you also that White House staff and negotiators worked through the weekend. As I think many of you know, the president worked the phones all weekend and is continuing to. We're encouraged as we reach the final issues that need to be worked out, and are confident about the path forward. So yes, time is not endless. We are certainly on a timeline here, and we will work closely with Leader Schumer to get it done.
Do you want to see something this week?
Well, I think we've certainly conveyed, and again, Leader Schumer has conveyed the need to move forward, and we are optimistic about the progress and focused on steadily moving forward, and we continue to see progress being made each day.
Second question on COVID. Is there any discussion at the White House at this point of President Biden getting a booster shot?
We would rely on the health and the expertise of our health and medical experts, and that's not a guidance that they are providing at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thanks. I know that you've said a lot about being guided by the science. Can you talk a little bit about the science that is driving the continuation of this kind of travel ban? The Delta variant is already dominant in the U.S., so how does keeping people from foreign countries out protect people in the U.S.?
Well, again, I'm not a doctor or medical expert. I think that that would best be posed to a member of the CDC or one of our doctors. But I think their decision was made based on the fact that the Delta variant is more transmissible and is spreading around the world. Yes, it is the dominant variant here in the United States. That doesn't mean that having more people who have the Delta variant is the right step. And also we see cases rising here at home, particularly among those who are unvaccinated. And again, they base their decisions on data, on health and medical expertise, and on a consideration of a range of factors, including keeping the American people safe.
And the scientists who are making these decisions are medical experts. Is the CDC that is making the decision? Who is making these decisions?
Yes.
It's the CDC. Yeah. I just want to make sure. And so, and also on a separate issue, when it comes to the issues of voting rights, police reform, there are civil rights groups, voting rights groups that are expressing frustration with the White House. They feel like it is not getting the priority that they feel like it should be, especially because of the rhetoric that has come from the president saying that this is, that these issues are, taking the country back, and that these are really some of the biggest issues since the Civil War, and yet they feel like there has not been movement and pressure to get something done, concrete, tangible, to get something done from the White House. What is your response to that frustration?
I would say the president is also frustrated. He wants to sign a voting rights bill into law. He wants to sign police reform into law. He believes both are long overdue. It requires Congress moving forward on these pieces of legislation and sending them to his desk. The role he can play is he's spoken out publicly about it multiple times, advocated for how this is a fundamental right people should have across the country is voting rights. He has worked in close coordination, as has our team, with civil rights groups and partnership, and he has conveyed to them, and I will convey again publicly, he is with them and stands with them in their frustration, their view that this is a vital step, but he needs Congress to send him legislation in order to sign it into law. I'm just going to jump around. Go ahead.
Hi. Jen, what's it?
Oh, no, sorry, I was going right here. They're Nadia. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On Iraq, a senior White House official said that this strategic dialogue with Iraq is going to be the final one. So how does the White House envisage the relationship going forward? And how do you respond to criticism by Republican senators saying that you're capitulating to the pro-Iran militias by announcing this withdrawal as we expect later today?
Well, I think we feel this is a natural next step in these ongoing strategic dialogues, and that we are moving to a phase not where we are ending our partnership. We are maintaining a presence in Iraq with a different mission. in coordination with leadership of course, the Iraqi leadership, and one where we feel we can continue to be quite constructive in fighting ISIS and fighting the dangerous threats from Iranian proxies. So this is a shift in mission. It is not a removal of our partnership or our presence or our close engagement with Iraqi leaders.
Jen,
Go ahead.
Why has the president not nominated someone for FDA commissioner yet?
He is certainly eager to nominate someone. He wants to make sure we have the right person to nominate, and he's not going to do it at a pace faster than having the right person to put forward.
And has the White House had any additional staffers test positive for COVID-19?
I think, again, our policy, just to reiterate it, which we announced last week, is that if there's an individual who has close proximity to any of the 4 principles as defined by the White House Medical Unit in line with CDC guidelines on what that looks like, we will then make that information available and immediately public to all of you. So that has not been the case since we announced that policy, no.
And then just real quick, I know we've asked you a number of times about the mask recommendation for the vaccinated, and I know you have said an overwhelming majority of the cases are in people who are vaccinated or who are unvaccinated. But what is the level of concern about infections in people who are vaccinated? Because we keep hearing reports of vaccinated people. Hospitals say that they're seeing patients who are vaccinated coming in. What is the level of concern in the administration?
Well, again, I think we all have a responsibility to be very clear about the data and what it says and what it does not say. 97% of hospitalizations are with people who are unvaccinated. That remains the case. The data from the health and medical experts still continues to be that if you are vaccinated, you are protected, and it's very, very unlikely that you will get sick, you will get hospitalized as a result of getting a breakthrough case. That remains the case in data. Of course, there are individual cases. We expect there to be breakthrough cases. We know there will be. More people who are vaccinated, the more as a percentage of individuals who are vaccinated who will get COVID. But the most important thing is that people are across the country largely protected from serious illness if they're vaccinated.
Can I just one quick follow-up? So the 97% number, so the CDC said that is from January to April. So that's a bit of an outdated number when you look at how many people have been vaccinated since then and the Delta variant. So why isn't there any more updated information coming from the CDC about what the risk is now to people who are vaccinated?
I can certainly see what their cycles of data is. We rely on data across the country. We don't rely on individual anecdotal cases that are reported because sometimes they scare the public without being based on broad swaths of information that the public should look at and look at the whole assessment of. And I think you've seen across the country, again, that and hospital leaders have said this too, that the number of cases of people who are coming in, the vast, vast majority are people who are not vaccinated. That continues to be the case from hospital systems across the country, but I'm certainly happy to see if there's more updated data that is available or when it might be available too. Go ahead, Steve.
Jen, I want to go back to this question about vaccine mandates. Has it been determined here that it would be inappropriate or illegal for the president to require federal employees, civilian or military, to be vaccinated?
It hasn't been determined that it would be illegal, no, but we have not made a determination about that, no.
So why not? I mean, the president today referred to the federal government.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Military put together. Why couldn't the federal government demonstrate to the country that model that you're talking about encouraging in the private sector?
Well, Steve, it is certainly prudent for the federal government to be looking at any steps, just like any employer is, to your point, of how we can incentivize people getting vaccinated, protect more people, save more lives. I just don't have anything to preview for you at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Does the administration view vaccine misinformation as a national security threat? And on top of that, is there any indication that there are malactors that are feeding misinformation in vaccines?
I've talked about this a little bit in the past. I'm not going to give it a new label, but what I will tell you and reiterate is that certainly misinformation is a factor. It travels through a range of mediums, some on social media, some on media, some through elected officials or public voices, unfortunately. And sometimes all of those pieces are connected to each other. That is a concern, a significant concern for us. Hence, we've spoken out against that. What was the last part of your question?
I wanted to know if the administration had seen the fingerprints of any kind of malactor, such as Vladimir Putin, feeding this misinformation?
I've said, I think maybe last week or the week before, that we did see some elements of misinformation around the effectiveness of mRNA vaccines previously from foreign actors, but I don't think we have a broader assessment than that at this point.
And also, I wanted to ask you about the OMB director. Does the administration have any potential nominee to?
I know there's a lot of interest. I don't have any updates for you on that one. Go ahead.
Jen, wondering if you have any update for U.S. citizens overseas that have been patiently waiting to get vaccinated. Do you suggest they fly back to the United States, or should they wait in the countries they're living in? Will the embassies be doing anything more to assist them? Or vaccines that have been donated to countries, should a portion of those be allocated for Americans?
That's a really good question. I know that we haven't been working at this point to date that I am aware of through embassies on programs with American citizens. Let me check with the State Department and our COVID team and see if there's more on that. Yamish, go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my question. I know you've reiterated several times the president's following science. Could you talk a bit about whether or not he's concerned at all that the CDC might be taking too long to issue new mask mandates or even vaccine mandates, now that we see cities like New York issuing vaccine mandates?
Look, I think it's important to take a step back and remember what we're talking about here. The CDC evaluates data from across the country, and they will make public health guidance. They will present public health guidance. They do that on a regular, periodic basis. They will continue to do that. And we are always considering a range of options, as we have been from the beginning of the administration. Of course we are, as we should be. They do not make laws. It is the guidance currently that if you are not vaccinated, you should wear a mask. It is the guidance currently that if you are over 12 years old, you should get vaccinated. And regardless, the most effective step we can take around the country is to get more people vaccinated. So that is where our focus needs to be, regardless of where the CDC may or may not land on any additional guidance.
When I talk to experts, they say vaccine mandates would be a big step toward getting more people vaccinated. So I'm just wondering, when you see organizations like nearly 60 coming out and saying, let's at least mandate health care workers being vaccinated, why isn't the White House behind that? What science is telling the White House?
I think I just said we support the step they took. What I'm getting at is the CDC does not determine mandates. The CDC provides public health guidance on what can save people's lives. Getting vaccinated can save people's lives.
So would it be fair to say then, I guess my question is, does the White House at all see itself standing up, and maybe this is what you're saying now, yes, there should be mandates specifically for healthcare workers or teachers or municipal workers. Does the White House see that as a role that it should be taking in? Is there any danger in not doing that?
I think I just said a few minutes ago that we support the step of hospitals, and that was a guide and could be a guide for us on what to do with our own healthcare workforce here from the federal government, just to give you kind of a sense. I would also note that 90% of teachers across the country are vaccinated, and that is in part because of prioritizing teachers early, a number of them taking the responsible step, of course 90% of them, to get vaccinated. That would be up to schools and localities. There are certain powers that the federal government has, and there are certain powers the federal government does not have. But we're talking about a couple of different things here. One is public health guidance by the CDC, which will be driven by data. That gives guidance. The laws will be implemented by others. They do not make laws. They give public health guidance. Then there are decisions by institutions, by localities, by hospital systems, who may make decisions about how they can protect their workforces. We certainly support that.
One quick thing on January 6th.
Sure.
I know you said that the president's going to obviously be busy tomorrow, but could you talk a little bit more about what the president thinks about these 4 Capitol police officers testifying before this committee? And does he have anybody else that he wants to see possibly testify if his goal is the same as Speaker Pelosi, as you said?
Well, certainly he relies on the leadership of Speaker Pelosi in moving this process and this independent investigation forward. And the individuals who will be testifying were brave heroes on this day, a dark day in our democracy. The president absolutely believes that. I'd also note it's noteworthy that many of the Republicans in Congress who are the most vocal about supposedly supporting the police and law and order are the same ones who have dismissed and downplayed the shameful events of that day. I don't think that should be lost on anyone either, especially given about 140 individuals were injured that day. 100 law enforcement officers were injured that day, according to their own numbers and statistics. I think we have to wrap because you guys got to go and see the spray of the Iraqi Prime Minister. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, Jen Psaki wrapping things up there, talking about a lot of different topics, but one of them, not only did she touch a lot on COVID-19, but she also touched on the violent crime that continues to increase across the United States. And we, of course, always like to keep you up to date on the latest happening in some of those cities that are hit hardest by this violent crime, including the city of Chicago. Going out there to listen in as police and community members are stepping out after another violent weekend.
We're going to do this together.
Thanks, Pastor. And as the pastor mentioned, a lot of positive things going on. And I know I normally talk about the shooting incidents, but we don't always cover all the positive things that are occurring in these communities. So a couple of things that I'll cover quickly and turn it back over to the superintendent is we did have 2 police-related shooting incidents last night, one on duty, one off duty. Obviously, COPA is doing a lot of investigation as well, so I can't give a lot of detail out, but I will give some basic information. One incident happened at near 45th and Drexel. On-duty officers in uniform were chasing an offender armed with a handgun. The offender discharged his firearm once, and the officer in return discharged his firearm, striking the offender. That offender is in custody, and charges are pending. And like I said, I can't give too much more detail on that investigation. There was a second incident up in near the 20th District, near 4800 North Magnolia. This officer was off duty, seated in a vehicle. Appears there was an attempt carjacking where he pushed the offender's gun away and then discharged his firearm. There is nobody in custody, and it appears nobody was struck for that incident. We did have one of the murders over the weekend near 68th in Peoria. We had a 17-year-old who suffered a fatal gunshot wound and a 15-year-old who also was shot in extremely critical condition. The detectives are working with individuals on the scene, and it appears another juvenile was the offender for that incident. And that individual is not in custody, but the detectives are working that investigation and working with the individuals to bring that, to arrest that individual. I know there was some reporting on an incident in River North where an individual was stabbed and shot. And once again, it's pretty active, ongoing investigation. Nobody is in custody at this time, but detectives do have some leads on that investigation. There was also a carjacking mission done over the weekend with Chicago Police Department and many other agencies, including Cook County, our federal partners, as well as our suburban partners, where a total of 9 arrests were made, 5 handguns were recovered, and 16 vehicles were recovered, 6 of which were hijacked and 10 of which were stolen. So I just want to thank everybody who took part in that mission. They did an excellent job. With that, I will turn it back over to the superintendent.
So as I mentioned, every presser as much as I can. For the weekend, our gun recoveries were 104. And for the year, gun recoveries are at 6,865, which is a 25% increase over 2020. We did have a couple of notable things that happened over the weekend that I want to convey to you. One was our command staff. All of our command staff participated in 2 community events. One was an Operation Wake Up there in the 10th District. And we had not only Congressman Danny Davis, Alderman Michael Scott, but other faith leaders, outreach workers, community activists, and area residents all participated in a Operation Wake Up, which was a static event, but also we did a walk after the event ended. Secondly, the command staff also participated on
All right, guys, had to flash the news alert there because we do have some breaking news out of Denver. Not a lot of information, but we are circling up above with Skyfox showing us a look at this apartment fire that's out in Denver. KDVR bringing us this picture, and we do have some fire crews on scene. It looked like it was only one area that was showing some flames coming out of the roof, but some thick black smoke had started then rising once again, which means it was having a lot more that it was burning through. So we'll keep an eye on this double box here, but continue to listen in as Chicago police talk about weekend shootings again. There was about 12 people who died, unfortunately, from this gun violence over the weekend, and another dozen that was left hurt. So we'll be listening into that while keeping an eye on this breaking news out of Denver, Colorado.
And Andrew Moore, 26, was arrested for a couple of charges. One, a person was sitting in their Mercedes and they noticed a Dodge Charger parked behind them. The Charger had been stolen 2 days prior. Offender Moore exited the Charger and entered the victim's vehicle from the passenger door and displayed a handgun. The offender ordered the victim out of the vehicle. Both vehicles drove away. Both the Charger and the Mercedes drove away with the offender in it. There was a license plate that was registered on our license plate reader. Third district officers observed the vehicle while monitoring the radio transmissions. During this apprehension, the driver of the offender vehicle struck a marked unit several times and fled several times after striking the marked vehicle. There was the offender vehicle was eventually disabled due to the accident, and the offender was approached and arrested. This offender has a criminal history of not only possessing stolen motor vehicles, but also unlawfully possessing a weapon by a felon. Now, this is just two highlights that Chicago police officers are doing their job. They're doing their part in helping address the violent crime wave we are seeing here in Chicago and across the country. And no one would do what these officers are doing, which is face down these armed individuals who are not afraid to use their weapons on police officers as well as people in the community. Officers are running toward danger each and every day, risking their lives for the people of Chicago. The officers shot at overnight, I believe were the 36th and 37th officers shot at or shot this year, which highlights the bravery and courage that officers are displaying. And finally, I would say this, we are not obviously going to quit. We are dedicated and committed to pursuing justice for our victims. And I would highlight, finally, in closing before I take questions, that violent offenders need more serious consequences in our courts. And I would encourage media, journalists, to use the same energy when you obviously confront all of us every Monday regarding what are we doing, and I answer what we are doing. Be as adversarial to the courts. I would ask journalists to be as adversarial to the courts. And there is documentation from journalists in this city that violent offenders are being released back to these communities that are seeing violence. Chicago Tribune reported in several articles that over 90 people charged with murder. This is not Superintendent Brown reporting this. This is the Chicago Tribune reporting that over 90 people charged with murder have been released back on electronic monitoring. I would encourage you in the media to sit in bond court and see the violent offenders being released back into the community each and every day. I would ask you to report on violent offenders being released and repeatedly arrested by Chicago police officers. Don't report Superintendent Brown said this. I would ask, be adversarial to the courts and the message from the courts that it's anecdotal that violent offenders are repeat offenders that are released back into our communities. With that, I'll take questions.
Once again, do want to say thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Does look like our chopper is moving away from that apartment fire. Again, little details, but you could see multiple fire engines had responded to that incident. So we're going to go back in full to our Chicago update as they continue to talk about violent crime that's been taking place in Chicago, not only every single weekend, but also each and every single day. So listening in once again with the superintendent and officials as they try to help combat this gun violence that they're seeing in their city.
Again, I want to highlight the work that Chicago police officers are doing. They're arresting people charged with murder. They're arresting them. They're arresting other violent offenders charged with robbery, charged with carjacking, as we mentioned. We are arresting the violent offenders. The courts are releasing these people back into the community. It's documented in media reports. It's documented in empirical studies. It's the media's job to find and be adversarial to the courts. You should be adversarial to government, all branches, not just the executive branch. You should be adversarial to the courts. Use the same energy that you just asked me that question to ask the courts, why are you releasing violent people, dangerous people that Chicago police officers arrest and charge back into these communities to create this environment of lawlessness that we're seeing here? Be adversarial to the courts is my plea to the media gallery this morning. Be adversarial. There are media reports that document what's happening in the courts. Use those as your citations. Not the superintendent. Sit in bond court. The way you're sitting here, sit in bond court and see the people being charged with unlawful use of a gun by a felon, aggravated use of a gun by a felon, being released back into these communities the same day they are arrested. That should be a headline in this city, and it's not. So be adversarial to the courts. Again, we're asking you to do your job in the way you do it with other branches of government in this city. It answers the question. It answers the question because every Monday I go through, how many guns we recover. This is a violence issue with guns here. People are being shot by guns in the wrong hands of people who are repeatedly arrested by Chicago police officers. That's the answer to your question. What can Chicago police officers do? They can continue to be brave and courageous, committed and dedicated in arresting violent offenders. My question to you is, ask what the courts can do different. Rather than release violent people back to these communities to create an environment of lawlessness, can the courts hold people in jail who are violent, who have been arrested, who have been charged with murder? Murder. I don't think there's another city in this country releasing people charged with murder back into the community on electronic monitoring. Yes. It is the baseline for policing what we're doing. We are not judge, juror, or jailer. Our democracy set it up that way for a good reason. There should be independence of each of the branches that enforce the law. If we had our druthers, we would keep violent people in jail longer. We would hold them accountable for their violence, that we would not release murderers back into the community on electronic monitoring, that we would hold absconders from the electronic monitoring program more accountable. There's people AWOL from electronic monitoring. We would fund the sheriff much more so that he would have the capacity to manage the electronic monitoring program. We would challenge any and all documents that support releasing violent people. But we're not the media, we're not the jail, we're not the funders for the sheriff. What we can do different is continue to highlight these issues that impact what our effectiveness can be. We can only arrest violent offenders, and we're doing it at the highest level historically in the Chicago Police Department's history. We're on pace to recover 12,000 guns. Every gun recovered is a potential life saved, a potential deadly force encounter with our police officers and these violent people who shot at us last night, who shot at us 35 other times this year. What we can do different is challenge the courts to render Chicago safe by holding violent offenders in jail longer, not releasing murderers back into our community. That's what we can do different. Are you calling for? Or fund the sheriff to the capacity to manage it, what he's been asking for. I echo his plea to the funders of the courts, the county. He needs the funding to manage the 3,000 people on electronic monitoring. He has no capacity to manage those people. Many are AWOL. Many don't show up to court. They fail to appear in court, make their court dates. This is not something that I believe can be done behind closed doors. The judges are elected, the prosecutors are elected. This is a plea in the public square to the people of Chicago who elected the people that run the courts. That's why this is not a closed door meeting. We meet and we respectfully disagree. I have high regard for Judge Evans and State Prosecutor Kim Fox. I do have high regard. We disagree, and there should be a natural tension between the courts. There shouldn't be a rubber stamp on what policing want for offenders. There shouldn't be a rubber stamp. I'm not asking for a rubber stamp, but it is unconscionable to release more than 90 people, according to the Chicago Tribune, charged with murder. It's unconscionable. It's just as frustrating that it's not in your headlines, except for the Chicago Tribune. Use that citation, other media sources. Use that citation for your reports about the people charged with murder. Don't use superintendent's quote. Use the citation from another media report that's under the Chicago Tribune is a very ethical paper, by the way. They wouldn't run something in their paper that wouldn't at least have two other sources that convey that it's an accurate report. It has editors, right? So editors signed off on that article written. So you can use that. You can use that article in the Chicago Tribune as your citation for over 90 people charged with murder, released back on electronic monitoring into these very communities. Thank you very much.
And you can just hear the outrage that he has as they continue to see this surge in violence, not only every single weekend, but again, last week on Wednesday, they had a very deadly day. They had 3 different mass shootings that day. So they continue to just see this happening in their city, but it's happening all across the U.S. I'm going to send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when you return, we're going to go out to Seattle, where the mayor and officials are also singing the same tune, talking about weekend violence. Now, they had 5 people who were killed, 9 people who were injured. We'll have more on that again after a quick 2-minute break. And thanks again to all of our viewers who are here with us. And we do want to let you know we are keeping an eye on some of our helicopters that are starting to go up in the air across the country. If we do have more breaking news, we'll bring it out to you here. But we've been continuing the topic about violence, especially as we've had a lot of city leaders as well as authorities who've been speaking out against gun violence as they've seen a rise in their crime numbers. We just heard from Chicago. Now we're going to head out to Seattle, where the mayor and authorities are talking about a violent weekend they had with 5 people who were killed, 9 others who were injured. Let's jump into it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Mothers lost their children, families lost their fathers, people lost their friends. Our communities were shaken in a series of avoidable gun violence incidents. This weekend delivered a sober reminder that Seattle is not immune from gun violence. This is a national crisis. Over the past week, from Chicago to Minneapolis to Washington, D.C., there have been over 900 shooting incidents. 900. These tragic events have happened at national baseball games, during the Minneapolis Bucks celebration event, and here in Seattle outside of popular nightclubs in the heart of historic downtown neighborhood. The victims, like I said, have been family members, loved ones, friends, children, parents. This level of gun violence in Seattle and our country cannot become the new normal. Just this past week, I announced a number of upstream prevention measures that the city's moving forward on to address the roots of gun violence and reimagining public safety in our community, including more than $10 million to fund 33 trusted community-led safety programs, $30 million in investments recommended by our Equitable Communities Task Force to address the disparities that are impacting communities of color. This legislation is sitting and awaiting a proviso leaf at City Council. We announced a plan for a new specialized triage response team and the expansion of SPD's very successful Community Service Officer program, and $2 million to invest in a regional peacekeeping collective to deliver the wraparound case management and family-centered engagement that we know can help disrupt the cycle of gun violence. Together, these investments will help to create a multi-pronged strategy in our region. But it has to be multi-pronged. We have to take guns off the street through SPD and other federal partners and other programs. We have to invest in community-led solutions. We have to create a support system for young people at risk of gun violence and appropriately hold accountable individuals accountable for their acts of violence. And that's not enough. Even as we look to ramp up alternatives to sworn officers' response and prevention, this past weekend serves as a reminder. There are many times and types of 911 calls that require a traditional sworn police officer to respond. We saw this weekend street racing, nightlife-related altercations, firearm incidents, other life-threatening emergencies that require the response of an armed police officer. SPD officers and first responders quickly responded to secure separate scenes in different parts of our city and provide aid. When people called 911 across the city this weekend, they expected a fast response. But nearly every officer in our city aided in the response to the incidents we saw, while continuing to address urgent 911 calls. I will have the chief discuss in greater detail the response and staffing challenges that SPD faces. But as a city, we cannot continue on this current trajectory of losing police officers like we have this year into the next years. Over the past 17 months, the Seattle Police Department has lost 250 police officers, which is the equivalent of over 300,000 service hours. We're on path to losing 300 officers. We are creating meaningful alternatives, but as I said last year, the city has an obligation to still continue constitutional policing and respond to 911 calls. Not unexpected, losing these number of officers, when city leaders talk about cutting a department by 50%, you will lose employees. Families need security. Workers, even police officers, need working conditions that support them. We cannot just cut. We need a plan, a comprehensive plan that addresses both prevention and intervention, but at the same time provides adequate number of police officers. In recent months, Chief Diaz has been working on a plan to ensure continued public safety in our city that recognizes SPD's current budget, including out-of-order layoffs as proposed by Council has admitted cannot occur. In August, I will send down an ordinance to City Council to promote more alternatives to 911 calls and address the urgent staffing crisis, including options to recruit qualified police officers quickly, to ensure that SPD has adequate staffing levels to keep our communities safe at the agreed-upon staffing levels in the 2021 budget. It is a false choice between community-led solutions and police officers. We need both. And we need a plan to stand up those alternatives in a way that they can deliver on what communities need. As short-term steps, Chief Diaz is making some staffing adjustments to ensure more officers are able to respond during those key hours. We're also going to engage with businesses and nightlife districts to discuss safety planning, as we've seen increase in public safety challenges around our nightlife establishments, not just locally, but nationwide. We'll also continue to accelerate hiring and the retention of good officers. I'll say it again, there is more that needs to be done to address gun violence in our communities. There is no one-size solution to this crisis, but the widespread availability of firearms in our nation is feeding this violence. The inaction of our state epidemic of gun violence at this time only adds fuel to the fire. Until this is treated like the public health crisis that it is, people will continue to lose their lives and our communities will continue to suffer. I now will hand it off to Chief Diaz, who can go through an update on this weekend's events, but I want to close this as well. We saw voices in the street demanding community alternatives to policing, to bring attention to the systemic racism that has impacted communities of color, particularly the black community, for generations. Make no mistake about it, this gun violence is also disproportionately impacting those communities of color. We need to stand with communities and with mothers and with families and find a way to stop the senseless violence. And that, I'll turn it over to the Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Late last week, Mayor Durkin and I stood outside Harborview Medical Center, where most shooting victims in Seattle are taken for life-saving treatment. And we talked about the city and King County's new community-based efforts to help stop the rise in gun violence. Then Friday night, a man was shot and killed in the Roosevelt neighborhood. Yesterday morning, at least 8 people were shot across the city. 3 people died and at least 5 were wounded. Overnight, another victim was shot and killed. That's a total of 5 homicides this weekend. And then again this morning, shots rang out at an encampment along Yesler. At last update, the victim was receiving medical care at Harborview Medical Center. The violence is all over Seattle, from Roosevelt to Belltown, to Pioneer Square, to the Chinatown International District, to Capitol Hill, to Lake City. And the bloodshed is proof. Criminals with guns are not someone else's problem. This is a city-wide crisis that impacts all of us. Far too many families are grieving the death of loved ones today, and this violence must stop. Our city is experiencing the highest number of shots fired in recent history, and just a few weeks ago we had over 24 shots fired in a week alone. We've seen more than a 40% increase in shots fired this year compared to the same time last year, and we've seen more than a 100% increase in drive-by shootings year over year. and this year alone we've recovered close to 2,000 shell casings. Even with diminished police resources, our officers have been exhaustively working every gun violence incident because every shot fired by a criminal with a weapon is an attack against our entire community. And we do have diminished resources. I have 115 fewer officers in patrol than I did just a year ago. I have 38 fewer detectives to follow up on reported crime. And as the mayor said, we've almost are losing over 300 officers over the last 2 years. This is forcing tough choices, and I'm down a remarkable number of officers and I have a reduced and restricted budget. I'm having to make tough choices where essentially my hands are tied between having enough officers to respond to multiple scenes of violence across the city and having officers staff special events and other low priority events. It should be no surprise that the clear choice, I must have officers responding to shots fired throughout the city, provide medical emergency aid like tourniquets and wound packing, interview witnesses, gather evidence, and hopefully make it possible to hold people accountable. But I don't always have enough officers to handle the events and violence that is occurring and covering these events. So far this year, more than 5 days a week, on average, we're having to go to priority call statuses, where we focus exclusively on priority 1 calls and priority 2 if there is time. I need more officers, and that will take time, but I'm going to do all we can with the support of the mayor to get our hiring where it needs to be. We're seeking good response rates to our hiring tests, but there also requires making it clear to officers, current and prospective, that we will have their support, or that they will have our support, financially and otherwise, to do this job well and know it will not be laid off because of budget cuts. Until those officers are brought on, we're going to need to bridge a gap on technology, and we have proposed a slew of projects that have shown effectiveness in other cities to help, but we also need partners. I've spoken even this morning with our federal partners, and they've all pledged to do what they can, but we also need our community to help us. We need to make sure that we're getting these guns out of the hands of people wanting to do harm. We need legal gun owners to keep their firearms locked up and safe so they can't be stolen and used to commit dangerous criminal acts. We need everyone to encourage friends and family to put down their weapons and find other ways to address concerns and resolve their issues. Make no mistake, this is a gun violence crisis. As police officers and public servants, we can't do everything. Lessening the devastation that is happening in our streets and our homes is not something SPD can do alone, and this is something we all need to do together. And thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Either the chief or I can take questions.
Mayor, it's no coincidence perhaps that these new police reform bills went into effect over the weekend. Do you feel that this, maybe perhaps for the chief, is giving a perception to the public that police won't answer?
There are still issues there that need to be resolved. We need a model policy, for example, that's not going to be for a year from now. And so in between this interviewing year, what to do. But make no mistake about it. The Seattle Police Department is responding to incidents. They're doing everything they can to respond to every type of incident, and they will continue to do so. But they also will make sure that they use the policies and procedures that have been put in place to de-escalate appropriately, to do everything possible to make sure that our constitutional policing is in not just officers here, but it's a key part of who we're recruiting. When we say we need more officers, we're not just filling up the department, we're still making sure that we get officers who are going to be committed to the highest level of policing for the community. Thank you.
I don't mind add. So even as Sunday night or Sunday morning, within the first shooting, we actually responded to a fight disturbance, broke everything up, so officers had responded out to the scene. Just a short time later, that's when the first shooting happened in the Belltown area. 45 minutes later, so that creates a significant response. Then a short time later, within 45 minutes, the second shooting with 2 dead and other victims, with the crime scene being almost 2 blocks along. An hour later, another shooting happened in the CID. Very shortly thereafter, we had another shooting in Cal Anderson. That we had to take literally every resource throughout the city and be able to not only manage all the crime scenes, making sure that we've got all the detectives responding and the CSI and everything that goes on. So officers are going out doing the work. they're trying to do everything they can to save lives. But it is a challenge because we only have a certain amount of officers able to respond. We had to extend third watch, bring first watch in early. So every officer is going out and doing the hard work that they need to do.
Chief, do you happen to have the response times for each of those calls?
We will get that to you. But I do know, I think it's like 1:38 in the morning is when the first shooting occurred on that Sunday. So, and then it's like 2:32. So we'll make sure to get you all that information.
Chief, you mentioned the gun violence across the country. I know down in Portland, the FBI is working with the Portland Police Bureau. Are there any plans to bring any kind of federal agency to the ground here in Seattle?
Yeah, actually, we've been working on Project Safe Neighborhoods and others with FBI, ATF. We just did a recent operation that resulted in 19 search warrants, 50 guns recovered July 1st. So that was, one of the things that we've been working with them. But they are committed to continuing to be partners. They're committed to addressing those that are really focused on harming our communities and preying on our communities. And so we are currently working with them right now.
Can you say more about the street racing? Has that been a problem recently, and what was happening that day?
Yeah, so on Friday night, King County Sheriffs had responded to a street racing that occurred in around 155th in Aurora. As they broke that up, one of the vehicles had left the scene, driving down into the Seattle area, and had done a U-turn, and when they were speeding back up, hit a semi, and that would cause a collision, which was a DOA at that time. So we were handling a shooting scene in the Roosevelt neighborhood, and then had to have our traffic collision investigations unit respond out and handle a traffic death as well. So all within about a 30-minute period. So if you can imagine, the north end was using all of their resources just within about 30 minutes, which makes it very difficult to be able to respond to just basic 911. Then.
Mayor, you mentioned you would be interested in putting legislation forward in August of the council to free up other officers. Or do you plan to fund programs like the LEAD program, or what are other details of that?
Yeah, we have a comprehensive plan we're putting forward. We talked about some of it on Friday. We're creating this new triage entity. We want to make sure that we hire additional CSOs. We're looking to also pay things like because more officers left, the amount of severance pay is higher than we expected. So there's some that are administrative, but we're trying to create programs in this space that actually can be responsive to community emergencies. In the RFP that we put out for $10 million, we got some great proposals back, and we will be funding some really important community-based initiatives, but none of them replace response to 911. Even they said that. And so when a person from Seattle calls 911 when they're a business or resident and they need a response, we have to have a response ready. We're hoping to build up those responses that aren't police officers to those kinds of calls where you don't need a police officer. But there are calls where you need a police officer to respond.
Mayor, you mentioned some of this money going to these community programs to ideally prevent gun violence. I've heard from some folks that say that money, it takes a while to produce results, real results. What can be done in the short term that's feasible and does produce results and takes guns off the street?
So it's the comprehensive approach that is going to actually get the best results, both short term and long term. These community-based programs do take time. I mean, you've got to build up the capacity, and you have to build up those programs to really get to the prevention part of this. You have to have credible messengers who can get in and work for the violence in the beginning. And then you need the services for community that is stricken by that. And it has to work hand in glove with building opportunity from the moment that a child is born all the way through. On the law enforcement side, it's why we're looking at things like not just a police response, but Health One. If we get a call and there's a low acuity call, instead of a police officer going to that scene, we can have Health One go, and then the police officer that normally would go is freed up to respond to an emergency event. The same with the treatment.
All right, guys, we're going to be interrupting there because we do have some breaking news that we wanted to get to out of Wilmington, Delaware. Now, we don't have a lot of information, but we do know police here, as you can see, they have a heavy presence on scene here, and they are investigating a shooting. Looks like they have more than a dozen squad cars that have responded here, as well as multiple ambulances here on scene as well. So again, we're working on getting more information, but we did want to break in, let our viewers know that we do know that there is a situation going on. It did look like the crossroads of this were West 6th Street and North Monroe Street. So this is once again some breaking news coming to us from the greater Philadelphia area. It's coming to us from Wilmington, Delaware. Again, police are investigating a shooting that took place. You can tell that there's quite a few busy apartment complexes here, and all of those red and blue lights are shining off of it. So we wanted to give you this look here on Live Now from Fox, since we always take you out to live breaking news as it's happening. Once we get more information, we'll of course be bringing it to our viewers who are here watching with us. But all those black and white squad cars, all of those lights shining bright in this neighborhood on this Monday evening as they are once again investigating a shooting that took place. And a lot of crime scene tape. That's been the other thing that we've been seeing as our Sky Fox has been giving us this look. We've seen a lot of crime scene tape that's up right here in this specific part of the neighborhood. Now you can also see it's hanging from this light post or electrical box as well. So we will be trying to work to get more information, reaching out to our Fox 29 team there in Philadelphia to learn exactly what's going on. But we are seeing a heavy police presence. As I mentioned, not only do we have dozens of squad cars here, we do also have medical personnel also on scene here. So Sky Fox giving us this live look, and we are bringing it here to all of our viewers watching with us on Live Now from Fox. Some of you may see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will continue to try to work for you to get more information on this shooting that took place this evening. And there, once again, we are taking a live look here. You can just see now that our chopper's showing you just some other parts of this scene here. It is very busy, very chaotic kind of looking, as they have a lot of this area taped off with that yellow crime scene tape. We also see a lot of law agencies out here in their full tactical force here. So once again, we are giving you this live look. At this time, we do have our team who is responding here. They not only have their chopper up in the air giving us this live look, but they do also have calls into police to try to help get more information on exactly what is going on at this time. But you can see those lights still flashing, reflecting off of all the buildings here as we zoom out. There it is, just multiple squad cars. You do see also a stretcher there. I said there's been multiple ambulances that we've seen on scene here. Just a little heads up, viewer discretion is advised, since we are new to this scene. We don't know what we may also see. So sometimes, unfortunately, these circumstances could mean there could be a loss of life. So viewer discretion advised, as we're still trying to learn more about what is happening here, other than a police investigation on a shooting that took place here on this Monday evening. So just wanted to let all of our viewers know the location where this shooting did take place. We do have an address. It is 1116, so 1116 West 2nd Street here in Wilmington, Delaware. And you can see police are out here, heavy presence as they continue this investigation. And we continue to try to push for more of our questions to be answered by police on what they're doing out here and exactly some numbers on exactly what's going on. As soon as we do get that, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. And there's that electrical box that I said. You can really see a lot of tape and lines there. And once again, police is still searching around this scene. Does look like they do have some of their tactical gear there as they're handing off one of their protective pieces of equipment. So police here, they do have some lights shining on this specific building. And of course, we're trying to get more information on exactly what is going on. And it does look like we have some evacuations taking place. You can see police are holding up shields as they are here on this staircase, and it looks like they're trying to help usher out safely multiple people from this building that's next door. Now you can see that building just to the right of the one they just were evacuating people out of. They have quite a few searchlights on that building, so unknown if there's a person of interest inside of that building. Again, we haven't been able to get very many answers as this is an active, ongoing scene investigation going on. But you can tell, too, police are focused here on this main home here as they have multiple searchlights shining on that building. And again, they just evacuated the building right next door. Police had their tactical shields up to help try to protect those people. So this looks like it is still a very active scene. You can see another officer there in the upper part of your viewer here as we're viewing this, also coming on the other side of this building. So multiple officers do look like they've made their way inside of some of these residents' homes as they do put focus, though, on one main portion. Now, as we zoom out, Skyfox really giving us a look just at how massive this scene is. So when I said dozens of people responded here to this scene, you can see dozens and dozens of those first responder vehicles are out here. Not only do we have a big fire truck blocking off that main street and exit or an entrance, we do also have multiple squad cars. We have multiple ambulances who are out here on scene as well. So this is a live event that we are bringing to you here live on Unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. And so viewer discretion is just advised one more time as we don't know if this scene may get chaotic at any moment. So thanks again for being here with us as we continue to keep our eyes on this breaking news out of Wilmington, Delaware. And Sky Fox just taking a little look around there. Sometimes they do to just get a feeling of some of the surroundings, or they may have heard something else was on its way possibly to the scene. So they were zooming around a little bit. Does look like they're focused on just kind of keeping an eye on what else is around this surrounding scene. But once again, police are investigating a shooting that took place in Wilmington, Delaware. We do have a heavy police presence still out there, as this is a brand new investigation. And you can see every once in a while, as our Sky Fox is giving us a look, that it does have a lot of squad cars that have responded out here this evening. So we will continue to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. So we were just trying to figure out exactly why our chopper was showing us a little look around, but it does look like this area has lost power now. So that's something new that we've just seen here in the last 10 minutes or so. We saw that we had some of those street lights that were still on around this area, but now looking like police, as they are still out in full force and at that street where this incident took place. It looks very dark, as our Sky Fox is kind of giving us a look. They're probably trying to figure out exactly how big this grid of power outage really goes. So that's what they're probably trying to do right now. That's why our camera's moving around quite a bit. But again, we're out at this breaking news scene where police have not been able to answer their phone calls that we've been putting out there, because they are still dealing with this breaking news situation. So now the only lights you're really going to see are those red and blue ones. There you're getting a look at multiple ambulances. Their backs are open, ready for possible patients, plural. So we'll just have to continue to try to keep our eyes on this breaking news scene and reaching out to police. But look at all of those squad cars. You can now tell too, once we zoomed in, just how many first responders are out here on the scene, a mix of firefighters and police and sheriffs out here, as we are getting a closer look thanks to Sky Fox zooming in. Multiple stretchers there with first responders right nearby, ready to be ushered into this area where police were just evacuating people. So it does look like this area over here is where they're setting things up. And then this area that we're zoomed in on, this is the area of focus where police had some of their searchlights on one individual home. It does look like police out here still standing by. And of course, if we get more information, we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we've been watching police with those shields up and ready as they continue to keep their eyes here on this one home. So it does look like police are shielding each other as they're trying to make their way to some of their other law enforcers, as they are now inside of some of these homes surrounding that main one that you're seeing their spotlights on. So once again, viewer discretion advised, as we are showing this to you live. We're on Unfiltered, unknown exactly who may be inside of that home where our spotlights are shining on and what they may do. But you can just see this is a big investigation, a big heavy police presence that's taking place here in Wilmington, Delaware. It does look like our chopper is leaving that scene. So, of course, if there's new information, we've been reaching out to not only our Fox 29 team, but also trying to search for information from the Wilmington Police Department. We'll, of course, be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But that's just what we do here for you, is we always go out to that live breaking news. Even at times like tonight, when we didn't have very much information, we knew that police were responding to a shooting. And so, obviously, it is going to be a story that continues to develop through the evening. If our chopper does go back to that breaking news scene, or if we get new information, we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But until that time, we're going to head out into a quick 2-minute commercial break. Then we'll be going into more news stories happening across our country when we return. All right, thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. The sun has officially set there on the East Coast. And don't forget, tomorrow will be the start of that hearing with our January 6th Select Committee. So we will be having full coverage of that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, you can follow us along on social media as well, and we'll be probably finding some clippable moments for you. So if you do miss anything, you can always go back and rewatch our streams on YouTube. But what we want to do is continue to bring you stories that are happening across our country. State of California really feeling the effects of this Delta variant as their cases continue to climb. California state employees are going to be required to submit proof that they got their vaccination, or they may have to take regular tests and wear masks at work. So this is, of course, an ongoing issue as we do have many of those cases continuing to rise across the U.S. I know Florida's been the leader of these U.S. cases, but California is starting to put back some restrictions in place. It's not been making people happy. So let's go listen to this update again as California is talking about their vaccine requirements for their employees.
Really signaled the recovery of our communities. Vaccinations are saving lives, and they're decreasing fatalities, and they have slowed the spread of the virus. And with hundreds of millions of vaccinations that have occurred worldwide, we know that there is an historic level of safety and efficacy with these vaccines. And we have been proud at Kaiser, we speak from experience, we have vaccinated over 6.8 million people across the country and have witnessed the safety and efficacy of these vaccines. However, we've all seen the vaccination levels, slow down, and which is why we're so excited that the governor's office, together with the state and city and counties, are continuing to promote important measures that promote vaccination across our state. And for healthcare organizations, we bear a real special responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of our patients when they come to our facilities, of our workforce who are essential for caring for individuals, and of course the safety and well-being of our communities at large. And there is no better way than to prevent catching COVID than to get vaccinated. So today we're all here gathered with the message that the health and safety of our communities and the country really depends on those of us who can get vaccinated to get vaccinated. So thank you for joining us here in this important continuing conversation of what we can do now and to continue this the pace of vaccination. So please, now next up, I'd like to invite Mayor Libby Schaaf to say a few words.
Good morning and welcome to Oakland. We are always so proud when Governor Gavin Newsom chooses Oakland as the location to make significant announcements. Of course, we are also proud to be home to Kaiser Permanente, an incredible national example of what holistic health looks like. Throughout the pandemic, Governor Newsom has inspired other leaders, other heads of companies with his values-driven, decisive actions. And today's announcement is another example of that. To take bold steps to ensure the health and safety of California's employees and the public they serve is what a leader should do in this moment. We recognize that people are tired and have sacrificed so much during the course of this pandemic, but our work is not done. Today, we rededicate ourselves and acknowledge the troubling surge that we have seen in the new variants that now are lifting infection rates. Of course, we also need to be proud that it is decisive, values-driven actions that the governor has made in the past that has allowed California, the country's largest state, to also be the state with the highest percentage of vaccinated residents. That is an incredible accomplishment. So Governor Newsom, I know that your announcement today will inspire employers to do the right thing for their workers and who they serve. I know the city of Oakland is inspired by your example, and we, as an employer, will be getting to work immediately to explore adopting similar policies. With that, I'm excited to introduce the Assembly member for this district, an incredible leader around health equity, and that is Assembly Member Buffy Wicks.
Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Kaiser Permanente, for hosting us. And welcome Governor Newsom to the best Assembly district in the state of California, Assembly District 15. California's been leading the nation on vaccination rates, which is critical. It's how we are going to combat this virus fundamentally, is ensuring that everyone who can will get vaccinated. We are also seeing alarming concern around the Delta variant and the increase of the Delta variant. And if you look at the hospitalization rates and the death rates, it's almost 100% folks who are not vaccinated. And we don't want to go back to where we were. You know, what we just went through the last year and a half with school closures and businesses closing, we do not want to go back to that. And the pathway for us to get out of this pandemic is through an increased rate in vaccinations. Unfortunately, we're seeing a little bit of vaccination leveling out, vaccination rates leveling out. So it's time we take bold steps and bold action to ensure that we continue to increase our vaccination rates. And that's why I applaud Governor Newsom's announcement today and really call upon a cultural shift for all of us to ensure that we're getting vaccinated, which means asking our employers to require proof of vaccination and ensuring that we continue to fulfill this drumbeat of making sure that people get vaccinated. And I come to you as an Assembly member, but I also come to you as a mom. I have a 4-year-old and a little girl who's turning 1 today. I survived that first year yet again. And they can't get vaccinated. And my 4-year-old's starting TK at Oakland Unified School District in a couple weeks. And she's vulnerable, right? She can't get vaccinated. So I want to make sure, I want to protect her and all the other children out there who can't get vaccinated by ensuring that everyone who can gets vaccinated. Our teachers, our state workers, our municipalities, our private sector employers. And we're seeing this shift, right? 3 counties last week, Contra Costa being one of them, San Francisco and Santa Clara, all issued guidance and encouraging employers to do this. We're seeing leadership here by our great governor, who I think has been on the forefront in this country of leading on this pandemic. And his actions speak louder than words. He's made tough choices, he's made tough decisions, and he's led this state, and he will continue to do so. So I'm proud to be here, and I'm also very excited to announce, again, in my opinion, the best state senator that we have in the state of California, my colleague, Nancy Skinner.
Good morning. I'm State Senator Nancy Skinner. Yes, this is my district, and I appreciate, thank you, Buffy. It is the best district. I'm very glad to be here at Kaiser today. This is where I got my vaccination, and I got that vaccination as soon as I could. So as soon as my age was eligible, end of February, I was here and I got vaccinated. Now, Buffy just spoke to you, Assemblymember Wicks, as a mother. I'm a new grandmother. My 6-week-old grandbaby cannot get vaccinated. And she's at risk with this Delta variant. This particular variant is far more contagious. Now, those of us who are vaccinated, there's a slight chance we could get it. Yes, there are breakthrough infections, but we're not likely to be hospitalized or die. However, the less of us who are vaccinated, or the fewer people that are vaccinated, the more likely we could have more variants like this Delta variant. Right now, we're seeing that it is not very harmful to a vaccinated person. But how do we know what the next variant is going to be like? And variants, look, a virus is a biological entity that the more that it can prosper in a host, and we're the host, the more it can create variants, mutate and create variants. And when it does so, they can be like this Delta one, far more contagious and more dangerous. Why do we want that? None of us want that. We want to be out of this pandemic, and the vaccination is the way to get out of it. So I've been so proud that California, under the leadership of our governor, Governor Newsom, has, as our mayor pointed out, so far the highest vaccination rate of those eligible to get vaccinated have had one shot at least. But we need everyone to be vaccinated. So it is so important what the governor is going to announce today. And the leadership he's taken so far is why our economy is doing great and why we've had lower death rate compared to other states. But you know, we have our great businesses are opening up, our restaurants are open again, our bars, some of our concert venues want to open. All of us want to start enjoying life like that. And if everyone is vaccinated, we dangerous variants. And that is so, so important. So I very, very proudly introduce now Governor Newsom, who will make the announcement. And Governor Newsom.
Thank you. Thank you. Janet, thank you for having us. And Madam Mayor, great to be back here in Oakland. And thank you for all your leadership. And thank you to the Assemblywoman. Happy birthday to that little one-year-old. And to the Senator, thank you for all of your extraordinary work, particularly leading our efforts to advance record investments to address the health and safety of Californians. Look, we are mindful that we are here at an important juncture in the history of this pandemic, this disease. And while it's absolutely true, and I appreciated the comments, that California is leading the nation in terms of doses administered. Over 43.5 million doses have been administered in this state, 17.6 million more than any other state. We are mindful of the increase in positivity rate. We're mindful of the efficiency of the Delta virus. We're mindful of the increase in case rates and hospitalization rates in this state because too many people have chosen to live with this virus. We're at a point in this epidemic, this pandemic, where choice, individuals' choice not to get vaccinated is now impacting the rest of us in a profound and devastating and deadly way. That choice has led to an increase in case rates, growing concern around increase in death rates, and self-evidently around hospitalization rates, not just here in the state of California that has a 5.3% positivity rate, that's half of Texas, roughly a third of states like Florida, but across the rest of the nation. We're mindful of our responsibility to do more and to do better. We're mindful of our responsibility to lead by example as well. California was the first state to do a stay-at-home order. It wasn't without its critics. Continues to address the issues by asserting itself, this state, by leaning in. And we will continue to do that as we advance today's new cause, and that's to address the concerns we have in our healthcare facilities throughout the state of California. But as it relates to leading by example, 246,000 Californians are state employees. 246,000 Californians should be vaccinated. And if they're not vaccinated and cannot verify that they've been vaccinated, we are requiring that they get tested. California is committed to vaccination, verification, and or testing on a weekly basis. We're not stopping just with state employees. Today, we're also announcing partnerships that include those like Kaiser, private sector now stepping up, organizations representing physicians and dentists, dialysis clinics stepping up, private sector clinics are committing to the same. In healthcare settings, they're committed not only to verification of vaccines, but also testing, and that testing cadence will increase to twice a week in high-risk, highly vulnerable settings. What are those? Well, not surprising, acute care settings, skilled nursing facilities would be among them. Our application implementation of these new requirements that will go out under a health order in the state of California begin on August 9th and are implemented through August 23rd. And we hope this example of public and private leadership as it relates to vaccine verifications, vaccine mandates, and or mandated testing 1 to 2 times a week, with also commensurate PPP, or rather PPE obligations as it relates to protective gear, N95 respirator masks as an example, will lead to others to replicate this example in the private sector. You're seeing that in private businesses and enterprises, from Bay Area businesses, the bar businesses that are deciding to come together and require some form of verification. We encourage that in the private sector across the spectrum, not just in these healthcare settings. But as it relates to healthcare settings in the state of California, dental settings, doctors, all of these other acute centers, as well as congregate centers that include jails, homeless shelters, we are now asking for that verification, no longer requiring, or rather encouraging, self-attestation. This is a requirement to prove you've been vaccinated, and if you have not, you'll be tested. And so we are sincere in our belief and desire that we need to step things up at this stage of the pandemic. Our projections are sobering. Our projections over the course of the next number of weeks will show a significant increase in hospitalizations if we continue down this path. Our projections will put additional pressure on systems like Kaiser's and systems all throughout the state. Here's the good news. Last week, we saw a 16% increase in the number of people getting their first dose or receiving a J&J vaccine, a 16% increase in vaccinations last week. First doses representing a little over 255,000 shots administered. We're seeing as well an increase in people getting vaccinated in what we refer to as the Healthy Place Index Quartile 1. And forgive me, I lost 99% of you, but for the 1% that understand what I'm talking about, that's the most vulnerable zip codes in the state of California. Those are the communities most at risk, the communities most impacted by this pandemic. That's around our equity frame, our equity metric. We have actually seen a 7-week consistent increase relative to other quartiles of vaccination rates, and that also includes the Latino community, of which we have seen a very modest uptick, an encouraging uptick in vaccination rates as well. Look, I am not naive, and I'll close, that there are many people still vaccine hesitant. That's why the state put $40 million up. We announced this last week in a CalVax grant program to encourage family practices, family physicians, to have a private setting where they can address that anxiety and that hesitancy. But we are exhausted, respectfully, exhausted by the ideological prism that too many Americans are living under. We're exhausted by the Ron Johnsons and the Tucker Carlsons. We're exhausted by the Marjorie Taylor Greens. We're exhausted by the right-wing echo chamber that has been perpetuating misinformation around the vaccine and its efficacy and safety. We're exhausted by the politicalization of this pandemic, and that includes mask wearing that has been equated to the Holocaust. It's disgraceful, it's unconstitutional, it's unconscionable, and it needs to be called out. Increasingly, it is being called out, and I want to acknowledge that. And I want to applaud particularly Republican leaders that have had the courage to call that out. And I hope more and more will do the same. It's choice to live with this virus. And with all due respect, you don't have the choice to go out and drink and drive and put everybody else's lives at risk. That's the equivalent of this moment with the deadliness and efficiency of the Delta virus. You're putting other people's, innocent people's lives at risk. You're putting businesses at risk. You're putting at risk the ability to educate our kids by getting them back in person full time for in-person instruction. No more Zoom schools. We want to keep our economy moving. We want our small businesses on their feet. Your choice not to get vaccinated and to listen to these pundits that are profiteering off misinformation, intentionally misinforming you, comes at a real societal cost. We need to be more clear about that, and we need to call that out. And so we are doing just that in our state, and increasingly we're seeing that with leaders of all political stripes across this country, and that is indeed encouraging. And so it's in that frame, in that spirit of some optimism about our capacity to deal with this. We can deal with this disease in a month. If everybody that has not gotten vaccinated got vaccinated, we can extinguish this disease. You won't be asking about mask mandates. It's the wrong question. The question is, why haven't we followed the science, and why aren't we finishing the job? 75% of Californians, 74.8% of all eligible Californians have received at least one dose, but there's 25% of people that haven't. And that's our focus here today. Lead by example, encourage these healthcare settings to do the same in the private sector, not just the public sector, and to start be a little bit more clear about the lines that need to be drawn, calling out the failure of too many that have megaphones, that are abusing that privilege and that right by spewing misinformation, while the entire time they're sitting there working for organizations that require vaccinations to be administered and have received life-saving vaccinations themselves. That's a hell of a thing. And so forgive me for being pointed, but it's time we call that question and call some of these people out. And that's, again, the spirit that brings me here today, a spirit of focus and energy that I hope will get us to the other side of this pandemic once and for all. And with that, we're happy here to take any questions.
Governor Greg Lee, KTVU. Assemblymember Wicks alluded to this about schools beginning to open in a couple of weeks. I know this does not include teachers, but are there conversations with public education about perhaps a verification for teachers and perhaps students moving forward, especially those that are over 12?
Well, as you know, and I appreciate your recognition in the question, that our teachers are not state employees. As a consequence, they are not included, as you suggest, in the guidelines going out here today. But we are encouraging and we're hopeful that more school-based sites, more opportunity, as you know, to prioritize, as we have since the beginning of the distribution of the vaccinations, prioritizing our caregivers, our teachers included, and paraprofessionals. It's not just our teachers, it's the bus drivers, it's the folks out there doing the hard work behind the scenes, including custodial staff, that they have access to free, safe vaccines. That continues. Everybody, by the way, has access to free, safe vaccines, regardless of their immigration status. It's just a reminder to everybody of the availability and the increasing ubiquity of access. As it relates to guidelines in the schools, we'll continue to work with our local districts and encourage more vaccination take-ups. But so far, we've just required mask wearing and a series of other guidelines that have been published and updated recently as it relates to this fall session.
Hi, Governor Newsom. I'm Harriet Rowan with the Mercury News. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the ideas or discussion around having a more broad vaccine mandate, and then also, are there next steps of this mandate that you might implement if the problem continues?
I appreciate the question. The announcement here today is broad, it's significant. I believe we may be the first state at scale to not only require for all state employees, but to engage a public-private partnership with all healthcare facilities in the state more broadly. We have made this crystal clear. There's one thing that's been absolutely consistent throughout this pandemic is that we're open argument. We're interested in evidence. And we're not ideological in terms of next steps and decisions. On the basis of one thing we've consistently said, and that's the facts on the ground, science, evidence, the epidemiology, the nature of spread, this disease, the variants, of which we're not just tracking the Delta variant. There's over a dozen other variants and mutations that we're tracking. And that's another point. It was made by, I believe, Senator Skinner appropriately. The longer we wait to extinguish this disease, the more likely that we will be facing another variant, another mutation that may not have, well, where the vaccines may not be as effective in addressing that mutation as the vaccines are effective today of addressing the Delta variant. And so, again, encouraging folks to consider the opportunity to take this as a chance to consider their own employee-employer relationships, and encourage the private sector and employers down the state to consider mirroring some of the efforts we're announcing here today for state.
Luz Peña with ABC 7 News. What are some of the consequences of refusing to get vaccinated? Could state employees lose their jobs?
Well, we have existing MOUs in the process and the procedures as it relates to workplace rules. This is just going to be added into that. And so you look through the bargaining units, you'll look through the MOUs, you look at the language, and there's processes and protocols that are well established, well in place. This is a requirement to either get vaccinated or to get tested once, 2 days a week. Surgical masks in some cases, respiratory masks in other cases, in other settings, and those are all part of the health order that's going out, an implementation process that will occur over a few weeks beginning August 9th to August 23rd.
So is California also considering to reinstate the mask mandate as the Delta variant spreads?
Vast majority of Californians are living under a jurisdiction, including the Bay Area, where we are today, that recommends it and or mandates in some parts of the state, particularly two notable parts in Southern California. Our focus is on vaccinations, so there'll be no need if we can extinguish this virus and we could put this behind us. So I encourage folks to get vaccinated. That's our focus, and that's the announcement we're making today.
Last question regarding schools. Is the state also considering a hybrid program as the Delta variant spreads?
We want our kids back in person full-time for instruction. The social-emotional consequences of being on Zoom school are pronounced and profound. Ask any parent, I'm included. The fits and starts for my children, the fits and starts, going in, starting, outbreaks, stopping again, have been very impactful, very profound. We need our kids back safely, in-person instruction. We were among the first states to require a mask mandate. I was very pleased to see the American Academy of Pediatrics announce a week or so after our announcement that that was the right decision, and encouraging it for other states as well.
Good morning, Governor. Melissa Colorado with NBC Bay Area News. Specifically when it comes to the private sector, how is the state going to enforce this mandate?
Well, as it relates to our partners, we've done it in the spirit of partnership. We've worked with the leadership, for example, here at Kaiser, worked with the leadership, the California Medical Association, many other statewide representative organizations that have been encouraged by this direction. Again, this is for private healthcare settings, and so it's in that spirit of engagement and collaboration that we're making the announcement today. As it relates to the state and state employees, and 246,000 strong, those requirements are easier to enforce. Again, the goal here is to encourage other businesses, other employers outside the healthcare settings to consider similar strategies to get vaccine verifications. And again, if you choose not to, or you have issues that obviously would require some consideration and exemption, which is completely understandable, and one has to respect that from a religious liberty perspective, or autoimmune issues that require other courses of strategies to deal with this pandemic. Those obviously will be respected as well, but beyond that, you'll be required to not only be vaccinated and or required to be tested 1 to 2 days a week, which we think is appropriate, because we believe that a healthy workplace creates a healthy state, and we believe this is the next frame of focus, should be at least in our state, and we hope see similar actions, though I see New York City did a version of this, maybe not as far as it relates to the private sector healthcare settings. We are encouraged to see now other cities and other states, we hope soon, to be following these footsteps.
Governor, for you or for Dr. Galley, who I see standing back there, you talked about the 16% increase in first vaccinations last week. Can you talk about the pace as a trend overall that would warrant such action that we're doing today?
I'll let Dr. Galley, just because you brought him up, answer that question. He came all the way up from LA. So.
Thanks. Certainly 16% increase week over week is impressive and important. We want to see that trend continue. We need to see that trend continue. I'll remind you, we've been talking today about the number of Californians who've gotten that first shot. If you're one of those Californians that still needs to get your second shot, please do. You've done an important step, taken an important step to getting yourself and your family protected. But in the face of Delta, We know that that second shot is very, very important. So please go ahead and get that second shot. If you were hesitant, if you said, my arm hurt, I had a little bit of a fever, humble perspective, yes, but that's a small price to pay to be protected against what is a definitely more contagious, more sticky, more spreadable, call it what you want variant that we're dealing with. And we're going to continue to see these variants pop up. That's why the governor's point, Senator Skinner's point, all of our elected leaders who spoke in today's point, that getting our state vaccinated is going to be our way through this. And that's going to be critical and important. I applaud the efforts of our local partners at the county, city level, healthcare partners, really led by the governor and the state, making sure that we're talking effectively, getting down on our knees as healthcare providers, as community leaders, and talking to individuals one by one about what it's going to take to keep that 16% week over week increase up. I'm certain that people who were saying, I'll wait a little bit longer to get vaccinated are realizing that the Delta variant has really changed the game a bit. This is not, as somebody said, your grandmother's COVID anymore. It's not the COVID we dealt with a year ago. This is a very different beast. And so now is the time to get that and see this 16% hit 20%, 25%, and continue to get all Californians vaccinated so we can get through this once and for all.
Final word. Thank you all very much.
And thank you to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. That latest update coming from Gavin Newsom along with other health officials. So let's stick with California, as we do have Los Angeles schools also talking about COVID-19, their preparations that they are making as they get ready for another school year. We're jumping into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
I came to LA Unified after more than a decade of working as a pediatrician. In the beginning of this pandemic, I worked in a hospital setting. And I remember in January of 2020, reading about a virus that was emerging on the other side of the world. By March of 2020, our inpatient hospital units were becoming filled with patients affected by COVID-19. For the rest of my life, I will always remember walking into work while the rest of the world was on lockdown and wondering if I was going to contract a virus that had already affected so many. Or worse yet, bring it home to my family. I will never forget decontaminating myself in the garage and being afraid to hug my children. No one thinks that they would live and work this way. On April 25th, 2020, my mother-in-law passed away from COVID-19. She was one of the first groups of people in this country to succumb to this disease. The New York Times called these losses incalculable losses. My mother-in-law, one of them. We never got to go to her funeral. We watched it on Zoom. No one thinks that you would say goodbye to your loved ones in this way, but this is the reality of this disease. A disease that I had read about emerging on the other side of the world came and directly affected my family. And it made me realize how incredibly interconnected we all are. And so when the Public Health Department and the CDC give us guidelines about vaccinations and masking and social distancing, it's not just for us. It's not just for your family. It's for everyone around us and the world beyond us. So my greatest message today is to get vaccinated. I got vaccinated first and foremost for my mother-in-law and my uncle in India, who both passed away from COVID-19. I got vaccinated because they did not have a chance to. I got vaccinated for all the frontline workers who put their lives on the line this past year. And I got vaccinated because I want to see us get to the other side of this pandemic. And I realize how interconnected we all are to each other. So thank you for coming here today. Los Angeles Unified will open for all students for in-person instruction on August 16th. We will have a tour led by our principal, Ms. Josie Flores, and we will have a Q&A afterwards. So thank you for coming.
Gracias, doctora Malhotra. Ahora me toca a mí hablar en español. Yo soy la doctora Rosina Franco, soy la directora primaria del Departamento de Servicios Médicos para los Estudiantes del Distrito Escolar de Los Ángeles.
So you've been listening in to this press conference out of Los Angeles talking about the COVID-19 mask mandate as we emerge on this next school year. They're going into Spanish right now, so we're just going to take a 2-minute break for some of you. Others of you, you'll be sticking with us out here in California.
Que hicieron esta visita posible en la escuela primaria de Euclid Avenue. Sepan que el distrito está haciendo capaz cuando se trajeron a mis 6 hermanos llegaron enfermeras.
Good morning and welcome to Euclid. My name is Josie Flores. I'm the school principal here at Euclid Avenue School. Buenos días a todos. Aquí a la escuela Euclid. Mi nombre es Josie Flores. Cuando abrimos en la those measures are taking place at every LAUSD school, so that you can see that we are ready for the return of our wonderful, most beautiful students back. Josie Flores, directora. Sí, gracias. So I'm going to take you now to inside our campus so that you can see all the measures that are taking place outside the classroom as well as inside the classroom. So please, I invite you.
hablando por teléfono, el cabrón llegó tarde, blue video.
Okay, so it looks like the majority of that press conference kind of wrapped up in Spanish there, taking reporters in for a tour of what school is going to look like come this next year. Fox 11 Los Angeles was on the ground right there. You saw their microphone. So we're going to go into some of their coverage from the top of the hour. Again, here's Fox 11.
Fox 11 News at 6.
Experts say getting more people vaccinated is the path to getting out of the pandemic.
And today, California took a big step down that path, requiring state employees to show they have been vaccinated or else have to get tested every week.
Good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News at 6. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas here for Christine Devine.
It is a bold move. It's also a controversial move. This is something that we have not seen any state do anywhere else in the country.
California will require proof of a COVID vaccine for all state workers and healthcare employees. Phil Schuman, he's out there in downtown LA. You spoke to some of these state workers and you have some reaction, Phil.
Well, that's right. This is certainly not controversial to Governor Gavin Newsom and his team. They say it's necessary because we're in that pandemic of the unvaccinated with almost all of the new cases on unvaccinated people. Here's some of what the governor had to say in making his announcement this morning.
As too many people have chosen to live with this virus. We're at a point in this epidemic, this pandemic, where choice, individuals' choice not to get vaccinated is now impacting the rest of us.
So to make it clear, all state employees, all healthcare workers in the state must show proof of vaccination. No more honor system. If they refuse to do so, they have to wear their masks and they have to be tested for COVID-19 weekly. The governor is not leaving any room for bargaining with unions if they don't like it. And so far, there has been no organized opposition. Well, they're going to have to learn to adjust. Here's more of what the governor's team said today, speaking at a Kaiser Permanente facility in Oakland.
For healthcare organizations, we bear a real special responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of our patients when they come to our facilities, of our workforce who are essential for caring for individuals, and of course the safety and well-being of our communities at large. And there is no better way than to prevent catching COVID than to get vaccinated.
So it's time we take bold steps and bold action to ensure that we continue to increase our vaccination rates. And that's why I applaud Governor Newsom's announcement today and really call upon a cultural shift for all of us to ensure that we're getting vaccinated, which means asking our employers to require proof of vaccination.
So outside the Ronald Reagan State Office building here at Spring and 3rd in downtown Los Angeles, we got some reaction from some of those state employees.
It's better for everybody. What happens is that people who don't get vaccinated unfortunately spread it, and people who do, even though they have it, they won't spread it as much.
Sure.
And then they won't get sick as much.
So you're okay with it?
I'm fine with it. I don't have an issue.
If people don't want to get vaccinated, I don't think, it should be a problem. Getting tested once a week isn't really that bad. I mean,
do you want to share your vaccine status?
I'm not vaccinated, no, but I do get tested weekly.
And can you say what your hesitation is?
I don't really have a hesitation. I just haven't got around to it yet.
I think a lot of people are going to be upset, but right now it's like I don't mind. I've had so many. I'm ex-military. I've had so many vaccines. It doesn't matter for me,
Including the COVID.
Including COVID.
The National Nurses Union thinks this is a great idea. The Service Employees International Union, which represents about 100,000 people here in California, says they still prefer outreach and education. But unless something changes, Alex and Marlo, this is the way it's going to be in California starting next week. And Governor Newsom hopes other states and other municipalities follow California's lead to try to turn around this spike in COVID-19. Live downtown, I'm Phil Schuman, Fox 11 News.
All right, Phil, thanks. Well, so far, Los Angeles has yet to announce any similar requirements for its city employees.
But some LA City Council members have come out in favor of the idea. Ed Lascos live with that part of the story. Ed.
And nothing official yet, but there is a growing movement, a growing urgency that could have the city of L.A. following what the state of California is doing. The tens of thousands of city workers might be required to show proof of vaccination or get that test at least once a week. Let's get to it, to the video. Check it. This, that big vaccination clinic. Remember when it was open and running down at Dodger Stadium? The mayor back then calling it the largest vaccination clinic in all the country. And despite the thousands of shots it put in arms each and every day, there are still a large number of L.A. city residents and city workers who are not vaccinated. And that is the concern with this growing variant. And one city councilman, Kevin De Leon, is saying it maybe is time to get moving in that direction, saying there is no time to waste here. And Councilman De Leon says, as he puts it, it's not so much parenthetically you're right, but more so your responsibility to the community to get vaccinated and quickly. Listen to the councilman.
We have to press upon that they need to get vaccinated. If those who don't want to get vaccinated because of religious or medical reasons, then we're going to have to make sure we can test those individuals on a daily basis, because they are exposed. They can potentially expose other individuals. We as a community must come together, and that's why we need to back each other up. But we need to do this sooner rather than later. The Delta variant is deadly.
And now that's why the councilman says there's no time to waste here. There is something that concerns him, though he's in favor of it, but he says for those who do not show proof, they have to get that test at least once a week. And he says to test that up, it's expensive. Who's going to pay for it? The councilman thinking it probably would be the taxpayers. He's not too crazy about that idea, but still a lot has to be worked out here. Council has to come together, decide what they want to do. You have Mayor Garcetti. He's expected in the next couple of days to announce what he plans to do with the city, what he thinks should happen with all the city workers. And, you're talking about LAPD, sanitation workers, utility workers, street crews, on and on it goes. A lot of people at stake here, and a lot at stake as this variant continues to spread the virus. For now, we're live here, West LA at Lascos. Back to both of you.
Yeah, Ned, that variant is not deadlier. It is a lot more contagious, though.
And now into the rain. We all woke up to something we don't normally see in July. That's rain. A system moved through Southern California overnight and into this morning. A thunderstorm moved through Riverside and San Bernardino County, sending campers off to seek shelter. Meteorologist Rick Dickert is here with a first look at weather. And Rick, we broke a record, right?
We did, a daily record in downtown Los Angeles and many areas as well. Marla, Alex, some people say rainy days and Mondays get me down. Well, rainy days and Mondays got us up in our house at 4 a.m. watching the radar because of this easterly wave that moved through Southern California, meaning it came from the east, out of Arizona, out of Mexico, into Southern California. Typically, the storms that bring us precipitation here in Southern California come from the west and northwest off the Pacific. These are those daily rainfall records for July 26. Downtown LA, 12/107 inch. That was the fourth wettest July day on record since record keeping began in downtown LA on July 1st of 1877, because typically with our Mediterranean climate and the dominant high pressure system, the jet stream remains to the north, and we typically are very dry with that Mediterranean climate. LAX, a daily record at 12/100ths of an inch. Burbank, 3/100ths of an inch. 100th of an inch in Lancaster. That was enough to break the daily record. And look at that, close to a half an inch in Palm Springs. 46/100ths of an inch, also a record. For now, though, most of the action is out of Southern California. That's the easterly wave. Again, it came from Arizona and Mexico into Southern California. It's moved north and west of our area. Really not watching much on the radar scope. We still officially have flash flood watches in effect until 8 o'clock. But I think the worst is behind us, and tomorrow looks dry. I'll detail that when I'm back with the 7-day.
All right, Rick, thank you. Controversy has erupted in Montclair over a requirement that city workers wear a vaccination sticker on their ID badges.
Hal Eisner spoke to both sides of the issue. He joins us now live. Hal.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting dust up here. Let's get right to some video because I want to show you what these little yellow stickers look like that say fully vaccinated. When you walk through Montclair City Hall and ask workers about those stickers on their ID badges, most will tell you they like them and they're not ashamed of showing the public through stickers that they're fully vaccinated. They tell me it gives the public confidence and it's voluntary. If they don't want the sticker, they can just wear a mask at work all day long. With a sticker, no mask is required. But one council member here in Montclair has a big issue with these stickers. His name is Ben Lopez.
I have a problem with us taking what should otherwise be a very private matter regarding an employee's medical history and making it a very public one by forcing them or by encouraging them, strongly encouraging them to display it through the use of a sticker. It's no different than them wearing their CDC card around their neck and proclaiming, look, I'm vaccinated. I think we're just going one step too far, and I think we're treading on some dangerous ground here by basically having them display their vaccination status. I want to get rid of the sticker.
Because to you, it says too much about a person's private medical background?
I think it basically upends an employee's right to privacy and keeping certain aspects of their medical history private. When we start identifying and labeling employees through the use of a sticker, I think we tread on some very uneasy legal ground for something that may come back to bite us.
Now, here at City Hall, I've talked to quite a few people, talked to the mayor, talked to some of the administrators, talked to workers, all of them telling me they really didn't have a problem with this. They weren't even sure what the evidence was that was behind Lopez's desire to try to stop the stickers. But what we do know from talking with the councilman is that's exactly what he plans to do. He's hoping to get some other council members to join him, see things his way, and try to eliminate this program that identifies whether workers have been vaccinated or not. Alex, Marla, back to you.
All right, Hal. Yeah, a lot of those employees seem to really like it when you talked to last hour. Homelessness is a decades-old problem, of course, but it seems to have gotten a lot worse since the start of the pandemic.
One expert says it does not have to be this way and that homelessness is a problem.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It's almost 7 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We've been tuning in to Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they've talked about COVID-19 mask mandates, schools, what that's going to be looking like moving forward. They're now going to start to talk about homelessness out of California. If you joined us a little bit earlier, we were showing you some of those aerials of homeless encampments still on the beaches there. This is an ongoing issue, will continue to be an issue. So here's another discussion conversation from their newscast tonight.
One of the top issues in the campaign to recall Governor Newsom is homelessness. We've shown you these videos, encampments at Venice Beach, Echo Park. You see them under freeway overpasses and other public spaces all over Southern California.
Statistics from the federal government show that 28% of the unhoused in the U.S. live in California, and more than half of the country's unsheltered live in this state. One UC San Francisco researcher says it does not have to be this way, and in today's New York Times, he detailed why.
Joining us now live to talk about that is the author of that article, Ned Resnikoff, a policy manager for the Benioff Homeless and Housing Initiative. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Your article makes a point about why it is so much worse in California versus the rest of the country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really quite simple. The primary issue is that California has these incredibly high housing costs. The primary driver we've seen again and again in study after study is housing unaffordability. That's the main contributor to homelessness. And in California, we have seen housing prices skyrocket over the past few decades for a few different reasons. One of them is the growing concentration of wealth in places like the Bay Area that is primarily being captured by the very top 1%. And because the state has not built enough housing for the growing population of the state, the wealthiest are essentially bidding up the cost of housing for everyone else. When you have such a small supply of housing, you're put into a situation where low income, middle income, and high income prospective home buyers are all competing against one another. And that is the same for renters as well. So again, housing affordability is really the primary issue that we're seeing lead to such high homelessness in California at the moment.
Okay, so we need to build more homes for all of these people to be able to be sheltered, but that's going to take a long time. There are thousands of people who are unhoused, and we're showing those pictures of them as you're speaking. So what's the short-term solution? What do we do in the meantime?
Well, unfortunately, this is going to be a years-long effort no matter what. But there are things that we can do right now for people who are currently living on the streets or don't have a home to live in. The most effective solutions, and again, this has been demonstrated in study after study, all fall under the umbrella of what's known as the housing first approach. So in previous decades, before the early to mid 2000s, typically the way an intervention would work, if you had someone who was living on the street but also had, say, a substance use disorder, is often policies would or policy interventions would rely on those individuals to demonstrate that they could go sober for a period before they were given housing. And that actually is exactly backwards from what we should be doing. Because as we've seen in many cases, if you don't have a home to live in, that is incredibly stressful, even traumatizing. And it makes it much more difficult to deal with whatever other issues you may have that are preventing you from stabilizing in housing. So, you know, there's a very large population of people where just about all they need is housing. I mean, these are folks who really, the primary issue that they have is that their income does not match up with what the market can provide in terms of housing. But then for other folks who do have some sort of serious mental health conditions or a physical disability or a substance use disorder, once you give them the housing, then they're in a much better position to receive whatever other supportive services you need to provide for them to stabilize in that house.
Right, those wraparound services. The governor is a big fan of this housing first approach. He's now allocating $12 billion for it. But another big controversy in this state for years is this question over single family homes. There are some people that say you got to build apartment buildings where you can put more low income people in it. In wealthier suburbs, a lot of frankly, wealthier white people have argued against that to try to keep their neighborhoods looking a certain way. You say that's a big contributing factor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say that if you look at the history of zoning in the United States, and there's a great book on this called The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein, you can see that single-family zoning has been used in many cases, including in California, as a deliberate strategy to constrict the housing supply, raise prices, and therefore keep low-income families out of wealthier neighborhoods, and in particular, low-income families of color. So I do think that we should be looking at more density in a number of different places. Part of the reason why we need that density and that upzoning is because the more units you can build, the more that will help lower the price of construction per unit, and essentially make it so that it, as people say in housing, pencil out, that it will be more cost effective to provide affordable housing on the part of developers.
All right, the title of his article, It's Hard to Have Faith in a State That Cannot Even House Its People. Ned Resnikoff from UCSF, we thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much.
You can find that article in the New York Times.
Yep. A special honor for our Christine Devine. I'll show you what happened today.
Okay, so you've been watching Fox 11 in Los Angeles, tracking all of that news when it comes to homelessness. We're also tracking a bit of breaking news out of Fox 29 in Philadelphia. We're trying to gather some of those details for you as we've been tracking a lot of those aerials of a shooting investigation in Wilmington, Delaware. We're not sure if these two are connected, but we're going to bring that information to you as soon as possible. Until then, we're going to go back out to some coronavirus news, specifically out of St. Louis, as they are reinitiating a mask mandate out of St. Louis, Missouri. Let's listen in.
Yeah, just to speak. Hi, good morning. Thank you for joining us today. There's some microphones around here. Let me make sure that I don't mess them up. 1 month ago, at an in-person pandemic task force meeting, I said we could see the end of this pandemic on the horizon if we did two things: work together to protect one another and get vaccinated. That hasn't changed. We still see the end of this crisis, but we have to rededicate ourselves to both of these principles. More and more people are making the decision to get vaccinated to protect themselves and their loved ones from COVID-19. That's great news. I did my research, got the facts, talked to my doctor, and made sure my entire family is vaccinated, including my 13-year-old son. But while more people are getting vaccinated, we are still at a dangerous point. Last week, facing case infection numbers not seen since our deadly spike in the winter, the St. Louis Pandemic Task Force urged residents to mask up and stop the spread of COVID-19. You can still spread COVID-19 even if you are vaccinated. You can still get sick. 1/2 of all COVID-19 cases in the United States are occurring in these 3 states: Texas, Florida, and right here in Missouri. The Delta variant, the most infectious and dangerous strain of COVID-19, took hold in Springfield, Missouri, before spreading like wildfire around our state, and now is on our doorstep. The reality of this virus has changed from a year ago. At the urging of local health experts with the St. Louis Pandemic Task Force, County Executive Dr. Sam Page and I took action by instating a mask mandate to stop the spread of COVID-19. As of yesterday, the CDC is considering doing the same. Masking and vaccination go hand in hand. Getting vaccinated is critically important. While you can still catch COVID-19 if you're vaccinated, your risk of ending up seriously sick or in the ICU is greatly reduced. That frees up our hospitals to take care of people who need help, whether they are sick with COVID-19 or not. We don't want our grandparents, our loved ones turned away from a hospital bed if they need one. Wear a mask to protect those around you and to stop the spread. Both of these together are solutions to protect each other, to keep each other safe, and help our hospitals and medical professionals provide the care our communities need. But already, we see right-wing politicians try to tell us what's best for St. Louis, teeing off against our city to score political points. Our Attorney General, who is running for Senate and has a history of filing failed lawsuits, wants to file another frivolous lawsuit to serve his own interests and at the expense of public health. It's easy to grandstand with your biggest concern is filming your next campaign commercial and chasing clout. Dr. Page and I are taking action now so this crisis does not escalate or spiral even further. Vaccination remains a top priority for my administration. Besides holding events at pop-up clinics and community centers, our Department of Health is looking at connecting with people at the places they visit on a regular basis, like barbershops and beauty salons. We're seeing the highest uptick in vaccinations are in the black community. These same neighborhoods account for about 3/4 or 75% of all new cases. My administration is examining every possible avenue to encourage vaccination and to meet the hesitant where they are in their own communities. Since June, I have been stressing the urgency of using federal dollars to get shots in arms. And even though those funds have been tied up in political games, people can't wait. And I'll end on this note. We see the largest amount of hospitalizations in young adults between the ages of 20 to 29. Many of our youth don't recognize the risk this virus poses, not just to them, but to their families as well. I lost my only remaining uncle to COVID-19 in November. He passed away in a local nursing home. Even if you aren't concerned for yourself, think about the people in your life and in our region who need to be protected from this virus. Vaccines help keep us safe, healthy, and out of the ICU. Masks help stop the spread of disease. We came together once to protect each other, and I am confident that we can do so again. Thank you, and now I'd like to bring up Dr. Sam Page.
Good morning. These masks save lives. They prevented thousands of people from getting sick and dying. And when the mayor and I stood here in May and announced that our health departments would be relaxing some of the public health orders and protocols, including wearing masks, we did so because the case rate was headed in the right direction and vaccine access was improving. Both trends, again, in the right direction. But the Delta variant has thrown us a curveball. It's highly transmissible, and it's now jeopardizing our progress. On June 1st, the number of COVID-positive cases in St. Louis County was 40 a day. 2 months later, on Saturday, the number of cases was at 218 a day. On June 1st, the positivity rate was 2.9% in St. Louis County, and 2 months later, on Saturday, it's 9.9%. These numbers are too alarming to ignore. We, as healthcare professionals and as elected officials, can't stand idly by while this new Delta variant takes more and more victims. Masks have become a symbol of a political divide in our country. But they're not a bridge too far, as some might say. Rather, they put the virus in the slow lane and give us time to get more people vaccinated. In St. Louis County, we've launched Revive STL, an education campaign featuring people who have been vaccinated, talking about the vaccine, their experience, and urging others to get vaccinated as well. While we're diligently working to get vaccination rates higher, masks still allow us to get more and more people vaccinated and get our kids back in the classroom. Masks will allow businesses to remain open. Masks will allow our economy to continue growing and will keep people employed. Masks will allow us to keep doing what we're doing while we get more people vaccinated. And vaccination remains our focus. My priority is using all of our resources on education on and access to vaccinations. And the virus continues to disproportionately affect the African American community. Repeated opposition to medical experts who've been on the front lines of this pandemic for the past 18 months is adding oppression to the oppressed. Solutions must be for everyone, not just a select few. For real equity in our community, we have to have some inconveniences for some people. To have a safe and healthy region for everyone, it must include equity for all. Creating distractions for political gain is short-sighted at best and life-threatening at worst. As some passionate supporters of the previous president hold on tight to bombast and misinformation, we are laser-focused on protecting the health and welfare of people in our communities. Masks provide the freedom to move about in our community while vaccinations continue and our efforts continue to get as many people vaccinated as possible in our community and across the country. For those who are vaccinated, this may feel like punishment. Punishment for doing the right thing. I've heard that, and I feel that frustration. While the vaccine can protect against serious illness, it can't protect you from being infected with COVID-19 and passing it on to someone else, someone who may be more vulnerable. Until more people get vaccinated, we must continue to do what we can to protect ourselves and others. I wish we had more people vaccinated, but right now, this is where we are. Last week, the U.S. Surgeon General said that he would support those local communities like ours, initiating mask mandates, masking protocols, masking requirements in areas where COVID is surging, like Missouri. And yesterday, the American Academy of Pediatrics, only a few days ago, made a statement that they supported masking for kids over 2 in schools and teachers and staff, regardless of vaccination status. And the St. Louis Metropolitan Pandemic Task Force has recommended masking when you're in crowded public places, especially if you don't know the vaccination status of those in the room with you. As an anesthesiologist, I work an occasional shift in a hospital. I've had the chance to talk to people who've been on the front lines over the past 18 months. Those who have been sitting with patients in the ICU when they ask to be vaccinated, patients who are struggling to breathe and being placed on the ventilator, then is not the time to get a vaccine. Don't think that this won't happen to you. There are plenty of people who can tell you differently. We are among the first counties in the country to reinstate a mask mandate. So help us be one of the first counties in the country to eliminate this pandemic. If you haven't been vaccinated, please get your shot today. I'd be glad to answer any questions, and Dr. Dunnigan is here as well from the Pandemic Task Force to answer questions. Yes? Okay, so the question is about targets for lifting the mask mandate and enforcement. So I'll take the targets first, and then I'll let Mayor Jones respond. We will certainly continue to make all of our decisions regarding public health protocols based on expert advice from our public health experts in our public health department and the pandemic task force and national experts. We'd like to see the case rate going in the right direction. In the past, we had targeted 100 cases a day in St. Louis County as a time when we would consider changing restrictions, and that would be a reasonable goal. We would continue to also consider, is this going in the right direction or the wrong direction, how full are our hospitals, and is there a new variant that's limiting the impact of the vaccine. But all of our decisions will be made regarding public health protocols based on expert advice from public health professionals nationally and locally here in St. Louis. As far as enforcement, we'll do this like we did before. We'll look at this on a case-by-case basis. We certainly are focusing all of our energy on getting people vaccinated, and we are fully aware of all the challenges around enforcement. What we've seen in the past in our community, when we tell folks this is the right thing to do, the vast majority of folks will do it, and the folks that don't do it are going to be outliers, and that will certainly include folks that don't want to protect themselves or others for political gain. Would you like to add anything to that? Yeah, there are two pockets of folks. There's vaccine hesitancy, and we're working through that through education programs, peer-to-peer, a very intense effort in St. Louis County and St. Louis City, including door-to-door campaigns and communication and activity through social, print, radio, and TV ads, and we'll continue that intensity. There's another group, vaccine hostility, and we hope that we can turn that down. Unfortunately, that's fueled by the political environment, and that's just an unfortunate time in our history. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, just adding to what Dr. Page said, we are using our every resource available to try to educate people. The best way to do that is to meet people where they are. That's why we have initiatives going in barbershops, beauty salons, churches. We're showing up at just about every community event we can. There was one just last Friday with State Representative Kimberly Ann Collins at Farragut Elementary School, and we had a vaccination truck site, and we saw people actively getting vaccinated. So we have to meet people where they are. There is an uptick, but again, just not exactly where we need to be, and especially in the African American community. Only 23% of African Americans are vaccinated, and yet we're over 75% of new cases.
So you've been listening in to St. Louis County here as they are reinitiating mask mandates. Also, some interesting questions asked by reporters there on the scene about what enforcement is going to be looking like. And you could hear from officials that they are hoping that the mass majority of Missourians just comply with the new measures so that new enforcement doesn't have to be taken. So anyway, we're going to stay with some coronavirus news, go out to Fox 29 in Philadelphia as they're reporting on what happened today with the governor, Governor Murphy out of New Jersey. He is also taking steps forward on trying to get residents vaccinated out there, some pretty drastic measures. Also an update on, we've been following quite a bit of breaking news out of the area. This happening in Olway right now. We heard from police down on the ground about 4 women who were stabbed, 1 woman beaten with a baseball bat, one of these women pregnant. So this was a fight, a brawl between all of these women. So we'll be getting the very latest from Fox 29 Philadelphia right now. Let's listen in.
Vaccine mandate as the Delta variant spreads. For thousands of workers now, getting vaccinated won't be a choice.
And a firefighter killed by a suspected drunk driver. New details tonight. Police say she admitted drinking while she was driving. This is Fox 29 News at 10.
Tonight, it's the first in the country impacting frontline workers here. Doctors and nurses were some of the first eligible for the COVID vaccine, and now thousands will no longer have a choice. Great to have you with us here at 10. I'm Thomas Drayton.
And I'm Dawn Timoney. Today, a federal agency announced work in a VA medical center, get the vaccine. And Chris, some of the people you spoke to didn't even know yet.
Yes, Dawn, and it could signal a sign of things to come for all of us. Frontline medical workers here at the VA Medical Center are being told if they don't have the vaccine, they may not have a job. Doctors, nurses, and staff that run the nation's veterans medical centers will now have to be vaccinated or they could be fired. Dr. Sean Sadiq is one of them.
It's smart from a business standpoint, and it's also, more importantly in my mind, smart from a global and public health perspective. You know, we have people at risk, and those people are directly affected by our decision to get vaccinated or not.
The Department of Veterans Affairs announced it's requiring 115,000 patient-facing medical employees to be fully vaccinated by mid-September. In a statement, the Secretary of the VA says whenever a veteran or teammate sets foot in a VA facility, they deserve to know we have done everything in our power to keep them safe. Most we talk with say requiring vaccines, especially in a healthcare setting, makes sense.
Not only here, I've worked at other places. We've had to have the flu vaccine for years now to stay employed. This is just another vaccine.
Now a government agency is requiring vaccines to work. Some think private companies won't be far behind.
Either he gets vaccinated or I stop coming to the office because you can't protect my young children.
It's an issue attorney Amy E. Feldman says employers will soon have to grapple with.
When the federal government has made this decision, I'll bet you'll see a lot of private employers who have wondered, can I, can't I? And now with all the discussion, they will decide they can and they will.
And right now, there are no federal laws preventing employers from requiring vaccines, but there are exceptions for medical and religious reasons. Thomas?
Very tough balance. Chris O'Connell tonight. Chris, thank you. By the way, 99% of those who were hospitalized or died of COVID in New Jersey this year were not vaccinated. That's the word from Governor Phil Murphy. He said today at this point he's not going to reimpose a mask mandate, but says it's a good idea to wear one.
And now to breaking news. A massive fight and at least 4 women stabbed, and one of those victims is pregnant. Another is in critical condition. Police say it all started around 8:30 in Olney near the Fern Rock Transportation Center. One woman was hit in the head with a baseball bat. Police say 4 others were stabbed.
Now 3, including the woman who's pregnant, are stable at this hour. Another woman was stabbed in the neck. She is currently in surgery. Police have not made any arrests. We do have a crew on the way to the scene. We're going to bring you more details as soon as they come in.
And we do want to go to that full press conference with police down on the ground. Let's listen in.
30 p.m., 35th District Police and Fire Department paramedics responded to numerous 911 calls. Report of a stabbing and a large fight in the 5800 block of North Marshall Street. When police arrived on location, they initially found 2 victims. They found a female in her 20s with some cuts to her hands, and a second female, also age 20, with an injury to her head. They both were superficial injuries. We're being told there was a large fight amongst a group of females that caused those injuries. One girl was hit in the head with a baseball bat. That was the 20-year-old. Another female sustained injuries to her hands from a knife. She was trying to grab the knife while someone was trying to stab her. So we believe they're defensive wounds at this time. While on the scene, we were notified that 3 additional victims showed up at Einstein Hospital from this location. Those 3 victims were all female. They were all between the ages of 20 and 22. One of the females was stabbed in the back. She is in stable condition. Another female is stabbed in the chest. She is in stable condition. And another female is stabbed in the neck. She's in critical condition. At one point, she didn't have any vital signs, but they were working on her at Einstein Hospital. Right now, she's in the operating room. She's in critical condition. So at this time, we don't know whether or not she's going to survive a stab wound to her neck. based on the crime scene, we found a lot of blood on the street and on the sidewalk at several different locations. So we know that at least one of these victims, maybe several of them, did lose a lot of blood. At this time, we didn't locate the baseball bat, nor did we locate the knife. The private vehicle that transported the 3 victims, including the one that's critical, left the scene of the hospital. So we don't have that private vehicle, because after dropping off the 3 victims, that vehicle left Einstein Hospital. Right now we're talking to witnesses, we're talking some of the victims. This is just a group that knew each other. They're involved in a physical altercation, and then at least one knife and a baseball bat was used during this assault. One of our female victims, who's in stable condition, is pregnant. However, medics checked her out on the scene, and she seems to be okay. But we were concerned with her due to the fact that she was able to tell us that she was pregnant, and so did some family members. But she got checked out on the scene, and although she has some cuts and lacerations to her hand, she seems to be okay. Luckily, we did find some private surveillance cameras on some of the homes on the block. So right now, detectives are knocking on doors of these properties to see if these cameras recorded anything that can help us with this assault, which injured 4 females and a 5th who was hit with a baseball bat. But only one of them is in critical condition. We believe all 5 of them were involved. So at this time, we're not certain which one is going to be charged with assault, which ones are actually victims. It's an investigation in progress at this time.
All 4 people involved lived on the street?
It doesn't appear that any of the females that are injured live on this block. They do have some family, and they do have some friends that live on the block. That's why we believe they're here.
The police officers came here after all the action happened, or did they arrive while something was going on?
Police came here as a result of several 911 calls, and they got here right after the incident took place.
Okay, so that was the very latest that we got from police down on the ground. Again, 4 women stabbed, 1 assaulted with a baseball bat. That's in Olney. We'll be gathering more details as we go, hopefully getting more information about the conditions of all of these women throughout the rest of the night here. Until then, let's go out to some of the coverage again from Fox 29 in Philadelphia as they updated us on another story we were showing you. We had aerials above a shooting investigation, high police presence. Well, here's why.
Also breaking, 2 shooting scenes just minutes from each other in Newcastle County, Delaware. Sky Fox over both. The first at West 6th Street and North Monroe Street, and the second just blocks away on the 1100 block of West 2nd Street. You can see a police presence at both shootings. We are waiting for more information about exactly what happened. An emotional night as a community remembers a teenager whose life was taken entirely too early. Tonight, friends and family honored the life of the boy they knew as KJ. Here's Shawnette Wilson.
Balloons released in memory and honor of 16-year-old Kaylin Johnson outside KJ's school Boys Latin Charter. Many here with heavy hearts.
I really don't know what to do next. From the day I gave birth to KJ, it's been all about KJ.
His mom's unfathomable grief.
What am I supposed to do now? What am I supposed to do when they close the casket?
KJ played basketball and football for the school.
On the days that he would come to practice, it was funny because I always laugh with him, like there's always a bright color on, either a bright yellow or a bright orange. Everybody can see KJ from a mile away.
Santina Norman says she's known KJ since he was in 2nd grade, once her neighbor and her son's first childhood friend.
The violence that's happening, like my boys, they've lost 3 close friends in a matter of less than 30 days.
Tanisha Pratt lost her son Tahir, a student here too, in 2016. He and KJ were friends.
I feel like this happened to me all over again. It just brings back memories.
Tahir was a good guy. KJ was a good guy. And they got killed for what? Because somebody had a gun and they thought they were big.
At the same time of the balloon release, a community meeting on gun violence was happening at Tabernacle Lutheran Church in West Philly.
And this gives us an opportunity to own our own neighborhoods and say this is how we feel these issues need to be addressed.
Another family is also grieving. KJ's friend Tommy Frazier was with him and was also shot to death. They were in a car with one other person when the gunfire erupted. KJ's mom says he was headed to the YMCA. She says he was not the intended target.
This man, 25-year-old Luis Rodriguez, is now facing charges in the murder of a 13-year-old girl. Philadelphia police say Alzoana Carter was shot in an apartment on Overington Street back in April. Carter was missing for 6 months before she was found shot to death. Police say Rodriguez was arrested Friday, currently charged with murder and other related offenses.
Still warm and humid out there tonight. And Kathy, I guess we can expect more of the same tomorrow?
Yeah, repeat performance, Dawn. 90s today, 90s tomorrow. It is July after all, and we're looking at dry conditions on Ultimate Doppler, but it's not going to stay that way this week. Temperatures are still warm. Highs in the 90s this afternoon, still 70s and 80s. It's 83 in Philadelphia and 80 in Wilmington, 72 comfortable in Pottstown, 79 in Dover.
And as they go into weather coverage again, Fox 29 in Philadelphia breaking down a lot of this weather news, breaking news, and politics. We're going to be getting into politics when we come back, circle back on what President Biden has been up to today. Also, what to expect tomorrow at the Capitol. Live look from the Capitol right now as we are following all of these stories throughout the night here on Live Now. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look from New York City. A bloody and brutal weekend putting America's crime crisis in renewed focus. Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis is in New York tonight, warning to viewers some of the images in this report may be disturbing.
Tonight, a manhunt is underway for the man seen in this shocking video, assaulting and mugging a 68-year-old man in broad daylight while walking in Brooklyn, New York on Saturday morning. The suspect punches the elderly man about a dozen times, kicking him in the face. The victim falls to the ground. His body goes limp. The suspect then steals the man's cell phone and silver necklace. The 68-year-old suffered a broken wrist, a broken nose, and lacerations throughout his body. Meanwhile, the NYPD is searching for 3 young men responsible for attacking an off-duty firefighter in Queens last Friday night. The 44-year-old and his dog were approached by at least 100 kids. The firefighter is seen stepping back before they punched him and hit him in the head with a glass bottle. One of the teens shouted it was fight night. The victim telling the New York Post, quote, "They all came at me They didn't care at all. The kids were going crazy. The Detectives Endowment Association and New York City Police Union tweeted, "These are New York City streets. What used to be the safest big city sent back to the days of high crime due to failed laws that allow no consequences and embolden criminals. Politicians in Albany and City Hall need to step up now to fix their mistakes and keep New Yorkers safe." According to the latest NYPD crime statistics, felony assaults citywide are up about 6% compared to last year, shooting incidents up about 22%, and car thefts are up 24%. And it's not just New York City. Chicago had another violent weekend. At least 70 people shot, 12 killed, including a teenage boy. This follows the 2 previous weekends, which saw a total of 96 people shot and 22 people killed.
This is a violence issue with guns here. People are being shot by guns in the wrong hands of people who are repeatedly arrested.
The expected next mayor of New York City, Democratic nominee Eric Adams, says there's a sense in this city that any and everything goes. He says judges are too reluctant to set bail, allowing criminals to walk free. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
And now out to a live picture of the White House. President Biden unveiled an agreement with Iraq's prime minister today. It's one which formalizes the role of U.S. troops as advisors instead of fighters by the end of 2021. As Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively reports, it's part of the president's strategy to move into a post-9/11 posture and bring more troops home.
A major mission change is coming for American troops in Iraq. President Biden announced the U.S. military there will shift solely to an advisory and training role by the end of the year, ending its combat mission countering ISIS in the years following 9/11.
I think things are going well.
The president made the announcement alongside Iraq's prime minister in the White House on Monday, just weeks ahead of his deadline to pull U.S. combat troops out of Afghanistan. The plan in Iraq calls for some of the 2,500 U.S. military members there to remain in country to make sure that terrorist groups don't return. The administration wants to avoid a repeat of 2011 when the U.S. pulled out troops.
We will, in fact, as I said at the outset, draw down our military forces by the end of December,
just to send them back 3 years later to battle a resurging ISIS. It's a delicate time in Iraq, with an increase in the killing of activists ahead of October's parliamentary elections and Iraqi politicians chafing at the presence of foreign troops.
What we can't do is cede the Middle East to the Iranians. We can't cede it to the Islamic State. We need to make sure that Iraq can remain strong. And so we shouldn't be setting a timeline, certainly. I am supportive of keeping those troops there.
U.S. troops had already been focused on their advisory role since 2014, but this official announcement is expected to appease the critics of the prime minister ahead of national elections. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And we want to follow back up with that update coming from Fox 29 in Philadelphia, going out to police right now as they are updating on those 4 women who were stabbed, 1 woman hit with a baseball bat. Here's the latest outside of the hospital where all of them are recovering.
Just after 9, okay, hold on. We're on. Just after 9 p.m., 19th District Police responded to a report of gunshots and a shooting in the parking lot in the 4100 block of Presidential Avenue. When police showed up, they found a shooting scene consisting of blood and some fragments and a projectile. And witnesses said that there was an altercation in the parking lot of a hotel, and then someone pulled a gun and fired at least 5 or 6 shots, chasing a male around. And since we found blood and some projectiles, we believe this was a founded shooting. Minutes later, we found out that a 35-year-old male drove himself to the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. That 35-year-old victim was shot 1 time in his arm. He's in stable condition. Now, according to witnesses, we believe the motive is domestic. There was a female, and she was inside the hotel with a male who we believe is the shooter. When the 35-year-old, who's also involved in a relationship with the female, showed up to confront them, that's when there was actually a physical altercation between the victim and the shooter. They were actually involved in a physical fight. And that's when we were told one of the males retrieved the gun, we believe, from a vehicle, and actually chased the victim around the parking lot, firing shots, about 5 or 6 shots. And that's when the 35-year-old victim got struck one time in his arm. And he drove himself to the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. The shooter, we're being told, got into a white vehicle after firing the shots and fled the scene. From witnesses, we're told the name and address of the shooter. So we notified 22nd District Police where that shooter lives. We gave them the address, so we have 22nd District officers in that area looking to see if this male does show up. So at this time, according to at least one witness, we're being told who the shooter is. So Southwest detectives, they are processing the scene. Now, the hotel where the shooting took place, just outside of, we did find a bullet hole. That bullet went through the wall, into the lobby, right past a sitting area, and we actually found the bullet, the projectile, behind a bar. And the bar was open for business at the time. I talked to the bartender. She had several customers, and she was behind the bar when she heard the gunshots, and she immediately evacuated her bar and fled to a safer area inside. But we did find the bullet. It went through a wall, past a couple couches where people sit in the lobby, and we ended up finding that bullet behind the bar, which was open for business. So we're really lucky that no one inside of this popular hotel right off of City Line Avenue, we're lucky no one was struck by gunfire inside of that property. So we did find cameras in the area. We also have several witnesses, including security from the hotel. And at this time, we believe we know who the shooter is due to the fact that we believe it's domestic in nature, and the female involved, part of the domestic dispute, was able to provide us the identification of the shooter. Southwest detectives, they're on location, processing the scene.
Sums it up. That's perfect. No, Chief, thank you so much. No questions needed. You guys wanted to...
Okay, so want to correct myself. This is for a different shooting investigation. There are multiple shooting investigations underway, both in Wilmington and Philadelphia area. This one, a domestic dispute that ended up leading to shots fired. So wanting to bring that to you as soon as we got it here, as our teams are on the ground on a very, very busy night in the Philadelphia area. We'll be updating you throughout the night on all of these different stories as we continue to learn more information. But speaking of shootings, a Texas woman shot and killed at a soccer field out in Texas. Natalie He with Fox 26 in Houston brings us that story.
At the soccer field at the time that the shooting occurred.
Just after 10:15 Sunday morning, as families gathered at the Matias Almeida Training Center in Northwest Harris County for a soccer tournament, gunshots rang out. The targets, a pregnant mother and her boyfriend, shot and killed in front of her 2 children.
When the deputies arrived on the scene, they had a 35-year-old Hispanic male deceased at the scene, a 28-year-old Hispanic female who was pregnant, was transported from the soccer field to Houston Northwest Medical Center, where her and her child, her unborn fetus, were pronounced deceased.
The gunman fled, and less than 2 hours later, Harris County Sheriff's deputies were informed by family members that he was planning to kill himself. Authorities later discovered his body 10 miles away, shot dead inside a home. The man now believed to be the woman's ex-husband or boyfriend.
About 12 noon, Precinct 1 deputies were referred to the 7700 block of Bio Forest in the Inwood subdivision, reference to a Hispanic male, early to mid-30s, who had shot himself. He has a gunshot wound to the head, and the pistol laying next to him matches the description of the pistol that we had over here.
Investigators say the identities of the 2 victims and the suspect will be released pending the autopsy results from the medical examiner's office.
Again, that was Natalie He reporting. Moving out to Arizona now, a man was shot after driving in an RV toward Chandler police officers, causing a police chase and ending in a 6-car crash. Here's the latest.
A neighbor's doorbell camera capturing the moments the RV sped down California Street as multiple gunshots were fired. Chandler police opening fire on the fleeing driver, 32-year-old Arnold Serrano, after they say he crashed through a driveway gate and headed straight for an officer. The homeowner, whose camera captured it all, tells me he was just getting home from vacation.
What I saw at first was a little bit of commotion, like right here in this area, and then all of a sudden, I think I heard kind of a little bit of yelling. Couldn't tell from who exactly, and then all of a sudden I just hear, an RV just going up the driveway across the street from here, up onto the gravel, hitting one truck, coming out, and then hitting my brother's tow truck right there as well. And during that's when the cops one officer just shot at him.
The officer was not hit, but the RV kept going, leading police in a pursuit. Police say Serrano was speeding down Fry Road when he caused a crash at the Dobson intersection. 5 other cars were involved, one of them exploding into flames. A witness capturing this video of the crash. 5 people were taken to the hospital. 2 of them are seriously injured.
I hope the people that were involved, the victims in the car crash, they make full recoveries.
And back out to the White House tonight as we move into some more coronavirus news. We're now seeing resurgence of the coronavirus pandemic as the Biden administration tries to get more people to get vaccinated. Local officials, however, are not waiting for the president to come off his current status quo, even as top government leaders consider reimposing mandates. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey reports.
Veteran Affairs is going to, in fact, require that all docs working in facilities are going to have to be vaccinated.
The VA Secretary, Dennis McDonough, explains whenever a veteran or VA employee steps foot in a VA facility, they deserve to know that we have done everything in our power to protect them from COVID-19.
Now, turn towards me.
57 groups, including the American Medical Association, are urging mandatory vaccinations for all healthcare workers, and all state employees in California now have a choice: get vaccinated or wear a mask and get tested.
Individuals' choice not to get vaccinated is now impacting the rest of us.
In New York, city workers need to prove vaccination or wear masks and get tested too.
If a city government employee does not wear a mask indoors and they are unvaccinated, there unfortunately will have to be consequences.
Savannah, Georgia now has a citywide mask mandate for a month, and mask mandates nationwide could be next.
This is under active consideration.
The White House says, of course it is.
It would be actually surprising and odd if our health and medical experts were not having an active discussion about how to best protect the American people.
It's becoming a pandemic of the unvaccinated, which has some medical experts wondering why people who have chosen to get the shots should be subjected to the same restrictions as people who haven't.
Right now, they have chosen not to get vaccinated at their own individual risk.
The vaccines still haven't been fully approved by the FDA.
We still have no clear timetable on when we can expect FDA licensure of these vaccines for adults. And a lot of people say that that is still causing their hesitancy.
But the FDA hasn't been a priority for this president.
Why has the president not nominated someone for FDA commissioner yet?
He is certainly eager to nominate someone.
He's also optimistic about revving up stalled mass vaccination efforts.
Mr. President, do you have confidence you can get the unvaccinated Americans vaccinated?
We have to.
Officials here are also now saying today these travel restrictions in place to keep visitors from Europe and the UK and a number of other countries out are here to stay. A little more than 3 weeks after the president confidently proclaimed that we were closer than ever to declaring our independence from the virus. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And now to Tampa, Florida, where a woman who previously was against vaccines is now pleading with all residents, all Americans, to go out and get vaccinated after she almost died from the virus. Here's her story.
Ask y'all to gather somewhere, please.
It's hard to hear Janine Starling through the loud hissing of her oxygen machine.
But she was asking for prayers as she lay in a hospital bed suffering from COVID-19.
Nobody deserves to feel like they're slowly being suffocated to death.
Doctors gave her a 20 to 30% chance of survival.
It's a terrible feeling to know that you're probably going to die by yourself in a hospital room.
That was July 9th. More than 2 weeks later, Janine is out of the hospital with a new lease on life and a message.
I'm telling you, I was so against this vaccine, and I am begging people to get it now.
Janine, a mother of 8, was hesitant to get the COVID-19 vaccine, concerned there may be unknown long-term side effects. She looks back at that fear now with some newfound clarity.
You also have to think about the long-term effects of what COVID could do. And you might not be as lucky as I was. You might die.
Doctors worry COVID-19 will take the lives of thousands of unvaccinated patients in the coming weeks as the Delta variant surges through the country, especially Florida.
We're probably going to equal or pass the peak that we saw back in January, which was the worst that we'd seen.
USF Health Dr. Thomas Unash believes that'll happen by next week. The state's weekly COVID report released Friday showed more than 73,000 new cases, more than 3 times greater than the previous week. The positivity rate is over 15%. Dr. Unash says the state will likely get to herd immunity by September. That's 80 to 85% protected. But it'll be unnecessarily painful for a lot of people.
It's going to be reaching herd immunity the hard way rather than the easy way. The easy way would have been through vaccination.
A vaccination Janine wishes she would have gotten a long time ago. She'll now be on oxygen for a few months. But as hard as it is for her to breathe, even during this interview.
And, sorry, I'm out of breath.
She'll use every bit of air she can to try to reach out to those who are unvaccinated before it's too late.
Who knows what type of damage this is going to leave, my body in. And the vaccine could have prevented that.
That was Fox 13's Aaron Messner reporting. We want to bring you out to some weather news now. Take a look at this second tornado to hit Michigan town in a month. Period is caught on camera. It is a pretty wild video. If you watch it right now, the tornado hit on Saturday, damaged an outbuilding and some trees. The earlier tornado hit on June 26th and damaged several homes. But amazing what phones can do nowadays, capturing all of these pictures as they happened. Just a reminder, if you find yourself in a tornado situation, get indoors and stay safe. Tune in to your local news stations as they give you the latest when it comes to updates. Heading out to the West Coast as wildfires are scorching millions of acres across California and surrounding states. Fox's William Lajeunesse has the latest from Los Angeles.
More than 80 large fires currently burn in 11 western states, fueled by high temperatures and extreme drought. California's largest, the Dixie Fire, burns north of Sacramento, consuming cars, engulfing homes, and threatening more than 10,000 structures. The blaze has already scorched roughly 200,000 acres and merged over the weekend with another fire, creating its own weather.
The winds are the true factor of where the fire is going to go.
Another hurdle in the fight, bone-dry conditions.
We're expecting hot, dry weather to continue. Relative humidities are going to be down in single digits, which means that it heats the fuel up, it dries the fuel out, and then the fuels burn much faster.
Meanwhile, Oregon's bootleg fire is 53% contained after burning more than 400,000 acres, third largest in state history. 2,000 firefighters on scene, and evacuation orders remain fluid. Some residents returned to their neighborhood only to find much of it was gone.
I came back thinking that I still had something to come home to, and when I got here I was actually kind of gut shot, It was knots in the stomach, and there's nothing left.
So conditions are improving in some areas. Arizona had some flooding over the weekend. Southern California saw some rain, but the national forecast still calls for high temperatures across the Northwest and Northern Rockies. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Well, you heard it right there. Major flooding coming out of Arizona when it comes to this monsoon storm that's rolled through over the weekend and through the last week here. Here's the latest on the damage that happened across the valley.
Could you imagine all of this dirty, muddy water 4 to 5 feet high coming from a wash through your home, through your business, and ruining your entire property? That's exactly what happened to this North Phoenix man.
As you can see here, this is the wash that goes through both of my properties here.
This video helps tell his story. All of this water from the wash flooded his home.
It went all the way over my full property sign. None of this was, you'll see if you saw the rescue from the Swan truck in, you'll see my house is halfway underwater.
Dante Moshe lives in this home with his wife and 4 young children. He also owns Inferno Performance, located in the back of his property.
On the backside of the property, I expanded and ventured out to my personal training, health and wellness business, and that took under 5 feet of water as well and submerged my entire income.
This is where he keeps hundreds of pieces of equipment, now covered in mud and water.
It's been a whirlwind of emotions, just day-to-day structure, but again, I try to move forward and keep it as positive as I can and try to turn over another stone and not try to dwell on the past. Because
Inferno Performance, that is the business that Dante runs here at his property and also where his family home is. If you'd like to help him, you can find him on social media. Desiree Fluellen, Fox 10 News.
And it really was wild seeing all of that water rush through the desert. You don't see that every day. We're going to go into Your World Business Report, Fox Business.
For drivers, I guess you got to start somewhere. The national average for regular unleaded gas falling slightly over the past week, a gallon now at $3.16. Drivers looking for any kind of relief at the pump as demand for fuel keeps increasing during the summer travel months, so we'll see. Meantime, we are seeing a summer slowdown for the housing market. New home sales dropping 6.6% in June, well off expectations. Combination of rising prices and lack of inventory keeping potential buyers away for the moment. To Wall Street and another record day for your money. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 closing at all-time highs on Monday. And thanks for nothing. According to a new report from Bankrate.com, more than half of American adults currently have unused gift cards with a total value of $15 billion. And get this, around 5% of those with cash on their cards will never likely use them at all. Just send them to me. That's business. I'm David Asman.
And to wrap up this kind of consumer block that we have going right here, we want to go out to a story that's happening across the country right now. Overcrowded animal shelters. A lot of people going out and adopting those pets, a pandemic puppy, maybe when everyone was sheltered at home. Well, as Fox's Rebecca Castor reports, there's just too many animals now, and they're having to turn them away or even euthanize them.
This is Kaleidoscope. She's 7 months old and currently lives at Zeus Animal Rescue in New Orleans. But she's not a stray. She's one of dozens of pets families are returning to this shelter.
She was just, had people playing with her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, had all their attention, and now they're back at work, and she was very much like, oh, well, you used to play with me all day, now what am I going to do? So some undesirable behaviors came out, and therefore she got returned to us.
Rescue Director Michelle Ingram says it's happening more frequently.
I've never seen numbers this high.
While pet adoptions increased during the pandemic, now Ingram says she's turning away 10 to 15 animals daily.
At the end of the day, when the rescues are full and the people aren't adopting because they're finally going out on vacation or they're being returned to us, you have pet overpopulation, and then the unfortunate consequence to that is euthanasia of highly adoptable pets.
Even though many shelters from Georgia to Arizona are reaching capacity, the ASPCA says this is not yet a national crisis, but they're watching the intakes closely.
We partner with hundreds of shelters across the country who are facing overpopulation, and we move those animals to places in the country where they have an increased chance of being adopted.
The ASPCA says so far this year, they've relocated nearly 17,000 pets.
We just stay at capacity all day, every day.
Again, that was Fox's Rebecca Castor reporting. We're going to go off to a 2-minute break here on Live Now. When we come back, lots more stories and headlines to hit from across the nation today. See you back here in 2 minutes. Well, welcome back here to Live Now, almost 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. More news to be getting to. We want to go out to a press conference from earlier today out of Surfside, Florida. We haven't heard from officials down in Surfside in a pretty long time, but they did identify that final person that they found in the wreckage of that condo collapse. 98 people dead in total in this condo collapse. You'll listen into some of the details of the search and recovery effort that is underway at this time as they're looking through the rubble to find any memorabilia, any type of items to give to these families, to give them any sense of peace. Just a tragic story out of Surfside, Florida. Again, here's the latest from officials down on the ground.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the early hours of June 24th, as you will all remember, Miami-Dade fire rescue teams arrived at the Champlain Tower South to respond to the site of an unthinkable tragedy and what would become the largest non-hurricane related emergency response in the history of our state. And in the 33 days since, first responders from across Miami-Dade, the state, the country, and the world have worked tirelessly to recover victims from the collapse and to bring closure to the families and the loved ones of those we lost. Today, I can report that because of these sustained heroic efforts, the last remaining missing person has now been accounted for and identified, and the family notified. 98 victims have now been identified, including 97 victims who were recovered from the collapse and one person who passed away in the hospital. 98 families have been notified. All 97 people for whom we had missing persons reports have been recovered, and a total of 242 people are accounted for. Although we have identified all of the victims that were reported missing, the Miami-Dade Police Department continues the ongoing search and recovery effort on the evidentiary pile to ensure that all identifiable human remains are recovered. Nothing we can say or do will bring back these 98 angels who left behind grieving families, beloved friends, loved ones across this community and across the world. But we have done everything possible to bring closure to the families, and I am especially proud that through these tireless efforts, we were able at last to bring closure to all those who reported missing loved ones. Our community and the world are deeply grateful to the first responders, especially the men and women of the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Department, Miami-Dade Police Department, and all the local fire departments who are an integral part of this operation, and also our national and international partners. And for the past 33 days, they have searched the rubble as if they were searching for one of their own. Even now, teams from Miami-Dade Police Department are continuing to sift through millions of pounds of debris, carefully and meticulously searching for remains and for any personal items that will help bring closure to the families. I also want to thank the incredible leadership that has helped drive this operation since the beginning. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Director Alan Kaminsky, Assistant Director Ray Jadala, and Miami-Dade Police Director Freddie Ramirez. Chief Public Safety Officer J.D. Patterson and Emergency Management Director Frank Rollison and Division Director Charles Cyril. And the entire community, the county, the state, and federal leaders who stood with us from the very beginning. This tragedy at Surfside will be something that lives with all of us forever. And Surfside, a tragedy that befell one small, close-knit community, but that knit together all of us, so many lives, and offers a powerful and lasting reminder of how deeply connected we truly are in the best of times and in the worst of times. It's also my hope that through this tragedy, the bonds we've built will grow stronger, just as the stories of all of those whose lives were taken too soon will never be forgotten. Through this disaster, this community showed the world who we are. We showed through the countless private businesses that sprang into action to donate meals and more week after week, and through the actions of young children who brought food and cards of thanks to the first responders, and especially through the ceaseless efforts of those first responders and every public servant who stepped up to support the families that were impacted with great care and compassion. We saw an overwhelming outpouring of generosity and of love from people around the world who shared their time, their treasure, and prayers with us for this last month. We've seen the very best of our collective humanity in the worst of times. So please, once again, join me in praying for all of the families mourning loved ones and for our community of Surfside. Together, I pray we can begin the long process of healing and begin to find light in the darkness. God bless. En la madrugada del día 24 de junio, los equipos de bomberos de Miami-Dade llegaron a Champlain Towers South para responder a una tragedia impensable. Fue la respuesta de emergencia más grande en nuestra historia, no relacionada con un huracán. Durante 33 días, los socorristas de Miami-Dade, la Florida, el país, el mundo han trabajado sin descanso.
So you're listening in to the Miami-Dade mayor right here as she goes into Spanish just to rehash the very latest out of Surfside. 98 people dead in this condo collapse. We'll listen back in to officials.
18 ans ça yo qui quitte famille, amis avec monde que remen derrière.
It really means the world to be able to have closure for all of those who were seeking their loved ones. I'm so very grateful for the tremendous work here that was done to make sure that every family could have that closure.
of personal items that are being recovered. You know, as the investigation continues, will the families be able to receive these items shortly after they're found or not? How long will they have to wait?
Yes, that's. First, I'd like to commend not only the fire department, but the officers that are out there right now on the evidence site, who are searching by hand, our rabbis as well, for the religious items that we're finding. Currently, we're now cataloging and impounding all the belongings, those from where the collapse actually happened, and then the secondary one, which was the surviving building that was later taken down. There'll be a process in place, obviously, for the surviving, for the deceased. There will be a legal process for that for the families. And on the site where the where the building was taken down, that'll be worked out also as well in returning the items that we get. We're still looking, and we hope to return as much items as we can to bring closure to the families. And we feel that that's very important, and our officers on the scene are taking it very serious. Yes, and forms are being filled out, and we have a database for the families that they're putting in, and our rabbis here and other clergy are assisting as well with some of the religious, items that are there that have names and things like that. We're collating them, and hopefully as soon as possible we'll be able to start that process.
I would just like to add that I had the opportunity to visit the site where the items are now being searched, and the men and women who are doing that work volunteered to do that work. They are working hours upon hours in the sun, in the rain, and when they find something, it's a treasure. They are doing this with tremendous care and real hope that they can bring things to the family members. It's a very moving sight.
So that's a very common question that most people have. Biblically and halachically speaking, once the family makes a decision to go on with the funeral and the burial and the shiva process, it is up to the family to make that decision. Mark Rosenberg, and chaplain with Miami-Dade Police Department and director of CSC, Chesed Shalamas. Thank you.
Yes. So you found the 98 victims. You had 98 missing persons reported.
97, 98, yeah, yes.
So what can we say about this? Concludes the search?
No, not at all. We're still doing secondary searches at the evidence recovery site, and we're going to keep going until we're done. We're not stopping. We're still looking. We have several piles that we're going through, and like I said, a lot of the work is being done by hand.
About 2 weeks ago, you said that there were 5 or 6 people that were unaccounted for, but did not open missing persons cases for.
Right.
Because they didn't have the family didn't report the missing. What happened to those people? Have they been eliminated?
Yes, they've been ruled out. Our detectives did background. We weren't able to identify them as a credible cause of missing person. We focused on the 97 families that called in, identifying their family member as missing, plus the one that passed away in the hospital.
So Miami-Dade County is no longer searching for anything.
We're not ruling anything out. As we're recovering human remains, our ME will continue to process them. But as what we know that has been documented and reported, we've reached the 98, but that does not mean that we're not done. We're still working the evidence piles, and we'll continue until we deem that we've done everything we can.
Well, certainly the biggest takeaway is that buildings should not fall down. So that is obviously something quite unacceptable, and we are going to do everything in our power to make sure it does not happen. But the other takeaway is that communities can really come together and do everything in their power to address the needs of the people affected, and to do it with just selflessness and tremendous dedication, really no barriers. Everything that could have been done has been done locally and across the world.
I'm not sure if I might be able to answer the question, but on the last victim, was it a DNA sample issue, or was it something found on the secondary Surfside? Is there any more that you can explain on that?
Yes, on July 20th, that a human remain was found at the secondary site, which lends to our point why we're continuing to search. And from July 20th till today, the ME's office has been analyzing that human remain, and they were able to identify our final victim and bring closure. But just because we identified her and we were able to do that, we're still not done. We're doing a secondary sweep of the evidence site for hopes that if we find anything else, until we deem that we can do no more.
Did you find any other remains at the secondary site?
Yes. No, we found human remains in the secondary site.
Thank you, folks. I appreciate your help.
So just wanted to bring you that update. It's likely we won't be hearing from officials out there for a while, but good to know that they are getting a little bit of closure, and still an investigation remains underway as to what caused that condo collapse. We'll still be following that story here on Live Now. We want to go out to Fox 29 in Philadelphia as they are tracking some of those shootings in the Philadelphia area. Here's that one that we showed you outside in a hotel parking lot. They just got more details in. Listen.
Details in a shooting in a hotel parking lot. It happened about 9:15 tonight in the parking lot of the Marriott Hotel on Presidential Boulevard near City Avenue. Police now say it started with a fight over a woman when someone pulled out a gun and fired at least 5 or 6 shots chasing the victim.
Investigators say the 35-year-old was hit in the arm and drove himself to the hospital. Right now, he's in stable condition. Now, police believe the shooter and the victim were both involved with the same woman and confronted each other tonight. At this point, no arrest.
An emotional night as a community.
So now that they were able to touch on that, let's go back out to that press conference down on the ground with police. You'll hear a little more details about what went on.
Just after 9, okay, hold on. Just after 9 p.m., 19th District Police responded to a report of gunshots and a shooting in the parking lot in the 4100 block of Presidential Avenue. When police showed up, they found a shooting scene consisting of blood and some fragments and a projectile. And witnesses said that there was an altercation in the parking lot of a hotel, and then someone pulled a gun and fired at least 5 or 6 shots, chasing a male around. And since we found blood and some projectiles, we believe this was a founded shooting. Minutes later, we found out that a 35-year-old male drove himself to the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. That 35-year-old victim was shot one time in his arm. He's in stable condition. Now, according to witnesses, we believe the motive is domestic. There was a female, and she was inside the hotel with a male who we believe is the shooter. When the 35-year-old, who's also involved in a relationship with the female, showed up to confront them, that's when there was actually a physical altercation between the victim and the shooter. They were actually involved in a physical fight. And that's when we were told one of the males retrieved the gun, we believe from a vehicle, and actually chased the victim around the parking lot, firing shots, about 5 or 6 shots. And that's when the 35-year-old victim got struck one time in his arm. And he drove himself to the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. The shooter, we're being told, got into a white vehicle after firing the shots and fled the scene. From witnesses, were told the name and address of the shooter. So we notified 22nd District Police where that shooter lives. We gave them the address, so we have 22nd District officers in that area looking to see if this male does show up. So at this time, according to at least one witness, we're being told who the shooter is. So Southwest detectives, they are processing the scene. Now, the hotel where the shooting took place just outside of, we did find a bullet hole. That bullet went through the wall into the lobby, right past a sitting area, and we actually found the bullet, the projectile, behind a bar. And the bar was open for business at the time. I talked to the bartender. She had several customers, and she was behind the bar when she heard the gunshots, and she immediately evacuated her bar and fled to a safer area inside. But we did find the bullet. It went through a wall, past a couple couches where people sit in the lobby, and we ended up finding that bullet behind the bar, which was open for business. So we're really lucky that no one inside of this popular hotel right off of City Line Avenue, we're lucky no one was struck by gunfire inside of that property. So we did find cameras in the area. We also have several witnesses, including security from the hotel. And at this time, we believe we know who the shooter is due to the fact that we believe it's domestic in nature, and the female involved, part of the domestic dispute, was able to provide us the identification of the shooter. Southwest detectives, their own location, processing the scene.
Sums it up. That's perfect. No, Chief, thank you so much. No questions needed.
You're welcome. And if you guys wanted to walk up there, get a shot of the bullet.
Okay, so there you have it, the latest down on the ground on that shooting in a hotel parking lot. We'll be monitoring all of this crime happening across the entire Philadelphia area. Wilmington, Delaware, they also had 2 other shootings, multiple shootings, investigations underway. So a busy night out there. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're getting the very latest from President Biden, who spoke alongside Vice President Kamala Harris. That's all coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now. I'm Daytona Everett, taking you through the rest of the night with all of these breaking news events, also events from throughout the day. I want to take you out to President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris remarks today celebrating the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. This happened at the Rose Garden, so this was pretty much what the president was up to. Let's listen in.
Well, July 26th, 1990 was indeed an historic day. On that day, the Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law. On that day, America became better because we know an accessible America is a better America. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Leader Kevin McCarthy, Chairman Pat Leahy, Senator Bob Casey, thank you all for your leadership. Steny Hoyer, I'm getting to you in a second, for being here today. Looking out, I see so many who helped make the ADA real. The activists who gave everything they had to fight for that bill. The advocates who helped to shape the bill title by title. The policymakers who worked tirelessly to pass it, including, of course, our own President, Joe Biden. House Majority Leader, Steny Hoyer. And Congressman Tony Coelho. Thank you all. Every day, in every community, lives of the American people are better because of the work you all did. When people can ride a bus because it has a lift, when they can enter a building because it has a ramp, when they can watch a movie with closed captions, when a student with a disability goes to school instead of discrimination gets support. That is the ADA in action. The ADA gives all Americans the opportunity to fully participate in our democracy, in our economy, and in our society. The ADA gives all Americans the opportunity to determine their own future. Self-determination, which I believe the government must facilitate. That is the impact of the ADA. And after all, the promise of America. At the same time, truth must be told. The ADA was a very important beginning, but there is still so much work to be done. Both on enforcement and future legislation. And that is why I am so heartened to see the generations of leaders who are here and remain committed to doing this work. In fact, earlier this month, I met with several leaders of the disability community who are fighting for voting rights. And they told me about the obstacles voters with visible and invisible disabilities face when casting a ballot. Long lines, rickety ramps, broken elevators, tables that are either too high or too low, complications with voting assistance. The list goes on and on. One of the leaders, in fact, said to me, she said, Vice President, equity cannot be achieved without disability being part of the equation. This is a fight that is a civil rights fight, a human rights fight. This is about equity. And whether or not we are truly committed to the principles of equity in every way that we as government and as a society can enforce those important principles. And as we all know, that truth is not just about voting then. It is also about employment. It is about an education starting with pre-K. It is about being able to live in your home and participate in your community, which is also why we must invest in in-home and community-based services. So folks, here's the bottom line. The President and I will continue to fight with you to make America more accessible for all people. This work is urgent, and the reason we do it is obviously important, because every person in our country deserves the opportunity to dream with ambition, to have choices, to shape their own future unencumbered by any barrier, free from any obstacle, because this, as we know, is the very definition of self-determination. And this is the United States of America. So thank you all for your courage and for your commitment. And now, it is my great honor to introduce a person, a leader, who exemplifies all of that. Tyree Brown is an artist who lives in Maryland, and she is focused on building a future of her own design. I am grateful to her for her extraordinary leadership and that she is here with us today. Please welcome Tyree Brown.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello. All right. As it was said, my name is Tyree Brown, and I'm a 26-year-old Christian artist living in Maryland with faith in Jesus Christ. I was in a car accident that rendered me quadriplegic. Art and faith has always been a prominent part of my life, but everything changed after my injury. I could no longer walk or use my dominant right hand. I was sent to a rehabilitation center, National Rehab Hospital, then to a nursing home, back to rehab, only to go back to the nursing home where I stayed another 10 months. I was away from my home for over a year. While in the nursing home, a program called Money Follows the Person intervened, which the president supports, investing more funding in. The home and community-based waiver program that helps those who choose to be home in their communities by supplying durable medical equipment, home modifications, and home health care services, a program that is made possible by the ADA. This program made it possible for my mother, Doree Cox, hi Mom, to be my full-time aide where I receive the best care full of love and grace. I want to thank President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the Biden administration for being advocates for the disability community. With American Jobs Plan, there's a $400 billion investment in caregiving economy, okay? And this will directly, positively impact my mother as she is my aide. Moving forward, my goal is to be able to access affordable, accessible housing to live in on my own more independently. I've been on the waiting list for 3 years, but I hope to move my own place soon. I am now home with my family and working as a freelance visual artist. I received my associate's degree at the Corcoran College, which is actually across the street from here. I exhibited my work at the Corcoran's Next exhibition, as well as a Raw Showcase exhibition. I attend Highway Deliverance Church, where I volunteer in the reading of the Bible for my pastor, Pastor Hughes. I am also a new volunteer with the Disability Partnerships, a nonprofit organization that aims to support individuals with disabilities like myself. I'm also a newly board member of Independence Now, also a nonprofit organization. Because of the ADA, I was provided with numerous services like the Money Follows the Person program. The ADA, pushed for a more inclusive environment for wheelchair users, like making more public buildings and more public transportation wheelchair accessible. The ADA pushed for wheelchair ramps, curb cutouts, and public spaces, which made it possible for me to get around throughout my community. I was worried I would not be able to live independently and pursue my dreams of being an artist, but now there are programs that are helping me achieve my goals. It is thanks to the ADA, which paved the way for me with the full support of President Biden. Thank you, President Biden and Vice President Harris, for advocating for the disability community and celebrating the 31st anniversary of the ADA. I am honored to be here and especially to now introduce President Joe Biden.
Madam Vice President, Tyree, you're an inspiration. Thank you for sharing your story. 31 years ago today, on the south lawn of the White House, President George H.W. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act. He was surrounded by disability advocates and bipartisan members of the United States Congress, just as we are today. Speaker Pelosi, welcome, by the way, Madam Speaker, Chairman Leahy, Leader McCarthy, Senator Casey, Congressman Scott, Congressman, where is he? There you are, Paul. You understand this better than anybody does. I want to thank you, Congressman, for all your work. And I want to thank you all for being here. Second, by the way, where's Mom? Mom, is she here? Oh, she's watching. Okay, I thought you looked, they said, Mom is out there. I was going to ask her to stand up, but Mom, you can't stand up if you're home. But folks, thank you for what you've done. The second gentleman is here as well. I thank him for being with us as well. And some of the same folks who fought so hard for this landmark legislation are with us today. I just got off the phone with one of them, a guy named Tom Harkin. And 2 days ago, I was on the phone with one who just had his 98th birthday, Bob Dole. But no one worked harder than Tony Coelho to get this done. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. Others weren't able to join us today, but were instrumental in bringing this to life. Dear friends, as I said, like Tom Harkin and Bob Dole. And I also spoke, as I said, Bob is wanted to pass on his regards, as did Tom. Tom's up in Wisconsin, working on, he said, on ADA, doing something up there, and I didn't explain exactly what. There's still more with us that are here in spirit, like Ted Kennedy, Major Owen, the Congressman Major Owen, countless other advocates. I was enormously proud to be a co-sponsor of the ADA, as Pat Leahy was as well, if I'm not mistaken, as a member of the United States Senate. And I'm proud to be here today as president alongside so many fearless champions who represent the ongoing legacy of this law from the foundations to its future. 31 years ago, after its passage, many Americans have never lived in a world without the ADA. Generations have grown up not knowing a time before it existed. But many of us can still recall in America where a person with disability was denied service in restaurants and grocery stores, and could be, where a person using a wheelchair couldn't ride in a train or take a bus to work or to school, where an employer could refuse to hire you because of a disability. An America that wasn't built for all Americans. Then we passed the ADA and made a commitment to build a nation for all of us, all of us. And we moved America closer to fulfilling that promise of liberty and justice, and maybe most importantly, dignity and equality for all. You know, and perhaps most importantly, we did it together. This was a Democratic bill signed by a Republican president, a product of passion and compassion, not partisanship. Progress that wasn't political, but personal to millions of families. I'll never forget the moment the ADA passed. And you may remember, Pat, standing on the floor of the United States Senate, and Tom Harkin saw recognition, he rose. And the first time in the history that I'm aware of, in the United States Senate, he stood up and he signed in a speech to his brother. Tom wasn't just sending a message to millions of deaf and hard of hearing folks. He was speaking to his brother, Frank. It was personal to him. It was personal to Bob Dole as well, who lost the use of his right arm in a heroic effort during World War II, who laid out in a hospital for almost 3 years. His injury is listed, and they've also lasted an entire lifetime. But like so many Americans, he turned his disability, his apparent limitation, into greater purpose and will. He made the rights of disabled Americans a lifelong cause. And for more than 60 million Americans living with disabilities, the ADA is so much more than a law. It's a source of opportunity, participation, independent living, and respect and dignity. The bulwark against discrimination and a path to independence. And for our nation, the ADA is more than a law as well. It's testament to our character as a people, our character as Americans. It's a triumph of American values. But of course, this law didn't bring an end to the work we need to do. Today, too many Americans still face barriers to freedom and equality. But thanks to this movement that spans all races, beliefs, backgrounds, and generations, we're once again making progress together. In my first day in office, I was proud to sign an executive order establishing a government-wide commitment to advancing equity, including people with disabilities. And I was proud to appoint the first ever White House Disability Policy Director, Kim Noxted. Where are you, Kim? Where's Kim? Thank you, Kim. And I'm ensuring that dignity and rights of disabled Americans are lifted up in every policy we pursue, from continuing to make sure that this administration looks like America, appointing people with disabilities to positions across the government. In the American Rescue Plan, we were able to include substantial support for schools that better serve students with disabilities and expanding access to vaccines for disabled Americans. As part of my Build Back Better plan, it was already mentioned, we proposed $400 billion to expand access to home and community-based care, helping people with disabilities and older adults live more independently. And I'm glad that Congress is beginning to move on the Better Care, Better Jobs Act, championed by my buddy Bobby Kasem. Bobby, thank you. Which builds on that effort. This past year, the entire nation saw just how vital our caregivers are and how critical home-based care truly is for so many Americans. This legislation will help ensure that caregivers are fairly compensated for their work. In addition, I've also called on Congress to eliminate the discriminatory sub-minimum wage provisions that too often keep people with disabilities from getting good jobs with fair wages. Because of additional executive orders I've signed, we're working to remove barriers that hold back disabled Americans from exercising their sacred right to vote. And we're ensuring that the federal government is a model employer when it comes to wages, accommodations, and opportunities to advance people with disabilities. That's a firm commitment. And today, finally, I'm proud to announce a new effort, the first of its kind, to help Americans grappling with long-term effects of COVID-19 that doctors call long COVID. Many Americans who seemingly recover from the virus still face lingering challenges like breathing problems, brain fog, chronic pain, or fatigue. These conditions can sometimes rise to the level of a disability. So we're bringing agencies together to make sure Americans with long COVID who have a disability have access to the rights and resources that are due under the disability law, which includes accommodations and services in the workplace, in school, and our healthcare system, so they can live their lives in dignity and get the support they need as they continue to navigate these challenges. We've made important progress, but we still have work to do. We have to keep going to ensure that every single American has a chance to contribute their talents and thrive and succeed. And I know that today's fearless advocates, some of whom are with us today, are going to accomplish incredible things. People like Mr. Tootle. Where are you? Stand up, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I want to thank you for your continued efforts to build an America for everyone. And as I said, you courageous advocates who led the way 31 years ago, a long time before the foundation for progress is strong, though. It's part of the more moral bedrock of our nation and something every American should be proud of. Now it's my honor to sign the proclamation on the 31st anniversary of the ADA. I want to thank you all. May God bless you and all of you dealing with disabilities. You are an inspiration to all of us. I really mean it. You're an absolute inspiration. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. And I'm going to walk over and sign this. I'm going to invite up, though, Nancy, come on up. Stenny, I think we ought to get you up here. You're a big part of it, Tony Quello. Am I leaving anybody out? Pat, you were there at the time. We'll get your rear end up here and put you. The leader is taking his camera because Pat would rather use his camera than I think anything else. Yeah, come on. Tony, you get right in the back here. You were a big, gigantic part of this. Okay.
Pat, come on.
All right. Anniversary of the Americans with Disability Act 2021. Hey. That's good to see you. Madam Speaker. What? I will, but I want to make sure I got all of the
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Let's keep it going. Well done.
Mr. President, do you have confidence you can get the unvaccinated Americans vaccinated?
We have to.
How?
Head off. Come on.
So you heard those last few questions yelled out to the president about COVID vaccinations. We're going to turn back around and go out to some of the stories from our stations across the country. Florida leading the country with COVID cases. More on all of that. Also, Mayor Bowser will be checking in with her with Fox 5 in D.C. But I do want to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We're also monitoring a fire coming out of the Los Angeles area. Take a look at this Skyfox overhead. We're not exactly sure where this is at. We're hearing that it is in East Hollywood. Firefighters are on the scene right now trying to knock down these flames as you can see they're raging here almost 9 o'clock in California. Unfortunately, those palm trees right there likely to catch on fire pretty soon. We're going to watch these live aerials as some of you go off into a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, more details on this and more on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look over East Hollywood, a structure fire. Fire crews are on the scene right now trying to contain it. As you can see, it is spreading rapidly. It's in this one structure. As of right now, we believe it's a home. Just pulled up the address on Google Maps here, and yes, I do think it is a residence here. But as you can see, it's surrounded by several other structures. So the main focus right now is to contain it to this one area so that it doesn't go anywhere else, expand to any other locations. I imagine there have been evacuations for nearby residences. Not sure yet on what caused the fire. Investigation is underway at this time. We also don't know if this structure was occupied at the time of the fire. Still a lot of questions, but we do know that LA Fire Department is on the scene, as they did tweet out and said they alerted to, yes, a structure fire on Normandy Avenue. That's where this is. Like I said, no word yet on if anyone was inside of the structure at the time when the fire broke out. So that means no idea if there's any injuries at this time. You can see the flashlights of fire crews on the scene there, probably knocking on doors, trying to get everyone out. I will say they have contained this for the most part since we first took these live pictures. Before, they were massive orange flames, out of control. Now it's mostly just smoke going up into the air as we approach this 9 o'clock hour out in California. Again, those flashlights going into windows there, trying to check and see if anyone is inside. Looks like some of these flames possibly could have expanded into what seems to be an apartment complex with those windows with lights on inside there. Definitely a scary situation on this Monday night. We're going to step away from these aerials. Sky Fox, again, Fox 11 Los Angeles, bringing us these live pictures right now to go out to Fox 5 in D.C. They spoke with the mayor of Washington, D.C., Mayor Muriel Bowser, having a conversation about the coronavirus, what to do with the Delta variant and getting residents vaccinated, but also about a surge in crime, recent crime over the past couple of weeks. We've covered it all here, brought you all of the updates. So let's go out to that conversation again here on Live Now.
Biggest headlines in the district is the rise in gun violence.
From the shooting death of a 6-year-old girl to the shooting near Nats Park to last week's shooting near Logan Circle and more, Maureen Ume is back now with questions for D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Good morning to you. So we are waiting for the mayor to come outside. She's on her way out. So we'll ask her a couple of these questions. But as you know, crime a very big concern in the district. A lot of people talking about wanting more policing, asking city leaders, what are they doing to address this very serious problem? And so we've heard from Chief Robert Conti, who has talked about the crime in very passionate terms. We've also heard from the mayor in the past talking about crime and the fact that there needs to be something done about it. Mayor Bowser is now joining me with more on what city leaders are wanting to do. Mayor, good morning. We thank you so much for being with us. We've been talking all morning long about crime in the district. A lot of people upset about it. They're saying city leaders are not doing enough. Police are not doing enough. What do you say to that?
Well, certainly we share their concern. We want every D.C. resident to feel safe in their home, every business and visitor to feel safe. And I can assure you that not only with policing, but with all the services of our government, we are laser focused on how to get to the bottom of it.
And yet police retention is an issue. Chief Conti talking about the shrinking force. This is an issue that Fox 5 has been following for years. The number of police officers dwindling, and there seeming to be not enough to really combat crime. Right now, how many officers are on the streets? Are you concerned about these shrinking numbers?
I am concerned about the shrinking numbers, and it's been a hallmark certainly of my tenure to get the number of police officers up. We've been focused on a retirement bubble for many years, and we were finally bending the curve on that bubble. And we have to make sure we continue to make the case with members of the council to ensure that there is funding for the number of officers that we need.
Did the issues last year with the protests and all of that, did it play a role in the officer retention or officer attrition as well?
Well, our big issue with last year was that my budget wasn't approved to hire the number of officers that we need. So we had a year of no police hiring.
People are hearing this, and I think, you'd agree. They don't care about all that. They're just saying, I want to live in my neighborhood. I want to feel safe. Bottom line at first, Mayor, are there going to be more officers on the streets to help address this? I know that Chief Conte wants to sort of have a roving force. What do you say to that?
Well, Maureen, what I would say is last week I notified the council that we would use whatever overtime dollars that we needed to make sure that we have officers out on the street and present in neighborhoods. There is a limit to that, however. We want our officers to be fresh and make good decisions, so the chief has to make decisions about how to best deploy them and use that overtime. The council is considering my budget right now, where I have proposed hires for 100 new officers and police cadets, and so we want to make sure that my full proposal is funded by the council.
Mayor, I know we are unfortunately out of time, but we want to keep you on and ask you some more questions after I toss back a very important issue that people are concerned about. Thank you for taking the time this morning. And for you there at home, I know a lot of you are still weighing in our live Insta polls and letting us know how you feel about what's happening. If you do have questions for the mayor, please send it in to us. In the meantime, again, you see that the police force is looking at sort of reassigning officers to different areas, not keeping them in static places, to sort of get a handle on this crime in D.C. But it's a huge problem, not just here in D.C., nationwide. And the mayor wanting some funds made available. We'll see how that plays out. But in the meantime, Steve and Marissa, I'll toss it back to you. If there's anything you'd like to add on your end, I'd be sure glad to pass along to the mayor as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, Marissa, we'll just, I'm sorry, Maureen, you can just pass along to her the results of our Fox 5 Insta poll question for starters as we take a look at that right now, because we're asking our viewers and D.C. people, residents, which is the bigger issue when it comes to combating D.C. violence and gun violence in the district, police or courts? It is overwhelming, Maureen. 96% of those who have responded so far are saying courts is the bigger issue, not police. 96% saying courts, just 4% police. Maureen's going to continue to talk with the mayor. We'll share more of that conversation a little bit later on. And in the meantime, the conversation that we're sharing right now, we welcome you to be a part of it on our Insta poll. You can do so on our Fox 5 app or on our homepage.
And a live look out in San Francisco, California, as we head into 9 o'clock in Phoenix, Arizona, as well as the West Coast in California there. You can see this traffic moving very steadily here. Almost everyone still at home on this Monday night. Hope everyone had a restful weekend, a nice time possibly getting out and enjoying themselves. Well, speaking of traffic, a traffic stop has gone viral after a passenger claims an officer planted evidence in the vehicle. This coming from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Take a look at this.
Hey, bro, what's that?
What?
That you just threw in here.
What word?
I got you on camera, bro.
I got you on camera. We're all good.
2 cameras recording at the same time, but those involved are telling 2 very different stories about what you just saw. Good evening. That's our big story tonight at 9. A Caledonia traffic stop goes viral after a passenger claims an officer planted evidence in the vehicle.
Caledonia police say that's not what happened. Fox 6's Ashley Sears is live with videos from both perspectives.
Caledonia police released body camera footage after that passenger said evidence was planted. They say their videos tell a different story.
I don't want to hold on.
Hey, bro, what's that?
What?
That you just threw in here.
It's an encounter.
I got you on camera, bro.
I got you on camera. We're all good.
That's gone viral.
Hey, bro, you just threw that in here.
A passenger posting this Caledonia traffic stop to Facebook, claiming the officer planted evidence after he's seen throwing a small bag in the back seat.
Your hands where I can see him on the way out, okay, bud?
Caledonia police say the vehicle was pulled over last Wednesday after the driver was going 63 miles per hour in a 45 zone.
All right, you got any weapons on you or anything like that? Mind if I pat you down for weapons?
The driver and rear passenger were removed from the vehicle.
All right, put your hands behind your back for me.
The officer's body camera is rolling as he searches the back passenger.
All right.
Reaching in his pockets, pulling out a small plastic bag and phone charger.
What's this?
He hands them off to another officer, who handed the bag off to someone else.
Corner cut?
That officer throws the bag in the back seat as the front passenger questions why.
Hey, bro, you just threw that in here.
Yeah, because it was in his pocket and I don't want to hold on to it. It's on their body cam that they took it off of him, so.
The Caledonia officer tells the person in the front seat police are not trying to hide anything.
It's an empty baggie at the moment, too, so.
The two go back and forth, with the officer saying he did nothing wrong.
I got you on camera, bro.
Videos showing two perspectives of a now viral traffic stop.
Hey, bro, you just threw that in here.
Now, Caledonia police say no drugs were found and no one was arrested. The driver was given a speeding ticket. We are told 4 officers were on scene, and there's a total of 6 hours worth of body camera and squad video that police are going through. It is expected to be released soon. We reached out to police and to the person who posted that video requesting an on-camera interview, but did not hear back. Reporting live in Caledonia, Ashley Sears, Fox 6 News.
Ashley, thank you.
And back out to another street view here. A very interesting story right there from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Well, Americans who are set to travel internationally but don't have a valid passport may be out of luck. An extraordinary backlog of applicants has crippled the State Department. We're going to go out to Fox 26 in Houston as they speak with AAA of Texas.
Americans who are set to travel internationally but don't have a valid passport may be out of luck. We're talking about an extraordinary backlog of applications that has crippled the State Department. So let's bring in Josh Zuber with AAA Texas joining me live. Josh, always good to see you. So tell us the bad news here. What is the current wait time for passports?
Yeah, good morning to you, Sally. Yeah, AAA travel advisors say for their clients who have been applying for passports, it's been up to 18 weeks to get those passports in hand. And actually, some specific cases, we've actually heard of even longer wait times than that. So, you know, when planning to travel internationally, our AAA Texas travel advisors say you want to give yourself at least 6 months. You know, for those who are planning to travel abroad, it's a good idea to make sure that you've got your passport in hand before you book, or if you've already got a passport, double check that it's not expired 6 months from your return dates of travel, or understand that you could face the challenge of delayed or even canceled travel plans. So that's why at AAA, you know, we always recommend that you talk to a trusted travel advisor. They can guide you through this process of preparing for international travel. Plus, a travel advisor can help you make changes, you know, if issues come up on your trip, whether it be before or even during your trip, which of course, we know that that's so important to have someone in your corner as the travel landscape seems to change almost daily.
Oh, yeah. And adding to the frustration now, the State Department has shut down the online appointment system, which a lot of people were like, are you kidding me? So now the only way to get into one of the State Department centers anyway is to call. So this was because scammers were actually taking up all the appointments, right? And then trying to sell them?
Yeah, you know, it's been a really big headache already, you know, getting things back to normal, right, for the travel industry. And this just is added to that frustration. So again, that's why we say, you know, if you are planning to travel internationally, make sure you give yourself plenty of time. We're talking about, again, I would suggest 6 months or more to plan that trip. And again, if you've got that passport, make sure all of the info is updated and book those. Make sure you book travel that ensures that you're going to return again 6 months before that passport expires. And again, if you need to get a passport for a first time, you are going to need to plan to make an in-person visit to a passport acceptance facility. And, you know, again, a lot of backlog there going on, a lot of wait time. So,
and I want to let people know you can make an appointment with like a passport agency if you are traveling within 3 days. That's the key there, but those appointments are tough to get. So if your travel is within 72 hours, you can book an appointment with a passport agency 2 weeks out. Now, Josh, before we let you go, if someone does have a trip booked and does not get their passport in time. I mean, what are the options? Are they going to lose their money, or are you finding that airlines and resorts or hotels are working with them?
Sure. You know, again, with COVID-19, we have seen a lot of policies with different travel vendors be more flexible. But yeah, unfortunately, a lot of folks may find that they need to delay or possibly even cancel their trip. And again, that's why we recommend at AAA, talk to a travel advisor. They will give you a lot of this information ahead of time so you can avoid any real big costly mistakes such as canceled travel.
All right. So many people in limbo over this. Josh Stuper, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again, that was Fox 26 in Houston. Great information if you are trying to get out of the country and travel a little bit for the rest of the summer here. Let's go out to Florida, because a lot of people have been traveling to Florida, moving to Florida. Well, now they're ranking #1 in the number of COVID-19 cases. Take a look at this.
COVID-19 is once again taking off across the nation, and Florida is unfortunately leading the nation in new cases. Our Craig Patrick joins us now with a closer look at the numbers, the causes, and what we can do about it. Craig.
Well, hi there, Linda. There are two key causes here. The first being, of course, the Delta variant, which is far more transmissible than the original strain. And the other factor, of course, is the fact that nearly half of our state population is not fully vaccinated.
Please take the Delta variant seriously. This virus has no incentive to let up, and it remains in search of the next vulnerable person to infect.
Johns Hopkins data in motion shows how new cases are taking off all across the nation. And as more people develop symptoms, COVID testing has also picked up. And that shows how the positivity rate is also shooting up across the nation and in Florida. This map shows the hot spots. It's much of the nation's population belt: East Texas, California, the Northeast and Middle Atlantic, and Florida, where cases have tripled the last 2 weeks, exceeding New York, California, and Texas combined. At this rate, former President Trump's Surgeon General Jerome Adams says it's a prescription for more restrictions to try to get it under control.
Guess what? More mitigation is coming, whether it's masking or whether it's closures or whether it's your kids having to return to virtual learning. That is coming, and it's coming because this pandemic is spiraling out of control yet again.
And Florida has scaled back reporting cases as cases rise. And the state's most recent report contains discrepancies in fatalities because the state's own numbers don't add up. And while vaccinations are picking up, Florida lags more than 20 other states in COVID vaccination rates. And this poll reveals the challenge. Among the holdouts nationwide, an Associated Press survey found 35% probably will not get vaccinated. 45% say they definitely will not, and only 3% say they definitely will. Meanwhile, nearly 2/3 are not confident the vaccine will protect against the Delta variant or other variants. On that point, the research shows the vaccines do provide significant protection against the variants, but breakthrough infections can and do still occur. We are seeing a growing number of infections among those who have been vaccinated. From White House staff to the halls of Congress, including Congressman Vern Buchanan, to pro sports, including 6 New York Yankee players, to state government, including Attorney General Ashley Moody. But as Moody tweeted, trusted medical professionals say it could have been much worse had she not been vaccinated. Research shows vaccines greatly reduce the chance of getting infected and the severity of the infection if you do catch it.
Even if a vaccine does not completely protect against infection, it usually, if it's successful, protects against serious disease.
And there are studies still in the works gauging the scale of breakthrough infections and the risk of them. But one of the most recent, for example, in the Pfizer vaccine shows that it is 88% effective against the Delta variant. That's if you get both shots of the Pfizer vaccine. To put that in context, if you get just one shot, Linda, it's then only 30% effective, which is why public health experts are urging people not just to get vaccines, but to follow through and get both shots if you're going for the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines.
Well, as cases rise, does the state plan to resume daily updates on new cases and the positivity rate?
There are no public plans to do that. The state stopped releasing daily COVID stats on June 3rd as cases began to plummet. It has no plans to resume them, so we're getting them just once a week on Fridays. The last one we had was around 5:30 p.m. on Friday evening a couple of days ago. And the governor's office is saying that the key is not necessarily data releases, but in more people getting vaccinated to control it.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
Well, what about cases in Texas? Here's Fox 4 in Dallas with how cases are rising out there as well.
Welcome back. While COVID cases continue to trend higher in our area, Tarrant and Collin counties reported 774 new cases and 1 death yesterday. Dallas and Denton counties do not report data on the weekends. The 7-day rolling average of local new cases is up 292% from a month ago, averaging more than 1,000 cases a day. And we return to a voice of reason, Dr. Joseph Chang, Chief Medical Officer at Parkland Health. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. Good to be with you all again.
All right, so what worries you most about this new spike in cases?
Listen, this is crazy, right? Here we go. It's like Groundhog Day again. It's really unbelievable, I'll tell you. It's something that we really, really hate to see. You know, just this weekend, we have doubled in volume here at Parkland Hospital. A month ago, we were at 7 patients, and today I'm looking at over 70 patients. And guys, this is a fully preventable situation. Vaccination is the way out of this mess. We just got to get going on that.
All right, so we've talked about this before. You're a parent, and I know we've talked about kind of the school situation and how you feel about that. How concerned are you now about the combination of these spiking cases and then the start of school?
Oh, I'm very concerned. I mean, all of us in public health and all of the medical leaders of Dallas County are very concerned about what might happen in the fall. I mean, right now we know that the biggest demographic of unvaccinated individuals is our 30 to 40-year-olds and some into our 50-year-olds. I mean, we see that reflected in our hospitalizations right now. We virtually have no older individuals admitted to the hospital with COVID. It's all this younger set. And as kids go back to school, I mean, they're going to mix with each other. They're going to pass it around. They're going to bring it home to exactly this demographic of 30 and 40-year-olds who are our parents. And that is just going to get passed around, perpetuated. I mean, we see that playing out already. I can only imagine what September is going to look like.
All right, Dr. Chang, we've talked about these 3 groups before. You have those who are vaccinated. You have those who are unvaccinated but have had a case of COVID, so they've got a certain degree of immunity. Right. And then you have everyone else. So which group is representing the recent spike?
Oh, right now, I'll tell you, it's interesting. It's really both of the second 2 groups that you talked about. Obviously, the unvaccinated, that's going to be a big group. But I'll tell you right now, we know that the natural immunity from the first coronavirus variant is not quite as good. In fact, not good at all versus this Delta variant that is the predominant variant now in North Texas. So what used to be considered a good immunity from having COVID-19 in the past no longer is, which is why we're seeing such a big spike in cases. What this tells us is now only the fully vaccinated are really protected against Delta variant.
And is this, you mentioned Groundhog Day at the top of this interview. I mean, are we going to keep seeing that with these, different variants popping up?
Well, again, here's the science behind it, guys. And this is not up for dispute, okay? This is the science behind it. The reason these variants come up is because of mutations in the virus itself. The virus can only mutate when it's actually inside infected individuals. So what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is we are the cause of our own problem. If we simply got enough of the population vaccinated, we would decrease the number of infections to almost 0, which means there will be no more mutations, which means we would have no more trouble with variants.
So it sounds like you're recommending, if folks are going to go out, even if you're vaccinated, I know we've heard a lot about that, wear masks.
Now, listen, I'm not a big fan of having vaccinated people wear masks simply because we know vaccinated folks are so well protected. Certainly, if you do not have a vaccination, please, 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 for all of us, in fact, for all of my healthcare workers here who work for me, please wear a mask because the unvaccinated is where this disease is propagating. I will tell you that right now in my hospital, out of the 70 so patients, none of them have been vaccinated.
All right, Dr. Joseph Chang with Parkland Hospital. We appreciate your time and expertise this morning. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Again, that was Fox 4 in Dallas. Just trying to break it down for you state by state. I know we have a lot of viewers from across the country here on Live Now, some from around the world. If you're new to us, we're kind of a different concept. We bring you live events here that we get in from all of the stations across the country. It might be breaking news, it might be politics, it might be sports. We have a few sports stories that are coming up for you as well. It's been somewhat busy night here, throughout the night here, monitoring some of these breaking news situations. I actually see one coming in right here. This out of Los Angeles, some sort of investigation underway. We'll try to get some more details for you on all of that. We'll take you out to another live look that we see out of San Francisco. I showed you that a little bit earlier. It is 9/11 out there in California as we head into the evening hours. When we come back, we have more stories from across the country, including for you sports fans, something to look forward to. Giannis Antetokounmpo, you know that the Bucks took home that NBA Finals championship. Unfortunate for all of us Suns fans, but pretty exciting news for him. We'll show you some of the celebrations that happened in just a little bit here on Live Now. See you in a few minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now. I have a fun sports story for all of you. You may have seen this video. It has gone viral. A Seattle-based artist recreated the play that shifted the NBA Finals. You might remember that alley-oop from Holiday to Giannis Antetokounmpo that absolutely transformed Game 5. Well, here's that viral video for you right now. Fox 6 in Milwaukee breaks it all down.
Tom, thank you. Paying respect to the champs. A Seattle-based artist goes viral recreating the play that shifted the NBA Finals in favor of the Bucks. An alley-oop from Jrue Holiday to Giannis Antetokounmpo at the end of Game 5.
Yeah, you know the play, right? You've seen it 100 times. Sam Kramer joins us live in the Deer District. And Sam, this was a labor of love for this artist.
Yeah, hi there, guys. Rudy Willingham and his wife normally take a few weeks to put together a stop-motion masterpiece. But when he saw that play, his reaction to it, just like the people here in the Deer District, get out of your chair screaming and yelling. He knew he had to get it together before Game 6. 3 all-nighters later, his video is forging a connection across the world. Every NBA Finals has its moment. For the Bucks, Game 5, the Suns have the chance to win late, but Jrue Holiday steals the ball, finishing the play with an alley-oop to Giannis Antetokounmpo to seal the game. It sent Bucks fans into a frenzy, and artist Rudy Willingham to work.
It was such a crazy turn of events that, I jumped out of my seat and I immediately knew this was going to be an iconic play in NBA history.
Over the next 72 hours, Willingham and his wife worked to immortalize the alley-oop through art, breaking the video down frame by frame, printing it into pictures, and finding backdrops.
Sometimes I'd be up till 3 or 4 in the morning. Sometimes she would be up.
The result, a stop-motion masterpiece It's since been viewed nearly 1 million times across social media.
As an artist, you just want to create things that connect with people. And when it happens, it's like the best feeling in the world that you made something that made all these people happy.
The Willinghams have done this before, commemorating the greats like Michael Jordan, the late Kobe Bryant, and more. But this time, even from Seattle, Rudy says it was easy to be inspired by Giannis and the Bucks.
I know his backstory. I know how special it is that he stayed in Milwaukee. I just think it's like one of the coolest sports stories, in the last 10 years.
Or the last 50 years if you're a Milwaukee fan. If you'd like to see more of Rudy's work, head to our website, fox6now.com. We're live tonight in the Deer District. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
Interesting, he's from Seattle, a city that lost its NBA team. And Sam, every time I watch that play, I see something different. I imagine the same as with the artwork. You see it a little different each time, yes?
Yeah, and I mean, think about all the locations he had to physically travel to get those colors and just the different backgrounds. It's a long time, a long process, and obviously, so many people have watched that video. They enjoy the work that they put in.
It's really remarkable. Sam, thanks so much.
Tom. Such a cool story right there. Really awesome video, all the music put together, beautiful. All right, well, this next story might be for you if you were not excited heading into the work week yesterday. Some of us call it Sunday Scaries. Well, here's a breakdown from Fox 26 in Houston of what Sunday Scaries are, and I promise you're not alone.
Many of us are losing our weekend to the stress and worry of the week ahead. It's known as the Sunday Scaries, and you are not alone in this. Angela Koreth, a licensed professional counselor with the Menninger Clinic, is live with me now to break down why it happens. Good morning to you, Angela.
Good morning, Sally.
Okay, so first off, why do some people get the Sunday Scaries and it seems like it doesn't affect others?
So I think the Sunday Scaries is an anticipatory anxiety. And some of us with anxiety or thinking about the work week really have kind of this anxiety of what does that work week look like? What are we going to do? What are the tasks? And it's really hard for them to kind of let that go.
And it can strike really early, right? Like sometimes we think of it as being Sunday night, but for me and other people, I think it can happen like Saturday too. We get the scaries already. I mean, it can really strike at any time, right?
It really can. And it could be shift workers. It could be a different day of the week if you're working in retail. So it really can happen any day of the week and not really just on Sundays.
So you've got some ways that we can maybe manage this a little bit better. I don't know if we're ever going to completely ban them from our mindset, but maybe. So the first thing you say is just set aside some time ahead of the weekend to prepare a to-do list. Why is that important?
Well, I think we can, writing things down really helps us get it out of our head and stop ruminating. So on Friday or the last day of that work week, if you can write your to-do list for the following week or take a preview, that really does help kind of shut that down a little bit. Also, I say like Monday morning, set aside an hour, 30 minutes when you get into the office, when you start your day to kind of just preview things, get tasks ready, have that to-do list. It really does calm that anxiety and really gets ideas out of our heads.
Right. And you also say prioritize your self-care, recharge. Do you think even having plans on the weekend, especially, I found this for myself, that if I have something to do on Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon, it actually helps me because then I'm not sitting at home just thinking of all the stuff I need to do.
Right. So to keep busy, it's really distracting yourself, but really doing calm things like going to dinner with a friend, having a show that you can watch with your family, reading a book, really not too much excitement, kind of really setting aside that Sunday evening to wind down.
Okay, so the best thing to do, just try to take your mind off of it, have a positive mindset for that upcoming week. Angela with the Menninger Clinic, thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you have a great week and that we can all sort of know that we're in this together and we're not alone in our Sunday Scaries. Appreciate you.
Not a problem.
Yeah, I know that I have Sunday Scaries every single Sunday, even though I come into work a little bit later, so it just kind of draws out a little bit. That's fine. had a very nice weekend. So let's go out to a story from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. If you didn't know this, which I didn't know this, life expectancy in the U.S. is actually dropping right now, especially in Black and brown communities. They have a discussion with a Social Justice Learning Institute representative, the executive director. This is sure to be a very interesting one.
Life expectancy fell by a year and a half in 2020, the largest one-year decline since World War II.
The decrease for Black and Hispanic Americans was even worse. 3 years. It's a big number there. Over 3.3 million Americans died last year, far more than any year in history. Officials at the CDC say the loss was primarily due to the pandemic. Problems like lack of access to quality health care, more crowded living conditions, and working jobs that require them to interact with the public. To talk about all this, Derek Steele is here. He is the executive director of the Social Justice Learning Institute. Welcome, Derek. Thank you for being with us this morning.
It is so awesome to be here this morning with you all. How are you?
We're doing well, thank you. Talking about this, we started discussing this last week, and it's something that really stands out because when you think of these numbers, it really gets your attention. Talk a little bit about why we're seeing this now.
Well, to be honest, as it's been shown through the data, COVID-19 has a significant piece, is a significant piece of the puzzle here. And, I think it's very, very important that folks are thinking through how they can make sure that our lives can be more whole and be more thoughtful towards that end. But I'll be honest, man, it's a really tough thing with all the fear and all the thought and all the thinking around how they can do the things that they need to in order to have a long and healthy life. It's hard out here, especially through COVID.
Yeah, and we see even now the vaccination numbers are much lower when it comes to Black and brown communities. And there are all these efforts out there. There's now more access to getting these vaccines, and yet they're trying to incentivize them to get these vaccines, and yet many of these communities still aren't doing it. What are you seeing out there? Why is there a hesitancy to get the vaccine?
There's just a big mistrust. That mistrust has existed for so long. How do you overcome that?
You hit the nail on the head. There's a long history, and we could spend this whole segment talking about the history of why the mistrust is actually there. And that has a lot to do with people's thinking about where we are in this moment in time. And, the vaccines have been in existence throughout the history here in this country.
Of course.
But, we're in a very unique time in this period in life because we had 24-hour news cycles. We have social media. We're actually watching the idea of science actually happening right in front of us, right? And so there's so many questions and so many things that people have unanswered, even though there's so much information that is available to us. And, that's the reason why we started the COVID community conversations here at the Social Justice Learning Institute, where we're bringing those who are on the front lines of doing the work in partnership with our board chair, Dr. Omar Garner, and some of his peers in the field, and also bringing that to community members so that they can ask questions directly to those who are doing the work, right? Because people it's really hard to try to get through all the information that is there and try to make a conscious decision about what you should do, especially when there's so much fear, right?
But what?
And there's the long-term fear and also the things that are happening right now in front of us that are like, I don't know how to make that.
Derek, what really works? I mean, what have you seen really, really works? Because they're offering free stuff here. Like, take all this free stuff and you'll get a vaccine if you get a free Dodgers ticket or a free Lakers ticket. And then I know. I mean, that's really like basically what they're doing is like, are we going to bribe someone just to get a vaccine? But what have you seen that actually works in terms of changing the mind of someone to actually get the vaccine?
It is really coming to them and giving them the space and opportunity and a safe space to have the dialogue. That's really what it comes down to. In this world where we're hyper vigilant about the technology, it puts us in a posture where we're isolated and looking at the information on our own as we scroll through our screens. But if we can come together and have these conversations in safe spaces, and not necessarily physically, but even in a virtual space, like where the information can be from trusted sources. I think those have been the most impactful conversations for people to be able to ask honest questions and have a discussion that makes sense for them to be able to be informed in the decisions that they're trying to make.
Well, what you're saying, though, Derek, takes a lot of time and resources, because you talk about the short term. It's like, here's a gift card to a place if you go do this, right? Like Bob said, bribery, essentially. It might work and it might not. What you're suggesting is changing the mindset and changing that mistrust that has existed for such a long time. And in order to do that, you need to invest a lot of time and resources. So how can you do that realistically? And also, time is of the essence. We're in the middle of this pandemic. It's about to get worse, according to health officials. So how can you do this? How can you make it happen?
We don't have a choice but to do it. Right. And yes, you're right. It's going to take a lot of time and a lot of energy, but it's time and energy that we need to take, because the rush feeling that people are being pushed into is what is keeping us in a situation where folks don't want to make the decision and are deciding to just lean on their own understanding. Right. And so we have to do that work. We have to come together as a community. We have to actually do have the conversations and make sure that we're on the same page here, right? And if we do that, I'm completely confident that when we do that work and come together as a community, we'll be moving in the right direction. We're doing our part here at the Social Justice Learning Institute in a small way to move that needle. But I think as long as you all keep doing this that you're doing right now, where we're having this dialogue and having this conversation and creating safe spaces for people to be able to learn more intimately, I think we'll definitely get to where we need to be by the end of this year.
Well, amazing work that you're doing out there, and we know that it's, we still have a long road ahead, but as you said,
somewhere.
It has to be done.
Yeah.
It has to be done. We don't have a choice. All right, Derek, so great to talk to you. Let's tell our viewers if you want to find out more about the Social Justice Learning Center and everything they do, including the Summer of Equity events and community conversations at sjli.com. You can sign up there to donate, or, as Derek says, if you want to do your part, you can also volunteer as well. Derek, thank you so much.
Thank you, Derek.
No problem. Thank you so much for the conversation, and I hope you all have a wonderful one.
You too.
That conversation earlier today on Good Day LA. Here's a live look at Los Angeles right now. Want to follow up on a couple of those breaking news stories that we brought you here on Live Now. Officers with the LAPD actually shot a person tonight in Pico Union. We brought you some of those live aerials. There was an investigation underway. Well, this is what it was about. According to initial reports, the shooting happened at an intersection just before 9 o'clock. It is 9:30 now in California. It wasn't really immediately clear what led up to the shooting, but the person was shot and taken to a nearby hospital in unknown condition. No officers were injured in this shooting. And then also we brought you to some of those live aerials of a fire. Well, crews put out a fire that destroyed a 2-story home in East Hollywood tonight. It took 90 firefighters about 30 minutes to put out the flames at the property. That's according to the Los Angeles Fire Department. There were multiple buildings on the property with a 2-story craftsman-style residence fully involved in the fire. The residence was totally destroyed. At least 2 additional buildings were also exposed to the flames, and the extent of damage to those is still being evaluated. No injuries, thankfully, were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. We're going to stay in Los Angeles. As I said, this is a live look over there as it is 9:30 on the dot. Well, today is the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. That's what President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris were speaking about today. Fox 11 chats with former Congressman Steve Bartlett, who was one of the authors of the ADA. Very, very cool. Let's listen in.
Today marks the anniversary of a landmark day in the civil rights legislation.
So it was 31 years ago, July 26, 1990. Look at that, when President George H.W. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, ADA. The law prohibited discrimination against people with disability, and that includes workplace accommodations and access to public buildings.
Joining us now are two men with a long history of the fighting for the rights of people with disabilities. We have former Congressman Steve Bartlett, who was one of the authors of the ADA, and Ali Contos, who is the incoming chairman of the nonprofit organization Respectability. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning, Anasia. Arasia, I'm sorry.
It's okay, no problem. Happy to have you both with us. Let's begin with you, Congressman Bartlett, and talk about just how much has changed for people with disabilities in the 31 years.
Well, I'm the outgoing chairman of Respectability, and Oli is the incoming chairman. And we're here to both celebrate the amazing progress that people with disabilities have made in terms of disability inclusion in the last 31 years, but also the challenge of how far we have to go. So it's a tale of two cities. We've made a lot of progress, and we have a long ways to go.
Well, let's talk about the organization Respectability. Ali, tell us about this nonprofit. The name, I think, is pretty fitting. When you talk about respectability, it's one of the major goals of the organization is to just garner general respect.
Absolutely, Bob. And when we think about our lives as people with disabilities, our goal as a community is to have equality of opportunity just like everybody else. There are people with visible disabilities as well as non-visible disabilities, and we would love to live in a world that is free from discrimination, where we're looked at for what we can do and not what we can't. And when we also look at how we as people with disabilities can contribute markedly to every aspect of societal life, the more we advance the ideals and goals of the ADA, the better our society will be as a result.
Congressman Bartlett, you talked about how there's still a long way to go. What would you like to see change?
Well, employment is probably the big one. We have made a lot of progress in employment. One sort of interesting silver lining statistic is we now have a higher employment rate of people with disabilities after the pandemic than before the pandemic. It's gone up from 33% employment rate to 35% in 2 years after the pandemic. Part of it is a result of the pandemic. People with disabilities want to work, and with working from home and remote, they have more opportunities. So it's gone up a significant amount. Now, remember, 35% employment rate equals a 65% unemployment rate. So while we've made progress, we have a long ways to go in employment. And the other area is education. I think the COVID sort of really set everyone back, but it set back those with disabilities a lot more because they kind of got left out. So we have some concerns about that, especially those graduating seniors from last year that didn't get a transition into the workplace. So those are the two big issues.
I was shocked to see one of the stats that you provided that said 1 in 4 American adults are currently living with a disability. 1 in 4. That's really seems quite high if you're thinking about 25% of all of us have some kind of a disability. But Ali, this is also about respectability. It's about visibility too, right? That this disability comes in all different kinds of a huge spectrum of people.
That's right, Bob, especially when looking at the reality that more than 90% of disabilities are actually not visible to the naked eye. A lot of the time people think of those with wheelchairs or people who use canes like I do, but there are also people with psychiatric disabilities, learning disabilities, and intellectual disabilities as well. And so that's why there's no such one thing as one size fits all when it comes to solutions, but also when it comes to our profile as a community, we look just like everybody else, and that's something that we should all consider.
Consider and be mindful
of. The term in federal law is called reasonable accommodation. So that for those 1 in 4, employers are required to make employers or schools or TV stations a reasonable accommodation for someone with a disability, so that it's reasonable, but it accommodates their disability and they can live their lives just like everyone else.
Absolutely. Great points. Thank you for continuing to educate us on this topic. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Respectability.org is where you can go if you want more information on their organization and the ADA Act. Thank you both.
All right, more to get to here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now, almost 9:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to go out to a story from South Carolina as we are getting in that no charges are going to be filed against two former Charleston County, South Carolina detention officers who tased and pepper sprayed Jamal Sutherland before his in-custody death in January. You might remember this story. Well, we heard that no charges were going to be filed today, and then his family came out and spoke. Here's that press conference out of South Carolina.
Representative, and you, Mr. Senator, and you, Madam Representative, and you, Governor, it has to start with you. We, the Sutherland family, are reaching to you on bended knee, asking you to help us. Help us determine what is the meaning of this. Without statutes in place that protect the mentally ill, without laws on our books that say, I don't care what your training says. I don't care what your policies are. I care about Jamal. I care about inmates. I care about those with mentally ill. I care about people suffering. We're going to protect you. We're asking you, when you go back into session next year, do it in Jamal's name. Make meaningful change. Give these solicitors the tools they need to hold people accountability for the senseless acts that occurred on January 5th. You will see passion from me, from Gary, from everybody up here until the day we die, until the day we can answer Jamal's question, what is the meaning of this?
Good evening, afternoon. I've written down some things that I'm going to look at as a guide. I don't use paper, but I'm going to guide myself. First, I'm going to speak about my family.